Hello and welcome to episode 95 of the Gamers of the Lost Spark podcast. I'm your host, Darren Whittam, and joining me this week is the other spark on the pod. He's caught up on his sleep after unleashing the insomniac within and watching the whole of E3 live. Come hell or high water, and I think we were treated to both, no one was going to stop him savouring the gaming event of the year. Now he's had time to digest, compress, pre-order and invest in at least 80 new games in the last 72 hours and bring us his unique take on the proceedings. It's Anthony Chesson.
Holy moly, hello sir, how you doing?
I'm alright, how you doing?
That was one hell of an intro, thank you very much. I did as well. I watched them live, dude. There was the Sony conference for the guys in the UK. The Sony conference was like about the 2 a.m. mark, so that went on for good kind of, I think it was like an hour and a bit, an hour and change, and then I watched some after coverage, and I looked out of the window of my movie room, and the sun was coming up. You know, when it starts getting a little bit light, the sun's bright. So I was like, oh, I've really got to go to bed now. So I made sure, like,
in winter.
Yeah, we really do. So I made sure that my blinds were shut and then everything was up, so the room was really dark. Because obviously I was sleeping in the spare room because I didn't want to wake Nicola up at 3:30 in the morning. So but it was good fun. It was good fun. So how are you, sir? How are things with you?
Yeah, not bad. Been enjoying the conferences and stuff. I've done a few things, this and that, but we'll talk about them. We'll talk about them next week when we have a bit more of a chat about what we've been up to. But I think this week, the order of business is just E3, isn't it?
It's E3! Yes,
it's E3.
Absolutely. So all of the conferences are all done. E3 is officially, I think it's day 2 as we're recording. So day 2. I did see a tweet from James, who's he's out showing off Sea of Thieves in LA, and he did say that his feet are throbbing at the moment because obviously he's standing for about 12 hours a day, and they've done lots of press events and things like that. But I think it's day 2 from the public now as well, from the public / media event that is E3. But yeah, and it's really interesting as well. I've seen a lot of comments from press people and stuff saying how busy E3 is at the moment and how rammed E3 is, and you know, part of me kicks myself for not going, but part of me's quite happy, just thinking, actually, do you know what? I probably dodged a bullet because this was the first time that they let people in. So they need to figure stuff out. They need to figure stuff that when you actually add extra tens of thousands of people, this is what happens. You know, yeah. And there's 8 hours hour line to see some games and things like that. So yeah, they've got stuff that they need to figure out first, haven't they?
Yeah, like introducing the fast pass.
Yes. Oh God, what a great idea.
That's what you need. The only trouble when that overbalances is when everybody gets the fast pass and that becomes the slow queue.
Yes, indeed. But
you know, they're just going to price it out there, haven't they?
Yeah. But you imagine if you had that kind of, you were able to kind of have that extra and kind of get that little bit of a fun. That would be so good. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, man. VIP queue, $100 extra or something like that. You know, I think it'd be well worth it because you just balance it up, don't you? You can keep for 5 hours to see something.
Yes, and people are at the moment. You know, people are kind of just, you kind of, if you've bought like a 3-day pass, you just say, okay, today I'm going to go and see Mario Odyssey, you know, and that's all you're going to go and see, and you just focus on going to see that. So it's a little bit crazy, and like I say, I have seen lots of journos going, oh, you know, it's really great to meet all of you guys, but can you keep out of the walkway? You know, so they're moaning, they're kind of having a bit of a grumble.
It's really great to meet you guys, as if they mean that.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
In the way.
What they really want to say is just get out of my way. Get out of
Who
my
let the hoi
way.
polloi in?
Yeah, so it looks like it's great. I mean, like I say, we'll run down those 6 conferences that happened. But E3 such a great time of year. It's like Christmas for gamers, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's the best time. It's the most wonderful time. It's fantastic. It's a shame. This is great because we're going to talk about it, but it's a shame when it's over. I think James says it quite a lot. The anticipation is almost the best bit, isn't it? And then it's kind of over, like Christmas. Like I spend all my time looking forward to Christmas, and then when the clock strikes 12 p.m, it's like, oh, that's Christmas morning over, and then I'm sad. You know, it's all that hype and all that waiting, and then it's over. At least the conferences have dragged on for a few days.
Yeah. I mean, what's your thoughts over because normally we have like a Monday afternoon, 5:00 Microsoft, and then it just goes on until the wee small hours of the night. On Monday, this really kind of indulgent 5,
Elongated.
6, 7, exactly 7 hours. Where this was, we had Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then obviously a bit of Tuesday as well with Nintendo. What do you think? Have you enjoyed this stretched out conference season?
It's been okay, but I liked it the old way, because it was sort of just like excitement over excitement. Do you know what I mean? It's like bang, 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 and I used to love that. It was like, wow, It's just so full on. And this way, it's sort of, it'd probably be easier if we were stateside, because the times can be a bit awkward and stuff, and then like balancing that over a period of days. I think it's got more. The companies probably think it's got more impact for them having that little time in the spotlight just to themselves. Yes. But I think as an event, it's more impactful to have it like bang, bang, bang. Each conference on. I liked it the old way. Which do you like? Do you like the spread, or did you like it the old way?
No, I really do. I think I prefer the old way. I really do prefer that kind of, let's just get it done, let's do it, and kind of start at 5 with Microsoft and go all the way through to with Sony. I think this is the second year, isn't it, that EA have kind of come away from that Monday, and then they went Saturday because Microsoft went on the Sunday. But no, I do just prefer just kind of sitting there, and because what it was like a bit of your Sunday night, a bit of your Saturday night, and then a bit, it was the only thing that I did see, as you were saying, you did see that people were getting the spotlight for the day. You could see why they were doing it, because if you go onto the likes of IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, or anything like that, try and find something about EA's conference, try and find something about Battlefront 2 right now. You can't see it, because Nintendo, who were the last one, they've taken all of the spotlight, so you can see exactly why Microsoft wanted a whole day, or went there for a whole day before. You can see why that's why they've done that.
Yeah, I suppose in a way it's nice, and there's an element of structure there. Because it used to be just everything was all over the place, wasn't it? But I don't know, I liked it because it'd start off, as I say, and I'd be excited with the first conference, and as the night went on, it just got more and more hyped and excited about everything that you're getting hit with. But on the other hand, it kind of was difficult to digest, I suppose. And you just come away going, "Whoa, everything's amazing!" And if after a few days of having to think about it, you sort of came through the other side. But I loved that.
Yes.
So not having them one after the other lessened that sort of increase of excitement that I used to get. But there's still, it's still okay. Still okay.
Yeah. Absolutely, the excitement is there, and it's really funny after all of the conferences are finished, and you're still looking at news and still kind of, like you say, taking in some of the announcements and things, and rewatching trailers, which is what I'm doing a lot at the moment. And don't forget, we will also, anyone who's listening, will also put a page on our website where we kind of put a link to all of kind of our favourite trailers as well. So we'll stick that up on Gamers Lost Spark as well. I think it's kind of a long running tradition now, isn't it? We're into our third now, so we can call it a tradition. So I'm rewatching trailers, but one thing I will say that E3, and it does it every year, is it kind of makes the games that I'm playing now kind of feel a little bit meh. I'm just like, I want all of those games they've just showed us that we'll get to in a moment. I want those games now, and I don't want the games I'm currently playing. So it's very bizarre. It's almost like, I want that over there. Thanks very much. I don't want this fillet steak that I've got. I want that tomahawk that you just showed me that I can't have until 2018.
It dulls the gaming present.
It really does. It really just kind of makes you, because you see all this new hotness, especially with Microsoft and what we'll get to a bit later, with 4K gaming. That you just, I just want that now, And even last night, I was just playing. I was kind of having a look on my Xbox Dash, and I was like, oh, I'm going to play a bit of Gears of War because they've got a Horde update. I think I might jump into that. But then in the back of my head was like, well, no, wait, because it's going to get a 4K patch. There's stuff like that. So it's really kind of, as much as I'm having the best time, it's kind of like it's restricted me as well at the same time, which really made me giggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right, it's sort of like, even with games that we do own now, it's kind of like, well, I might just put that on the back burner for now, because something's coming.
it's gonna get better, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, though that always kind of makes me chuckle. Where I'm just like, I really want to play those games now. Those games that you've just teased me with, I want all of those right now. So it's just. So yeah, so that's kind of E3. So should we jump into our extravaganza that is the E3 conference rundown?
So where it all started.
So we'll do is we'll run through each of the conferences, kind of picking out the highlights, going through each of them, kind of the games that were announced, some of our observations, etc. We will time clock this as well on the website. Note for you there, Daz.
Oh.
we will time clock this, so if you want to, and that will be on the website and in the pod notes. So if you wanted to jump to Microsoft or Bethesda or Ubisoft, you can. We'll give you the times for those. So yes, so let's start. It all started Saturday night. And it all started with EA. A kind of pause, dramatic pause, but it all started with EA. I don't know what to say about EA's conference. It started with Battlefield 1.
Well, let's go through the stuff, and then we'll comment on, and then we'll give an overall.
Okay. So it's okay. So it started.
Otherwise,
with
it might sound
a
bit depressing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was. After the first one, I was like, oh. Is this what this is going to be this year?
But when it started, mate, what about the drummers?
Yeah.
It was like, wow, what's this? And then it turned out to be Madden. Which, I will say in fairness, right, I was quite impressed with the drummers. I was like, that's quite a rousing start. The audience were getting into it. And then we found out it was about Madden. And I was like, Then they revealed that the new Madden game is going to have a story mode.
Yes.
And I liked the way it was done, to be honest. It seemed to show like the poor kid, didn't it? Same old story, I suppose. But I'm a sucker for this. So it showed the poor kid, and he had a talent for American football, and presumably he got, I don't know how it works, but he got into the big leagues. Mm-hmm. And the hook of the story, combined with playing the sport, for me, it got me more interested in playing a Madden game, and I've never played a Madden game.
Yeah.
And I thought, I wouldn't mind trying this because I like the idea of that story, and to see the development of this kid's journey. Mm-hmm. I know it's sort of a bit cliche and everything, but as I say, I like this sort of thing. I thought, I could use this as an inroad into it, and I thought, I might try this Madden game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it had some big stars as well. I noticed that Remy from House of Cards, I think his name's Mashal Ali or something like that. I probably butchered his name. But he was the guy's dad. I noticed, and it was like a really good resemblance as well. So he's been in like House of Cards. I think he was like nominated for. I'm sure he was nominated for an Oscar for Moonlight as well. He was in Moonlight last year. So they've got some big characters in there in Madden, and I was exactly the same. I was like, though my problem, as I think I've said on the pod quite a few times, is I really want to play Madden. I really want to play it, but I'm terrible at it. So I just kind of figured that I would get to that the bit of the story, and they're like, right, okay, we've got to win this. It's it's the last down before the clock, and I'll be just terrible at it. And I'll be really bad, and my guy will get kicked out of the league.
I kind of thought that as well. I think, I've never played one. I don't know how the game works or anything. I don't know the first thing about it. But I thought because these days, and I don't know if Madden might not follow this path, I just thought these days the way that they're trying to make everything so accessible to everybody, that hopefully there's a tutorial in there that is starts at absolutely sort of minus level for me.
Yes.
And I just thought, all I can say is it got me interested in trying it, which I've never had the slightest interest before. It's usually just been, it's American football, I'm not interested. But there was something about the presentation, the inclusion of the story. I quite liked it. So it surprised me.
They did that last year with FIFA as well, didn't they? They started adding. They did it with NBA and FIFA last year, and then obviously this year Madden's getting that as well. And it was really good.
That's a bit of a theme as well that we'll probably visit as we go through this conference. But adding a story, I think is a little trend that it's been successful, as you say, in those past games, and they're kind of like, that works. Let's sprinkle that about on everything. But if it works, doesn't it? So it might be. Some might argue it's overused or something. Not another story been interjected. But you know what? If they do it well, I think it's good, and I like story in games. So it's absolutely, for me to intersperse story with a sport game. is good, because I wouldn't necessarily go towards any sport game. Yet this does. I mean, I remember feeling a bit tempted with the Journey as well on FIFA 17. But yeah, I thought this was quite good. So then Andrew Wilson stepped up, didn't he? EA's CEO. He walked up, and I just thought, wow, imagine how rich this guy is. I instantly just thought, he looks so young. I can't believe he's the CEO of a massive company like EA. And I was just staggered by it. And I was just kind of wowed for a minute, just thinking, crikey, he's got the world in his hand, this guy. So he walked on, and then he chatted a little bit about gaming and stuff, didn't he? And then they went on to show us some Battlefield 1 DLC.
Yes, indeed, and they kind of did that. They did a Sea of Thieves in it, where they had lots of streamers, didn't they? They had a montage from the community. They had a whole bunch of streamers yelling and screaming and stuff. After every shot, that was kind of their kind of hook, and that's what I worried about. I was like, oh no, every conference is going to copy Sea of Thieves from last year. Every conference is going to do that montage of these kind of over the top community people. Just kind of screaming into their headsets and kind of can't believe that they've done something. So we had a lot of that. I think that was kind of a theme from EA, really, wasn't it, overall?
Yeah, I'd never noticed that. Destiny did the same, didn't they, with Destiny 2?
Yeah.
They had a load of, the players there. Which you're absolutely right. Sea of Thieves did it first.
Yeah, Sea of Thieves did it last year, and it's really interesting because it's all genuine, and you can see that people are loving this game. But the kind of the cynical side of me, the kind of little cynical slice that I have in me, is kind of very much, are these guys just being over the top so they get noticed by the publisher, and then then they can make a name for themselves? So
get on the stage,
yeah, exactly. I was like on Saturday being very cynical, but Battlefield 1. So they've introduced night maps to the multiplayer. So they've added night maps to the multiplayer, but the order of business for Battlefield 1 being an EA's conference is that they have some DLC called In the Name of the Tsar, which is a Russian themed DLC. So this is going to bring all of these kind of Russian maps and the Soviet Union into Battlefield 1. So it looked quite good. It looked interesting. I think they were saying there's 6 new maps, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it looked good, didn't it? Introducing some new action there. They had horseback riding with lance-wielding soldiers, piercing other soldiers in the snows of a shivery, snow-laden Mother Russia. And it looked really exciting, didn't it? It did look fresh. And in a first for Battlefront, we now have playable women characters that you can play through the eyes of, don't we?
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and that's you play through the eyes of the... It's based on a real battalion, the first Russian Women's Battalion of Death.
Oh, wow.
It was called. And I did a little bit of looking around on that, and the Women's Battalion was initially formed as a propaganda initiative to raise morale.
Right.
They were commanded by, I'll probably get this wrong, Maria Leontievna Bakareva.
Wow.
And they fought during the Kerensky Offensive, Russia's final offensive campaign of the Great War. And apparently, I didn't know this, there was an estimated 6,000 Russian women combatants in World War I.
Wow.
So this isn't just that they just plucked it out of the air and thought, we'll add ladies in. They actually, there's a slice of history here that there was, this battalion existed. I was like, whoa.
Well, that's really cool, because they did it before, didn't they? With the Harlem, I want to call them the Harlem Heroes or something like that. They did that before with, and that was the opening scene of Battlefront 1. Had that battalion as well. So that's really cool. They're really kind of staying true to the source material.
Yeah, which is a nice thing to see. And as well as that, it looked obviously beautiful. It looked action packed. It looked great. It looked like a DLC worth looking forward to.
Absolutely. If you're invested into Battlefield 1, then this was a fantastic add-on. I've got a couple of friends who all they play is Battlefield, and I meant to kind of try and catch up with them to see what they thought of that. But yeah, it looked absolutely fantastic. It looked really good.
Yeah. Did you get? Did they give a release date for that? Because I don't think I caught that.
No, I don't think I did. I think it was just like coming soon. I haven't got that release date down on my penciled notes. This September. Oh, okay, well done.
It looks like. I don't know if they announced that at the time. That was down to a quick Google. I'm not sure, because I thought I would have written that down. But yeah, In the Name of the Tsar, coming September for Battlefield. Looking very nice. Looking very nice. Next up, and if I miss anything here, Anthony, just correct me.
Yes,
Patrick Soderlund strutted onto the stage in his trendy grey jumper and chatted to us about FIFA 18. And in FIFA, the story worked, as you said, like in FIFA 17. The story continues in FIFA 18, and it seems they're keeping that same character. I forget his name. The football fans are going to hate me for that. I can't remember his name because I never played FIFA 17. But they did this thing where like real pundits and soccer guides were saying about this character as if he was a real footballer. And I don't know if that was like half they'd actually heard of him in the football community. I really don't know. Maybe they had. It kind of made it look quite realistic, didn't it? Because I think the footballer guys, I think they play FIFA. Anyway, so they said basically, he went through the beginning of his journey in FIFA 17 and he's kind of more mature now and he's going to go in FIFA 18 and that story's going to carry on. And I thought, that's a nice touch. Interestingly enough, it didn't. Madden made me more interested than the FIFA journey, which was strange. I can't explain that. And they've motion capped Ronaldo to get even more fluidity and excitement as you play the game. All I could think of with that was, crikey, I wonder how much that cost. And they showed him jigging about in his mocap suit, didn't they? And I was just like flipping out. That must have cost him a bomb.
So your theme for the EA conferences is they've got a lot of money and they know how to spend it.
This is the thing. And and there's a bit later on where I thought, they decided they wanted a bit more money as well. That's what it's all about, I suppose. Speculate to accumulate, I suppose.
It really is. So they kind of announced that, and that's a September release date as well, isn't it, for FIFA?
Yeah.
And I thought I saw somewhere that it's still coming on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
It could well be. Why?
Oh, yeah, here you go. Yeah, FIFA 18 release date. FIFA 18 will launch on PlayStation 4, PS3, Xbox One, Xbox 360, Nintendo Switch, which a lot of people have been very hyped about, PC on September the 29th, 2017.
Yeah, it'll probably follow the FIFA 17 model that they basically, you get the football game, but you don't get the journey bit.
Yes.
So I imagine that's what they'll do, yeah. But still, at least they're getting it.
Yeah, exactly. And they did say that the trailer ended with the PS4 Pro logo appearing on there, so you can expect some high-res or HDR-ness. And there was no word about what it was doing with Scorpio, because Scorpio hadn't been properly unveiled at that point.
Yeah, I think as well, Sony, I read just before E3 started that they sort of snaffled the licensing, some sort of FIFA license they got from EA. So there's going to be, I think, some more exclusivity over on Sony's neck of the woods with FIFA, whereas it used to be over on Microsoft's. So I think they've kind of pulled the rug out of Microsoft from under Microsoft's feet a little bit there. We'll see. I probably won't find out because I'm not that football game inclined. Then the Men in Blazers came out, who I hadn't heard of, if I'm honest, and they were obviously trying to be dead funny, and the combination of not knowing who they were combined with not knowing much about football, the humour didn't really find me. But they seem to be having a good time. They seemed pretty confident in the delivery, didn't they?
They did.
Their football witticisms.
Yes, that was my time to have a bit of a bladder break, or maybe another beer. I don't know, but I stepped away at that point.
The thing with me with that is, it's like, right, this bit I'm not that bothered about, but I daren't go because I'm worried that as soon as I go, they'll just cut to something else. So I just stayed and watched the entire thing. I think after that, I think it was Need for Speed.
It was indeed, yeah. Need for Speed Pursuit, which is they had a bit of a teaser trailer a couple of days before the conference for Need for Speed Pursuit, but no one knew what the name was or the look and feel or where it was going to be based. But I thought it looked really good.
I thought it looked really good. And I didn't catch the name. It's Need for Speed Pursuit, is it?
Pursuit, yes.
Oh, awesome. Because my favourite one is Hot Pursuit.
Right, okay.
That's my favourite Need for Speed game. I really loved it. And this one, I just thought, I thought it looked amazing. To introduce it, they brought out a big name YouTuber that I hadn't heard of. I can't remember his name. And the poor guy, it was really awkward. It was like he didn't know what to say. It's like he started off and he was like, "Hello, my name's Thingy. This is the new Need for Speed game." And then he just sort of died. He corpsed, didn't he? It was like really awkward. He just went silent.
Yes.
And apparently it was because the auto cue died on him.
Yeah. He was like, Google me or something. Sorry, I got the name wrong. I must have scribbled it down wrong. It's Need for Speed Payback, not Pursuit.
Ah, well, it means Need for Speed Payback.
When you said Pursuit, when a Hot Pursuit was there, I was like, surely they haven't named it Pursuit because hotness is better than having a bit of hot. They're
taking the hot away
for Pursuits. So I was like, so I quickly googled it for a correction. But yeah, no, sorry, it's Need for Speed Payback.
Okay, Need for Speed Payback, brilliant. So yeah, the poor YouTuber guy lost his auto cue. Mm-hmm. I think he was very conscious that millions of people were watching, and he just sort of he gathered himself together and then introduced the game, and then we cut to the video of the game, and it looked a heck of a lot of fun. It really looked like the bit that sticks in my mind. You've got the normal bit, getting the beautiful shiny car, drive along the road, but all of a sudden they had a mission to do, didn't they? And they had to drive alongside an 18-wheeler.
Yes.
And I don't know what when they got there, whether they had to. Was there a lady on the truck or something they had to catch up? And I just thought, I've never seen that before, and this looks great. This is like a movie scene.
Yes.
It kind of reminded me of the old game Split Second or something for an instant, but
yeah,
I just thought if this game is full of set pieces like this, interspersed into the racing. I thought, wow, yeah, I just instantly liked it. I just thought, crikey. Because it's difficult these days to differentiate a racer. Because you've got such a high-quality benchmark of racing already. If you want fun and japes, you've got your Forza Horizon 3. If you want your more serious, you've got your Forza. You've got your Forza Standard, and they are just such beautiful games. It's very difficult. It's a difficult area to get ahead in, and you've got Gran Turismo Sport coming sometime in the next 20 years as well. So it's difficult to just get your head above that parapet and get noticed. And I thought with this idea of set pieces within, maybe a bit like. Was there another one? Maybe it is Split Second I'm thinking about. But anyway, I just thought, yeah, that is good. That looks a load of fun. Getting up to sort of gangster hijinks on the road with your crew. Yeah, looking good.
Well, it's quite funny that you say that word right at the end, because I kept getting them confused with the crew, because we'll get to Ubisoft later, but Ubisoft showed the crew too, and there was one bit when I was going to talk about when you were saying about the trailer, but then I realised that actually, when I was looking at my notes there, was actually the trailer that I really loved was the Crew 2 trailer, but we'll get to that bit in a moment. But you're right, they do kind of. It's nice to see a game doing something different, and it's nice to see that you have your racing games, your GT, your Forza, and then there are these kind of almost same as Madden, same as FIFA. Just adds that little bit of extra story, doesn't it, into racing? So you're not just racing from A to B; you're actually kind of racing for something. There's a purpose to why you're racing.
Yeah, it's the EA. I think we're touching upon an EA theme here, isn't it? It's like if a genre's been overdone, let's add a story. If there hasn't been a story already, and it seems to work, and we'll get to the crew later. But as we're discussing what they need to do, and the Crew 2, which we will talk about in the Ubisoft conference, they've also had. You can tell they've been thinking about what they can do to also excel that over and above what the normal racing game is. It's very interesting, isn't it? And I'm glad they are, because both games made me sit up and take notice.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really interesting because again, we are kind of jumping, but Microsoft and even Forza has like not a story mode, but it has championships and things like that. So it's similar to like Forza Horizon, where you have you're trying to go up the ranks, and there's that sort of stuff. So it's not just just unlock this race, do this one, get the gold for this. There's a little bit of a tournament, a little bit of a narrative that kind of flows through, and that's kind of even happening in Forza Motorsport 7 as well. So,
wow.
But yeah, so then after Need for Speed Payback, I'll change my notes, we had A Way Out. So this was A Way Out, which was by the guys behind the Fantastic Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. So they came out and they announced and showed a brand new game called A Way Out. And A Way Out is a story-driven co-op prison break game, which is, did they use the words forced co-op, or was that just my notes where you have to play it?
No, I think they used the word forced co-op. I think they used it as like a gaming term. My notes was I wrote mandatory co-op, but I think they used forced.
Mandatory co-op, that's awesome.
But I quite like this. So they got out, and I think his name was Joseph Fares. I hope I got that right. And he's the head. of a new studio that's from the makers of Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. They've called it Hazelight, and I loved the way this guy came onto stage. For me, it was a bit like an Unravel moment, because and that happened a couple of times actually during not this conference, but during all the conferences. There was a few times when they brought a dev onto the stage, and I sort of felt genuinely touched by their pride and passion and their awe of what they were doing, and it really came across really well. And I thought it did with this guy. You could see how overwhelmed and just how genuinely proud he was of his game, and you could tell because he was like, I love this game so much, and it came across so genuine, and just I thought it was a beautiful thing. But yeah, so A Way Out it's called, and absolutely it's a prison, or it's a prison break game. It's Prison Break the game, isn't it?
Yeah,
or at least it seems to start off that way, and it's going to use forced co-op. You've got to play it in co-op, which I think is a risk. I think it's good. I think it's really good, but I think it's a risk because you could alienate single-player audience unless you can have split screen with an AI, which he didn't mention.
No, I didn't hear that at all. I think it's just like online or split screen.
Yeah, or off you go, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I loved it. The way that they... At first I thought, I don't like that. But then, Brothers was 2-player mandatory as well, or forced 2-player, really, because you could play it single-player that twisted your head up, because each player was on a different analog stick. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you could share an analog stick to play it or whatever, or a pad and have an analog stick each. But I loved this game, and the way that I sort of decided to think of it as I saw more and more of the play sort of evolving in front of me, was it reminded me of the way that I used to feel when I watched 24, the series, and it used to split the screen to show different things happening in real time.
Yes.
And it used to split, and it used to like narrow one part of it if it was more exciting on sort of the other part, and things like that. And I think it did a little bit of that when they were showing this, and I liked it when they showed the two guys back to back, using each other as leverage to sort of climb up a wall in a corridor in the prison.
Like Shawshank Redemption type thing.
Yeah. And I was like, that's brilliant. And the way that it sort of showed the start as if they didn't really like each other, but they've been forced. It's probably cliche, really. But they've been forced to sort of get along for the purposes of escaping. It's as if that they've both got skills that they couldn't do it without each other. And I presume that over the course of the game that they get to like each other and stuff, and I like that. I think that's cool.
Indeed, they start to bond, because you play as Vincent or Leo, so they are kind of two characters that you're playing that are trying to do this prison break. Like I say, I think it's kind of prison break to start off with, and then maybe because there was some outside and stuff, so spoilers, you get out in chapter 2. But one thing I did like was that while you were in the prison and they were kind of walking around, if one player was in a cutscene for that player, the other player is not in a forced cutscene. They're actually still playing their game. So if we were sitting together on a couch and we were playing it, like, you're in a cutscene and advancing your character, and I'm still playing. I'm still playing. I'm still doing my thing. So it doesn't take me out of what I'm doing just so I can watch your cutscene. It just allows you to just continue doing what you're doing.
If you were in the vicinity, you could walk past what's going on in my cutscene.
Yes. You can photobomb your cutscene.
Yeah, you could photobomb it. That's well funny. Oh, brilliant.
But imagine if they had like a star jump, where you could just star jump. So there's a really serious cutscene, and you're like in the background just doing a star jump.
Really doing rabbit ears or something. But at the start of the game, and I thought this was enough, I was absolutely happy with this. I thought, like you just said there, I thought it was just in the prison, and it was going to be just about breaking out of the prison. And I got the impression that this was a co-op version, forced co-op, prison breakout, kind of like Hitman. And I was getting the impression that there'd be loads of different ways to do it, and that you could just keep starting again and finding different ways, or if you failed, you'd backtrack and try different ways to get out of the prison. And I thought that was going to be the whole game. And something, I was sold on it.
Right.
But then they revealed that you get out, and it seemed that the prison wasn't the main thing. That actually, I don't know how large a part of the game is, but it seemed that the open world part was a big slice of the game as well. And I was like, crikey, all I hoped for was, I really hope that the prison isn't just a small bit. I hope that it's a good, meaty experience of planning with different ways of getting out of the prison, because I think that would be amazing. This is because I've been playing Hitman recently, but I'll tell you about what I've been playing next time. but I was like, oh wow, imagine that. Yeah, and you've got all different ways and different, stuff, and you can cooperate. Like, you'll distract the guard, and then I'll go off and sneak and do something. And it sort of showed that, didn't it? Like wheeling the laundry basket past,
yes,
while the other guy's making a distraction. And I thought, oh wow, just as the Prison Break bit alone, there's so many opportunities to have fun and explore that system. And then you get out, and then you go off into the open world. So I'm hoping that that's going to hold up. And as people that have played Brothers will know, these guys like a good emotional story, and they like to explore. With Brothers, there's a little bit of sorrow there with the relationship of the brothers, so it could be a nice emotionally engaging little piece as well. So yeah. I think this is one to watch, definitely.
Indeed. So this is getting an early 2018 launch.
Excellent.
So that was the release date. The release date for No Way Out is early 2018, and I think we saw a lot of that in E3, didn't we? 2018. 2018 is the kind of the year of choice, I think, for EA for E3 2017.
Yeah, well, it's better than it's better
than no date at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Exactly.
So that was a way out, and then we had a very quick teaser from BioWare. So BioWare showed us a game called Anthem. So they showed us a very quick teaser trailer, and that teaser trailer just ended and said that the Anthem is working with Scorpio, looks amazing on Scorpio, and you'll get more information at the Microsoft event tomorrow. And then they just left us hanging on that one, which was just, I thought, was very cool.
Yeah, it was a nice, just a little snippet, wasn't it, to whet our appetites.
It really was. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it looked good. I've got some notes on Anthem, but I'll save those. I'll refer back when we get to it for Microsoft.
Yes.
So then we saw that, and that was kind of, you could tell that was a big thing, the way that it was unveiled. And when we saw it, we got that. We understood why they were making that as a big thing. Then they went on to NBA. That will have been another little beer time for you, I imagine, and me. But they've interjected a story mode. That's still there. You said that's carrying on, and by that time, I was dead excited when it was Madden, and now I was like, oh, story mode again.
Yeah, you've got too much story mode now. You're like, oh, I've done this for FIFA and Madden, and now it's just... So yeah, it looked great. I think one of the things that you can always say about an EA NBA game is that it just looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's just like every year since NBA 2K, I've been saying, man, this is amazing. It couldn't look any better than that, and just repeat it every year. It just looked amazing. I actually learned to play it back on the Dreamcast, and I got into it, but it's been that long now, I've forgotten how to play, and the thought of learning the offensive and defensive again, even with a story, for some reason the NBA hasn't grabbed me. I think I can only pick one to get reinterested in, or even interested in for the first time. So I think out of all of the sports games, I am going to get hold of Madden and give it a shot. And that brought us to, I think, unless I missed anything, Star Wars Battlefront 2. The event that we were all waiting for the whole hour.
Exactly. The reason why I'm watching the EA event was for Star Wars Battlefront 2. And I just thought it looked absolutely incredible. And I cannot wait to play this game. They showed off a bit of the single player. They did a lot of the multiplayer. We were actually kind of we were treated to a rather large and long map, weren't we, for the multiplayer a bit later with some shoutcasters were in kind of doing their thing. But the great thing was that they had Jania Gavanka, I want to say her name is, and she plays Iden Verso, who is the main protagonist for Star Wars Battlefront 2, the story version of that. And so she came out and said like kind of how excited she was. She seemed a little bit angry about gaming and stuff. I found her delivery. She was like, and I'm here to show you games, right? And I'm like, she kept reacting to the crowd. I'm like, okay, calm down, be natural, just be cool. But she came out and she kind of did a delivery and talked about the game. I guess some of the key points, unless I'm missing anything here, Daz, is that it's going to be free DLC for Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah, it seems that the rumours or news feeds that we've reported on in the last months about big houses changing maybe from the model of DLC to maybe just charging for aesthetic stuff it could be true because EA have raised their hand here and she was like, yay, DLC is going to be free, vehicles and maps are all going to be free within the game. Finn and Phasma are all going to come to the game and they will be free for everybody that owns the game. And, you know, if I if I had more energy, I would have probably stood up off the couch and clapped my hands at that point. But I just sat there and nodded my head like Admiral Akbar.
Saluted them. I think one of my favourite points of the whole Star Wars Battlefront 2 reveal was that they had they kind of cut to the screen and they had a tweet from John Boyega, who is Finn in Force Awakens, and John Boyega was basically just like, hey EA, why is there no single player in Star Wars Battlefront? And then it just kind of showed all of the times that tweet was shared or commented or forward, you know, it did all of that, and then they just basically then kind of unveiled then they cut to John Boyega, who couldn't be in LA. I think he said he was in London doing some filming. He's probably doing Last Jedi, and he said that he couldn't be there, which is a great shame. He loves Star Wars Battlefront, and just to let everyone know that he is going to be playable. He will be one of the heroes in the first wave of DLC. So I thought that was just absolutely superb.
Yeah, I thought that was great. They gave a bit of information. Your lady gave this information out. Cinematic story, we already knew. 3 times the content of the last game.
Yes.
Wow, you know, the last game wasn't shy on content. No, I never found it wanting, really. What I wanted was the cinematic story that we're going to get. And man, like you say, looked incredible. The big sort of guess for me was what were they running it on?
Yes.
You know, I'd love to know. I don't think they said.
No, they didn't. I don't know if they was like that was running PC. Now, it didn't look like PC, and then again, we're only streaming at 1080p at this point, aren't we? So, but it didn't look like
so
it was
knows,
so it's going to downgrade anything anyway. But it didn't look like it was a PC running Ultimate mode. But it looked damn fine. Even when they were showing, I think when they grabbed their controllers or when they looked at their controllers, I'm pretty sure they were PlayStation controllers. But I was really kind of switching off at that point. But they showed a whole map. The great thing they showed was the map was from Episode 1. So it was at where's the planet? What was the planet? Naboo, well done, thank you very much.
Can't believe
well done. There was no Gungans anywhere, but I really like the idea of playing as the droid army.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like these films, but I'd say, how would you make these films look good and pique your interest again into that you sort of might have, if you're like me, you may have shelved somewhere in the darkest recesses of your mind? Put it in a game that looks as good as that, and you'll be interested again, because crikey, I would love to shoot my way through those shiny stone palace streets. It looked phenomenal. Really, really good. Really good.
Yeah. So they, like I say, they promised Finn, Captain Phasma, and also they promised in December we're going to get Last Jedi content.
Wow, yeah, and it's all going to tie in, isn't it? They said Season 1's all going to be to do with The Last Jedi, didn't they?
It's all going to be good. I can't wait, honestly. I am very excited for this. What are you going to get it, Daz? Are you going to...
Yeah, it's got to be done. Yeah, are you?
Oh, absolutely.
They said that some of the content, even though all the DLC was going to be free, they said to get certain things you had to pre-order, didn't they? They said
yes.
Was it the Yoda something or other? I can't remember. And I didn't make a note, but because I was so excited. But they did mention that there was a thing or two, and I think it sounded of interest if you pre-order. And I kind of thought, well, this is a game I will be buying, so maybe I should just pre-order it, but not too soon. I'm going to pre-order it now.
A couple of days before it's out. Just to
clinch it at the last minute and say, haha, you didn't know I was buying it. I'm a swing buyer. You never know which way I'm going to go. But yeah, it's a shame that lady, whose name you said before, the voice actress for the character in the game, it's a shame she just, I don't know, didn't resonate a little bit better, because Ubisoft were looking for someone to replace Aisha Tyler.
Yes.
I don't think she got the job.
No, I don't.
I don't think she was up to it.
I found her I found her angry at a lot of things, and I was just like, oh, I don't like this, you know. It was just like, no. So the game will be coming out on November 17th. A worldwide release for Star Wars Battlefront 2 will be coming out on November 17th. What will you be buying it on, Xbox or PlayStation 4?
Well, out of those two, PlayStation.
Right,
because
okay.
that's the one that will give me checkerboard, checkerboard 4K or whatever.
No, but we'll get to that in just a moment. But if you had the idea of Scorpio versus PlayStation 4 Pro,
yeah, well, it'd probably be on whichever it ran better on.
Right. So will you wait then before you? Because I need to know, because the only thing the only slight disappointment, the only kind of the bit that was like maybe go, why didn't you sequel this and up the numbers, is that the skirmish mode, where you I think it's called skirmish, it might not be called skirmish, but where you have the 2 players take on waves, a bit like Horde.
Yeah.
That's still 2 players. So she said very quickly that will be, you'll still get your 2-player whatever Horde mode, so that's still 2-player, which I thought would be, because a lot of the times I've been wanting to play with more people. My brothers have wanted to play, so I can't play with both of my brothers. I have to just kind of do one and then do the other, and I just thought that would be really cool, especially when it ramps up its difficulty, and then I can just say, "Daz, jump in," because it's 4-player. But so it's going to be still back to that kind of co-op. Yeah,
well, you know me. You're not going to be able to wait till Christmas Day to play that game.
No. This is if you buy it on if you buy it on Xbox and you're an EA, if you're an EA Access member, you actually get it a week earlier.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. But I think we'll get to it. We'll have to revisit it when we get to the Microsoft conference.
Yes,
because we'll give away too much.
Which is next?
Which is next? They finished on Star Wars Battlefront 2, and why not?
They did. They finished on Star Wars Battlefront 2. Yeah, it is Microsoft next, isn't it? Yeah. So they finished on Star Wars Battlefront 2, and then after they kind of showed all of the sizzle reels and John Boyega, they kind of went to a group of people that were basically shoutcasting, I think, a 40-player match, wasn't it? Yeah,
that's right. And they said you're invited to watch this in its entirety. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to see it. I thought I'll save that as for another time. But overall, then, we sort of started it kind of like, it's EA, and it's probably not the best, not the strongest conference, but going through it again, it didn't sound too bad as we spoke about it. It didn't sound as bad talking about it now as it did watching it. But that's because we probably cut through, we didn't pad it out for an hour. But highlights, what were the highlights for you? Can you pick one or two? I mean, obviously Star Wars Battlefront, that's a highlight. I think I've got a few.
I think for me, a way out, because that looks interesting. Even though I don't like prison stuff, I have a bit of if ever there is a phobia of prisons, I have it. That's keeping me on the straight and narrow, Daz. I have a thing about prisons make me feel very. I'm not claustrophobic at all, but there's something about prisons that just really when Nicola's watching, The Green Mile or Shawshank Redemption when it's repeated on Channel 4 in the UK, on a Sunday night, I can't watch it because there's something about prison movies. I've never watched Prison Break. I've never watched Orange is the New Black, because there's something about it that just makes me crawl, makes my skin crawl. So even though I was like, I don't like this, I was like, this is quite good, but I was just like, maybe I'll just try and get past the prison bit quite quickly.
So can you not watch Shawshank Redemption then as well?
I've watched it. It was a great game, but it's unpleasant for me. The whole the being restricted. It's a weird thing. I'm sure I need to go and see a shrink about it.
I don't think it's a weird thing, mate. I can think of quite a few things that are bad about being in prison that I would not like. There's a name for it, mate. Carcerophobia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So there you
Fear
go.
of prison. I suppose they take the carcera from incarcerated.
Yes.
So you have carcerophobia. It sounds like.
There you go. So there's just something about the whole kind of. I remember watching Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels had a TV series that I got on high definition DVD, and I couldn't watch the last episode because they all went they all went to prison, and then when they all went to prison and they just kind of they shut them in the cell, I was like, no, I can't watch it. It was like, and so it's got better as I've got older, but when I was younger, I just had a absolute fear, which is weird because I used to be I was a police cadet for a while. So I was the right side of this phobia, so when I lived up in Lincolnshire, I was a police cadet, so I was the right side of this phobia. But yeah, there's something about prisons that just, and jail cells that just, makes me crawl.
Just behave, son, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm straight and narrow. So yeah, I thought EA a little bit clumsy, a little bit clunky, a little bit dude bro-ish, lots of pointing at the screen, and you're going to enjoy this and like that. But that's just because it happens everywhere. You watch the Oscars, that this happens. You watch, anything. There's always that. You're trying to get the excitement up. You're trying to get it probably works really well when you're rehearsing it. Probably works really well. I've done a couple of presentations where I've put a joke in and it worked really well in my head, and then when you actually say it in the presentation, it just like dies a death. So I can kind of you can give all of these guys a pass because you don't want to be too dry, but at the same time there was a lot of deep bro in there.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I'm same as you. It was highlights were probably the new Need for Speed game. I'd give that a mention. Way Out, definitely. Really interested in that, and Star Wars Battlefront. They've got my cash for those.
They've got your coin.
They've got my coin. They've done their job.
Superb. So next up. Now we're now Sunday night, 10 o'clock UK time, and next up it was the Microsoft conference. So a lot of people have been waiting for this one. It was they were going to show us some new hardware, hopefully, give us some idea of some games, maybe, and they did. They kind of kicked off, didn't they? They kicked off. Out come Phil Spencer wearing a cool T-shirt, a Player One T-shirt, I think it was, with a controller and on it, and he then kind of delivered the Microsoft conference.
He did. So this is the one we've all been anticipating because we'd had the spec release, or the spec exclusive from Eurogamer and Microsoft about what's in the box that's up till now, hitherto, codenamed Scorpio. And yes, this was the conference that was going to reveal more, show us the console, hopefully the price, what's going to run on it, and what it's going to look like. And so, in the themes of that and the expected 4K, the video that it started with showed us an evolution of gaming pixels, or pixels in gaming, didn't it? Which I thought was quite nice. It touched the nostalgia nerve quite nicely, and it sort of started off with probably the Xbox One original, whatever it was, like 240 by 340, and it was done really well. And like as the years went by, it widened that sort of resolution, that screen that it showed, until it sort of burst out of that and transitioned into the Scorpio chip, didn't it? And then it was all wild and colourful, and then and as you say, Phil came out. The whole thing, the pixels erupted out of the screen and out of the smoke. Phil walked on with his T-shirt on, and it was a control pad, wasn't it, with Player One on it, and he gave us the name without further ado, didn't he? He said, right, here we go, let's talk. You go on, mate, you say it.
And he announced and unveiled, and Microsoft announced and unveiled Xbox One X.
The Xbox One X. I think it scans quite well, because I'm used to saying Xbox One S. It's not that difficult to just turn it into an X. It seems to flow quite well. S was just a practice run to get us used to it.
It was indeed. And one of the things that I kind of likened it to was that Tesla. Tesla, you have an S, you have a Tesla Model S, you have a Model X, which is the 4x4. So it was quite nice. It's a good name. It's I'm happy with it. I did think that an Xbox One Elite, but then I realised that you could actually already get an Elite bundle where there was already an Elite was already out. So they used that kind of thing. But I think Xbox One X, I think that is just. It looks fantastic. I mean, the console itself. So the console will be releasing on the 7th of November for $499 in the US, which is going to roughly be $449 in the UK. So a lot of people. We had a really good conference, as you'll hear in just a moment. But I think that price point has had kind of was the thing that everybody kind of took away from this conference, which is a shame, because I think you said to when you and I have been chatting about it, I think you put it quite rightly that there's a lot in that box, and and while we're talking about the box, it's tiny. The Xbox One X is tiny. This is. I mean, there's no outside brick, and so the power unit's inside, and it's smaller than the Xbox One S. I mean, when they had it next to a controller, you realised how tiny this thing is. It's like, how are they doing this?
It's amazing, isn't it? How have they done that? It's the smallest Xbox ever, and the most powerful Xbox ever. It's not the most expensive one, though, is it? Because the Xbox One, as I was talking to you, and you just confirmed it for me, was $499 at release.
Yeah.
PS3 was $499 at release. Now, all right, let's take it away that historically, then, that price point has never been well received.
No.
But $499 in 2017, back end of 2017, when it's going to be released at, is not as much as it was back in the day of PS3.
Yeah.
So, you know, the PS3 was actually more, but then it didn't sell very well. Xbox One, considering how much more power there is in this than that, you know, exactly, you know, like you just said, there's a lot of power in it. I think it's a good price. I don't think they could have done it any lower, really, unless they heavily subsidised. But the trouble is, like you say, people like me and you, the tech savvy, I think, can appreciate the price because of what you're getting and can appreciate what you're getting. But unfortunately, the less tech savvy, the average Joe on the street, they will just see the price first. They're not going to care, are they? Really?
No.
They're going to be like, well, I'll get the £200 version. That's what they'll think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of people were saying, I've seen a lot of comments that because Microsoft are behind, you know, Sony announced this week that they've sold 60.9 million PlayStation 4s. You know, that's a lot of PlayStation 4s. So Microsoft are behind. You know, they're not catching up, but they're catching a momentum at the moment. So they are selling a lot of Xboxes. And so a lot of people were expecting this to be a shot at Sony, to be that 349 or the 300 mark.
Yeah, I was hoping that.
Yeah, I was hoping that because as I've said time and time again on this fine pod, is that because there is a console war, you know, we win. We gamers, consumers win when there's a console war. But in this case, they're like, do you know what? This is premium. This has a vapor chamber. I love that word. This has a vapor chamber and it's 4K visuals, 4K Blu-ray player was as well, which is always good to have that because like the Sony PS4 Pro does not. So that, you know, it's always like it's got that. It's got your 6 teraflops, which are, you know, is a lot in the world of teraflops, and it's about 40% more powerful than the current Xbox One S.
Yeah, and it's going to make everything you own look better. It's going to have shorter loading times for everything you own, according to Phil. And yeah, I just love that too. And for the first time in a console, liquid-cooled vapor chamber.
Oh,
that might be the reason they could get it so small.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That's exactly it. I think, you know, it's going to be because of that. You know, because that's doing all the cooling for you. Because I have a feeling that the Xbox
don't need as much
One
space. Yeah.
Well, exactly. I have a feeling that Xbox One was so big because they were scared of all of the red rings of death, so they basically made it as big as they can. Yeah, exactly.
They built it into a fridge as much as they could. They wanted plenty of air.
And then they stuck a ginormous brick outside as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So you basically, if you ever opened one of them up, it's just like a desert. It's tumbleweeds flying past in the breeze that it was designed for. They also said that if you're thinking of getting one, it's not all about the 4K TV owner. If you're not a 4K TV owner, it's going to support super sampling for the 1080 crowd as well, which will make everything that you've got in 1080 look better than you've ever seen it before on a 1080 screen. Which I thought was nice, and it was the impression I got was that was just a standard thing that it would do with any game that you sort of put in it, and I thought that was good. I don't think it's probably enough to convince 1080p TV owners to rush out and buy one, but I thought it was still nice. You know, it was a good thing to mention. I don't know if they engineered it specifically to do that. I reckon it's probably a byproduct of what they were doing anyway. But you know, it's another feather in the Xbox One X's cap, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Because it's got all of the same. It's process. If you're running on a 1080p, and I'll probably do a terrible job of explaining this, but if you're running on the 1080p, you've kind of got all of that. You've got those 4K visuals. It's like, but your TV can't process that. So you've got all of that sumptuous, all of the frame rate and the extra level of detail is there, but it's just not going to. It's not going to take it to that 4K level, but it's going to look. Because at one point when they were talking about that, and I was thinking, do I get two? You know, do I replace both of our Xboxes, you know, for the 1080p and for the 4K TV that's down in the movie room? Because, you know,
why not?
Come Christmas, when we're playing Destiny 2, Nicola's going to be playing on the Xbox One X, and I'm going to be playing on the Xbox One S. You know, and I'm just like, So on my 1080p TV, I'm going to be downgraded.
Oh, you've got a big shopping bill here. You're going to need a new 4K TV for starters.
Keep the same 1080p TV, but just get an Xbox One X on it.
No. If you can't do that, you're going to need the 4K telly to go with it. It's like what is it?
But I've only got a small space, because when we designed the movie room, I said to Nicola, I'm going to put the big TV up there. That's going to be my gaming TV. Where do you want your gaming TV? She said, I don't want a big one. I just want one that's going here. That will be fine. That's all okay. Fast forward 3 years, her eyesight is,
Wow, you've been given short shrift.
Oh yeah, exactly. I'll get beaten up for here, and now she's on the big TV, but the great thing, as I've said time and time again, but on the pod, is that I enjoy that, because that means I can sit back, I can play my game on 1080p, but I can actually every now and then look up and really enjoy kind of what it looks like on the big TV, when we're playing like Gears or Halo or something like that.
Okay. Okay, that's a good argument. I'd rather be on the 4K telly, though. I must say, you're going to have to do something. You need to get a new telly or build an extension in the house. So first, you need the extension to give you the space for the big TV, the 4K TV. Then you can buy your second Xbox One X, and everybody's going to be happy.
We should sit in the middle of the room on a sofa that kind of points both ways. Like, we'll have one chair pointing one way, and then right next to it another chair pointing the other way, and then we'll have a TV on either wall, 4K TV on either wall, and then that's how we play.
Yeah, or the sofa goes all the way around the room, and the TVs are sort of back to back in the middle. Yeah. And you're both facing each other, but you can't see each other because you've got a massive, ginormous 4K telly facing each of you.
Superb. So that was it. So Xbox One X, liquid cooling, and looking very lovely. So, I think the price point here, like as you said, Daz, I think it's worth what it is in the box. They did confirm, although everyone was hoping it anyway, that all of your Xbox One accessories will work with the Xbox One X out of the gate. So, and then also that a lot of games that they're going to announce, probably Gamescom or nearer to the day, there's going to be a lot of games that are going to be getting 4K patches. So they've already announced that Forza Horizon is going to get a 4K patch, the Gears of War 4 is going to get a 4K patch, amongst others. So there's going to be day one being obviously November the 7th. When that comes out, there will be a patch for those games that will enable them to run and unlock 4K for those games. And again, that's what I was talking about at the top of the show, where I was saying I want to play Gears, but the thought of actually kind of playing through the campaign or doing Horde in 4K, I quite like that, so I might just hold off.
And that's the thing about Battlefront as well, isn't it? Battlefront 2, it's like what you're going to get it on. If I imagine you're going to be a launch day, because you know what I'm going to do. If I get one, it's going to be a Christmas present. Right. I love a console Christmas, so I will have to sacrifice. I was so gutted with the release date. I wanted it to be sort of like 15th of December or something. And I was like,
December 23rd.
It's the first thing I said to Claire. I was like, that's 2 months. That's 2 months I'm going to have to just wait. But it's worth the wait because I get excited about Christmas. But I don't know if it is these days. I don't know. So you're going to want to, flex that Xbox One X's muscles, and what better game to do it than with Star Wars Battlefront 2, which is coming out 10 days later. Or just 3 days later if you've got EA access.
Well, one of the things, exactly. It's a day later, isn't it? Because they said November 8th if you have EA access. So you get your Xbox One X on the 7th, and then you get that on the 8th. One of the things I did find interesting, and it leads us into our next thing, and we can continue talking about the Xbox One X if you want to, but was that Forza. So Forza, no surprise. It was really funny. They kind of got the two things that everyone knew about out the way, right out the gate, because Forza Motorsport 7 was announced with a gorgeous looking Dubai track that had kind of sand blowing over the road. It was a really lovely looking track, and they announced that kind of this Dubai track was going to be the first one in there. They showed the Nürburgring with very moody skies. They've taken the skies from Forza Horizon, the HDR skies from Forza Horizon. They've taken those. But that game, and we'll continue talking about that in a moment, but that game, it comes out in the 3rd of October. So that game comes out on the 3rd of October. And it's going to be running better on Xbox One X, 4K, it's going to be native 4K, HDR, but then you've got to wait like a whole month. So, I was watching the conference with a group of guys in the chat, and everyone was saying, well, I'm just not going to play that game until the Xbox. So all of us wanted the Xbox One X. So that was my straw poll. I'm watching it with 4 people. There's 4 of us watching it, and out of the 4, 5, out of 5 people who are watching it, 5 people want the Xbox One X, which is why I'm refreshing Amazon on a daily basis. But it was really interesting to see that kind of everybody kind of wanted that. But if you've got a game that is going to be the showcase, which Forza 7 is going to be, then you're not going to want to take the cling film off of that game as mine will be digital. You're not going to want to download it until you get your Xbox One X.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a difficult one, isn't it? And it's kind of like that. I didn't watch the Star Wars Battlefront 2 and playing it through. I watched about 2 minutes of it, and I was just like, I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
When I experience this game, I'm obviously not in the streaming generation. I want to see it for me. I don't want to see some other geezer do it. I want to do it, and I'd be exactly the same.
Yeah.
With a new game, it'd be hard, but I'd be wanting to wait. I think I'd have to, because it'd be like the only sort of solace would be, and maybe I could argue that this would be quite worth it. I'd play it anyway, because you get to play it, and it's going to be still good. The machines
and I'm still going to get
amazing.
HDR as well, aren't I?
You're still going to get your HDR, but you'll get to see the difference. You'll get to see what you spent your money on.
Yeah.
Whereas you wouldn't, once you get your new one and you've put it on there, you're never going to install it on the old one and have a look. But if you started on the old one, if you just get it and play it and you think, Demon, I'm enjoying this, and then what you can see that what you're paying, because when you get your new one, what should happen is you go, wow, now this is better. I'm so glad I spent the money. And that would kind of answer the question to yourself, was it worth it?
Yes.
It's a shame you can't kind of do that in reverse before you've spent the money. But it would be a great comparison tool, wouldn't it? It's like a benchmark, so it's quite good. And I'd be very interested to hear the result of such a test. And I'm sure, Eurogamer's Digital Foundry will be bang on that. And we'll get all the statistics and stuff. Just a couple of quick thoughts I had, just before we move forward through Forza, etc. Just a little bit about the Xbox One X reveal. At first, when it showed the video on it just said Xbox, on the hardware.
Yes.
I didn't see the X. I just saw it say Xbox, in the logo. And I thought, just before Phil said it, I was like, they've just gone back. They're just going to call it the Xbox. And I thought this was the start of a generationless Xbox, like we thought it could be. And I was kind of like, oh wow, that'd be quite cool. It's just the Xbox. And then he said Xbox One X and ruined it, which I still think is a good name. It's just that it didn't concur with what I was thinking at the time.
Yes.
And the only other thing, I was mildly disappointed in the form factor, because it's nice and it's small and it's dinky and everything. And it does look good. Don't get me wrong. I like the way the Xbox One S looks like, and this is nice and it's cool that it's small. But I almost wanted it. Well, I did want it to be sort of more of a beast. I wanted it to look sort of mean, if you like, to reflect the power within.
Right.
I wanted it to look different, and I wanted it to look like not necessarily an Alienware, ridiculous PC or something like that. But I just wanted it to look like the beast it is. A wolf in wolf's clothing rather than sort of a wolf in sheep's clothing, which I sort of feel that it is in a way, because it's kind of small. So I kind of wanted, I don't know, red light on it on the front. Something like Kylo Ren front on it or something like that. I sort of expected it to look, I don't know. Mean is not a great.
No, but I know you mean like kind of some real, like
stand out. This is some. Now you're playing with power, sort of thing. To
like the Lamborghinis
Nintendo.
in Forza Horizon, they're very kind of angular, and they're accented of the angular, like maybe the Microsoft green,
like a body kit on it.
Yes,
you know what I mean. I just expected that, and it's kind of like this is it. But it's okay. But I just was mildly sort of. Oh, it looks exactly the same. And I was like, well, never. I was like impressed that they've got everything in there. I say make it big, a bit bigger, and put some, you say, angular, stick the Xbox body kit on it. Maybe that's sold separately. But anyway, so Forza 700 cars.
Well, I mean, it's worthwhile just quickly while we're still kind of talking about hardware, and is that the Xbox One S, so when they kind of went back to the screen and they kind of went through the pricing, obviously $499 for $499 for the UK, $499 for the US. They did also talk about the Xbox One S, and the Xbox One S is dropping by $50 starting June the 11th. You will be able to get the Xbox One S for $50 less. So that was quite an interesting one, that they're kind of they're price dropping that, and also that the Xbox One is kind of no longer a SKU as well. From the looks of it, it looks like they're not going to have 3 different SKUs in their family. They are just, so it's just Xbox One S and Xbox One X are the 2 SKUs that you can now get your Xbox in.
Yeah, because Phil mentioned many times about the Xbox family, and the picture that we had on the video screen every time he said it was simply the Xbox One X and the Xbox One S, wasn't it?
Yes.
There was no sign of the old video recorder Xbox One. So,
no.
Fair enough. It's understandable, isn't it? I don't think anyone's going to miss it.
Absolutely, it's lasted 5 years, and even if you look back to the Xbox 360, in the Xbox 360 you had the Xbox Elite, didn't you?
Yep.
You had that, which was the HDMI, and even that kind of got a form factor change. So even if you look back to the 360's life cycle, we were doing the same thing. Obviously, we weren't getting
SKUs, didn't it?
Yeah, we weren't getting to something that was even more powerful, but we got rid of the memory unit that was on the top of the 360. That was on the first one, and we added HDMI as well. So having this, obviously, this is just generation now where we can increase the power, and we are 4K. So that's I just can't wait. I can't wait to me, both of us, both you and I, we love our 4K TVs. We've very much been investing in 4K for a couple of years now. Pioneers, if you will. People scoffed at us, laughed at us when we got our 4K
we made the
TVs.
wrong decision.
Yes, said that it was but we'll gloat later, don't worry. But I can't wait.
Big boys are back in as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to get something that is going to play those 4K. I love graphics. I love the games that look amazing, and I should be a PC owner, I know, but I just can't get into the faff of PC, and I like to be able to just get my joypad out of the gaming trunk in the movie room and then just start playing. And my experiences with PC doesn't lend that it's that easy. So I'm happy with consoles. I like consoles, and now that I have a console that is bloody powerful, I can't wait to jump into the Xbox One X.
Absolutely, and it's probably, you might feel it sometimes that it's a shame to go from the PS4 and sacrifice that 4K goodness when you stick the S on. And once you get the X1, the One X, that will evaporate, and there'll be less and less times when you're sacrificing the 4K fidelity that you've invested in. And it also brings another point to mind that, yes, every gamer, every Xbox fan is probably not going to want one of these, because if you haven't got a 4K telly, you're probably not going to want one. But the market is changing, and more people are getting 4K TVs. They're getting lower price. But I would also argue that the kind of gamer or the kind of person who's splashed out on a 4K TV is, if they're a gamer as well, they're likely to very much be a potential customer for this at that price point, because the price point of a console is not the most expensive in history, but probably on a par with the most expensive in history. But it hasn't gone over that $500 mark. In comparison to the price of a 4K TV or some 4K TVs, if you're going to factor in a decent amount of HDR quality, etc., and a decent panel, it's not really that much, is it?
No.
For somebody, if you're targeting the customer that's bought a 4K telly, it's a bit like when Phil Spencer was talking about the purpose of the Elite controller, because he was questioning that in numerous interviews, and his basic reply was, yeah, the original controller is absolutely perfect, and I think you could probably say, you could maybe use this and apply it to what's going on at the moment. The original one is absolutely fine. It'll do everything you want to, and it'll work perfectly. But this is a product for those that want to go a step further.
Yes.
It's a matter of choice. If you want to go that step further, if you want to have I think they use the word premium quite a lot. If you want to have that premium experience, and you have the coin, then we're giving you an option to do that. By no means do you have to, and they're saying that. They're saying, look, if you want the other end of the spectrum, which isn't, I'm not saying that in a derogatory way, they're dropping the price. They're making it more accessible to everybody on the one hand, and they're saying if you want the premium experience, we're also going to give you it. For all the Antonys out there, all the Darrens that love their graphics, that want that extra power, we're not going to make you wait. We're going to offer it you now. And almost from a business point of view, it doesn't seem quite right, because I don't know if it will just fly off the shelves. Maybe it will, because the Switch did, and that's quite expensive for a console. And what's that? £100 difference, or two? Is it £200 difference? £200 difference, I suppose, or 150 roundabout.
Yeah.
Difference for that, but that's flown off the shelves, and it's nowhere near as powerful as sort of. It's not quite as powerful as the Xbox One. But it's flown off the shelves. But then I'm getting myself on a tangent here, but there's a lot of USP about the Switch that probably takes it into a different area. But anyway, I'm just saying that they're offering a premium console to people that want it. It's as if they're not doing it to, like we were hoping that they'd make it cheap, subsidise it, and have a counter against the PS4 Pro. It's kind of as if, like you were saying, they're not so bothered about that. I know that they're behind on sales from the PS4 Pro, but it's not like they're failing. I think they're doing quite well, and if it wasn't that the PS4 had sold so amazingly well, if they were both equal, say, you'd say they're both doing really well. It's only because the PS4 Pro's just gone so out into the stratosphere that it makes them look bad. But I think they're doing good business. It's just that it's in that shadow.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an option, isn't it, for everybody? I hope that it takes off. I hope that it gets a good take up. And obviously, this is the start out price. It's going to drop, isn't it?
Absolutely. Within a year, that price might come down. But yeah, this is the early adopters price, isn't it? That's the way Phil should announce it. An early adopters price is $449.
They see us coming. This is for all you mugs out there. We're going to charge you this, and they do drop the prices a lot quicker than they used to, it seems. It's like 6 months you get a price drop. Look at the price of an Xbox One S these days. I saw an offer today or yesterday. Xbox One S with like 2 games was £220.
Wow.
And I was just like, wow, that's amazing value when you think that the Xbox One, when that first came out, was like $499.
Yeah.
And the Xbox One S got HDR. It's a bit more powerful and stuff. So the prices it's very competitive. So it probably won't stay at that price for long, but certainly if it's the Christmas present of choice for you, then you're going to be paying the big bucks.
Yes. So Forza 700 cars, I think, as you said.
Yeah, October the 3rd.
October the 3rd. They have Porsche, so they've signed a deal with Porsche. They showed off a brand new Porsche on stage, which
they always do that.
Yeah, they always show a car, don't they? And this one was like, this was a brand new Porsche that had never been seen before, kind of outside of the Porsche factory or something. And so that was all very cool. And then they showed a trailer showing us kind of what Forza looks like. And with everything, it was a console exclusive, or Xbox, was it? Like Xbox and Windows 10 exclusive. And it was running on the Xbox One X. So that everything that they were showing throughout the conference was running in 4K HDR, locked at 60 frames a second as well.
Yeah, that was amazing, and that was a true exclusive to the platform. And then Phil mentioned that he'd got 42 games to get through.
Yes,
in the conference, and I was just like, "Whoa, that's a lot of games."
Indeed, I think one of the interesting things that they were saying about Forza as well. Can't wait to play it. That is just like that's on my list. One of the things they were saying is that if you're playing it on PC, you can still get the 4K, you still get HDR on the PC, but it's an unlocked frame rate, so you can go higher than 60 frames.
Wow, so you go as high as your rig can take it. That's
exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, so that was which I quite liked, and I think because I was listening to a couple of other shows afterwards, and that was happening a lot with the kind of Windows 10 games where there was a lot of kind of unlocked frame rates.
Brilliant. Oh man, well yeah, that's going to please the PC crowd, and it's good for them. They maybe used to be a little bit envious of the wares that Microsoft pumped out on the Xbox platform, but now with Play Anywhere, it's available on both. I was thinking about the argument that you could say a little bit like you said, that maybe you should be a PC gamer. I don't think you could buy a PC that could do what the X1 could do, One X, crikey, I'll get that right in a minute. The Xbox One X. I don't think you could buy a PC that could do the same for the price of the Xbox One X.
Mm-hmm.
Games-wise, obviously, you'd get the other facets of a PC with that, mods and stuff, and all the other things of productivity and that. But it's when you compare it like that, it's quite competitive. I'll try and get off the price. So. Yeah, where were we? Oh, yeah, so Phil said, 42 games to get through. 22 of them with some form of exclusivity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he phrased it that way. The way he phrased it, I think, made it sound like 22 exclusive games. But as we went through the list, it was like there was a phrase that I noticed called launch exclusivity.
Yes, console launch exclusivity.
That's it, yeah. So there's a few tricky phrases to decipher just to understand. So I'm not actually sure. I should have maybe done a little bit extra work and marked the actual exclusive to Xbox games, but I didn't. So I'm not sure about that. So yeah, have we finished with Forza? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
For me, it looked good.
It.
For me, I think as a flagship game, Forza looks brilliant, and you're not going to get better than it. But it's kind of, they've got 41 other games to go with it, but it's hard for Forza to look better. It's hard to. Oh, and that's. But the reason that we got to see it looking better is that the Microsoft stream, unlike any other stream, through Mixer, they streamed in 4K HDR, didn't they?
They did indeed. It was really nice that the HDR popped on the TV. So when they kind of put it on, it was running. I think before the conference, it was just 4K, and then the moment the conference started, then my TV went pop. And then the HDR was there. It didn't actually go pop, but it was just like the HDR notification came up on the TV. And so now we're running 4K HDR streaming. And it was awesome.
Such a nice touch, wasn't it? I mean, that is the way that a conference that's talking about 4K HDR gaming should be broadcast.
Well, exactly, and that's basically saying exactly what you said. If you have a 4K TV and you're looking for something to go with that TV, then this was it for you. Because it was also 4K on YouTube as well, I think.
Yeah, was it? I'm not sure because I just stuck with Mixer once I was in. I was locked in and I didn't vary.
Absolutely,
but would you have got HDR on YouTube as well?
Right.
I'm not sure because for instance, the app on my TV won't do HDR. I don't know about the Xbox version of YouTube. I don't think the Xbox YouTube goes to 4K on the Xbox One S. I don't think that goes to 4K.
It does now.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's either that or the PlayStation 4 Pro because I've been watching some 4K trailers and I noticed that it went 4K.
Demon.
And then when you click on the options, you can see that it's running 4K as well. So I was like, yes, they've finally done it.
Oh, well, that's really good then. If I'd have known that, I might have flitted about a bit because I had a couple of times when I had to come out of Mixer and go back. But yeah, I was kind of like, well, if this is 4K HDR, I'm staying put. It was really good. And so we got to see all that fidelity, didn't we?
Yes.
I mean, it looks 1080. Don't get me wrong, 1080p looks amazing, but 4K is just better, isn't it? And it was very, very good to see it in all its glory.
Indeed, there was something about the entire Microsoft conference compared to all the others that was just that little bit more crisper. It was just a little bit crisper, sharper. Even behind Phil, there was a light, and you could see the particles, the dust particles that were flying in that light. And there was just things like that I was just like, wow, this looks incredible. And it did give that extra level of all the games that we're going to go through now. It just gave that. You could see exactly what you're going to be seeing on your Xbox One X, and it just looked stunning. It just looked absolutely stunning.
It popped better than any of the other conference for visuals. It was amazing in that department. And Phil had a big 4K screen, didn't he, behind him on the stage?
Yes. So people in the audience could see that as well.
Yeah, and it was awesome because when they were showing stuff, when unfortunately it zoomed out from the full screen, which is what we all want most of the time, but it showed stuff, when it zooms out and shows the stage with the game running. And it still looked amazing, didn't it? You could see that was a 4K screen.
Yeah.
Because you were watching in 4K and you were like, wow, that looks amazing. I mean, that was one massive screen as well. I don't know how they did that unless it was a projector. Probably was. But yeah, so that was one great differential that Microsoft did. And I think Sony missed a trick when they launched the PS4 Pro, not doing that. Because they made a big thing about saying, unfortunately, you can't quite see it as it's going to be. We're trying to show you, but you can't quite see it. And Microsoft were just like, they didn't have to say anything because they're just like, if you've got it, you're seeing it now, and I
Yes.
just thought that was really cool.
Exactly. It was quite nice to see that Microsoft were utilising the platform that they have, because obviously an Xbox One S can do 4K, so they were showing that, unlike Sony, who didn't show their conference in VR at all, which was that one thing that I really
in 4K
wanted.
when they got the Pro out.
4K, it was.
Yeah.
I was watching it on YouTube and it was just 1080p, so they didn't.
Well, they didn't even stream it through their own system, did they?
No,
I couldn't find it on my PlayStation dashboard, so I went off to YouTube and watched it.
I watched mine on my Xbox.
In your face, Sony.
So yeah, so next up, so that was Forza 7. So what was next up? Next up was Metro
Exodus. Yeah,
that was a fantastic looking game.
It did look beautiful, didn't it? And they didn't give us the title till right at the end. So it started off, didn't it? And first person shooter type point of view. But the first thing you noticed was just like, whoa, this looks good, because we were all expecting things to look good from here on in, weren't we? All great because of the Xbox One X. And so instantly you're in this sort of, I don't know, a bit of a wasteland area, grassland area. It popped well with the greens. It wasn't just a brown sort of area, was it? It was nice. It had good fidelity, splashes of colour. And the main character, first of all, he got attacked by some kind of mutant rat, and then he went into a sewer area, didn't he? He opened a door that led into like a sewer area where there was more horrible mutant zombie rats. Quite chilling, good atmosphere, great clarity. I like the way that when you're into the dark, it wasn't. You could actually still see. I think Breath of the Wild does that so well. I hate games that put you into too much darkness, and I'll talk about that next week a little bit more. And then he emerged from the sewer anyway after quite a chilling time battling the rats. It didn't seem to phased the player there. Climbed up the ladder. Some of these rats nibbling at his shoes as he gets out, and he emerged into. Well, I sort of compare it to when I stepped out of the vault in Fallout 3 for the first time.
Yes.
And I was quite, this expansive post-apocalyptic world was there in front of the player, with a ramshackle train track way in the distance. And then, then we found out he had a crossbow, didn't he? And he shot at something. It's some mutant dog that was feasting upon some poor victim.
Yeah.
And he shot him with the crossbow. The nice touch was he went over to the corpse of the monster and he retrieved his crossbow arrow, didn't he? His crossbow dart. And I thought that was quite good. Yeah, that was a nice touch.
Bit like the guy in Walking Dead. The guy in The Walking Dead with the crossbow? He always does that. Goes over to the zombies or the walkers and then just kind of like rips out the arrow, which I thought was quite cool.
Bit of a nod to that, do you think, then? Yeah. It's
could
handy
be.
that, in these kind of worlds where resources are minimal, you don't want to be, with a gun, once you've wasted your bullets, you can't go fishing them out of the... can you? But with a crossbow dart, you can get that back.
And that happens in the Breath of the Wild as well, doesn't it? If you fire off arrows, sometimes you find that you see them littered around where you've been firing arrows or into the water or something. I think I was trying to skewer a fish one day and I'd missed a couple of times and I could just swim over and get my arrows back. So it was just very cool.
Yeah, it is very good because there's nothing like running out of ammo. But then, as you got your dart from the corpse, went through a stone arch, and there was like whatever they're suffering from, whether it's a mutation, whether they're zombies, whether they're just, I don't know, brainwashed. They're pretty nasty. These these messed up animals. There was like a zombie mutated bear that attacked you. All sort of. I could tell he was angry. I could understand why he was angry. He was all wrapped up in barbed wire. Among other things, half his face was. It was pretty grisly, wasn't it?
It was an absolute superb set piece. I thought, when that just kind of broke out, because it was behind a big gate. When it broke out the gate, and I loved the fact that the player then fired 6 arrows all at once. And so 6 arrows flew out of his crossbow.
Yeah, and didn't he change him for sort of a bit of a detonation charge on one of them as well?
Yes.
Maybe he switched up his ammo a bit, and the bear was getting. You could tell it was going, taking it in the face, but it kept coming. It was really good. So you could see. I mean, you've said this many times. It's sort of just. We're always saying it was amazing. It looked amazing, but you could see the strands of fur on the bear. It was pretty impressive all around its snout and its open mouth and open jaws. You could I'm sure you could see the saliva dripping from its teeth. It was like that clear. And then they proceeded to have a bit of a face-off, didn't they? And then, what happened then? Did he get thrown by the bear? or something. He sort of got ejected off somewhere, and he ended up on the rail track, didn't he? I forget how he ended up there.
There was the bear he was fighting the bear, and then he kind of fired another arrow into the bear, and I think the bear loses his footing and then falls off the cliff.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He then traverses down this wire, and then onto a platform.
He hooked on. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And then an amazing steampunk-looking train just then kind of rattles by, and then your character kind of runs and grabs the player on the train. So there's someone on the train. You grab the hand of that.
Yeah, the girl on the train. Like, come on, run.
And then it just pulls out, doesn't it? It just kind of pans out, lets the train just kind of go off to the distance, and then it revealed the name of Metro Exodus.
Yeah, and it was like,
gorgeous.
Whoa. Good game.
Have you played any of the Metro games?
No, I've never been interested.
No. I've got the Redux, because there is they brought them out on I bought it on a whim once. I've got like a physical copy of like both of them, and I bought it on a whim, and I just have never got round to playing it. But they look quite interesting.
Yeah, they always looked interesting. I thought, I think I was always playing something else. They seem to get okay reviews as well. But this one, I think I turned to Claire and said, I said this a few times. I said, that's the first Metro game I've been interested in. Wow. I was like, that looks absolutely brilliant. I'm actually glad they didn't show the title at the start. You know, because it got me involved, and then they gave me the name, and I was like, wow, this is a Metro game, this looks amazing. Rather than if they showed me the name, I might have gone and made a cup of tea.
Yeah, you'd have gone, I was chuffed there, so I'm going to go, yeah, exactly, and walk away. So that was Metro Exodus, and then next up, we had I guess this was the reveal, the first reveal of Assassin's Creed Origins. Origins. Of Assassin's Creed Origins, from UbiSoft. So they showed us, they kind of went into gorgeous kind of opening kind of cutscene that they took us through, kind of setting the scene, and then they jumped into a full gameplay from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, and it's quite a generous helping that we got to watch as well, wasn't it?
I did like the eagle vision. That seemed to be quite cool, that you could just fly over. So with the eagle vision, your character let the eagle kind of fly. I don't know if it was on his arm, but he kind of let the eagle kind of fly, and then it kind of flew over, a bit like a drone in Ghost Recon Wildlands.
It reminded me of the old Graw. I was like, this is just like Graw, but in Assassin's Creed using an eagle. It's awesome.
Well, in Wildlands, which is the latest kind of Ghost Recon, you could do that with a drone. So you throw the drone up, and then you can then mark them all. So you were doing exactly the same thing in Assassin's Creed. You had an eagle instead of a drone, and then you could then mark where the characters were the people you had to trail or take out. So I thought that looked really good.
I thought it looked really good. Bayek was good with that eagle, wasn't he? Did you get, that's a little joke because the character's name's Bayek.
There you go.
New protagonist Bayek, and as soon as he said Bayek, I was like, Bayek, he's a good assassin.
He's going to go down a storm in the north of England, isn't he?
Yes, Bayek. Have you played that Assassin's Creed with the main character Bayek? He's good. Yes, I couldn't resist that. Sorry about that. It showed some of the wildlife as well that you presumably have to deal with. I saw a lion running through the desert. It looked amazing.
Yes.
Crocodiles in the Nile.
Hippos.
Hippos yawning.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, it looks stunning, didn't it? And
a ginormous snake, like a basilisk.
Yeah, like an actual sort of mythical creature.
Yes.
Which I think is a first for within the series. Sliding down pyramids. Looks like fun. And I loved the colourfulness. I loved the colours and the brightness of the city, of the Egyptian towns and cities that you were going through, that you were sneaking through. The white marble and the colourful hieroglyphics on the walls. I just thought it looked very beautiful, and a nice contrast to the sort of yellows and oranges of the Nile and the desert out there. It looked really good. Yeah, I must say, I was watching that and I thought, not for the first time, there's a game I'm interested in. I've skipped the last few Assassin's Creeds.
Right.
And the last couple. I actually vowed that I'd get Syndicate one day because I want to climb up Big Ben and have a go around London. But, it's been 2017. It's been the year of many games. I haven't had time. But I skipped out since 4, I think it was. Black Flag, and then 4. Actually, maybe the Pirate one's the last one I played. And I just found it did get a bit samey. So I gave myself a rest from it, but I'm glad that they've had a rest too. And I'm hoping that I'm hoping that there's more they're going to show us, and hopefully a few surprises in there. Because, like you said, I think this is for me. I'm probably going to get involved because I like the look of it. But I hope it's not too sort of the same, but just with added Ghost Recon, if you like. I hope there's a bit more to it. It'd be nice if they'd done something a little bit original about like a different towers system.
Mm-hmm.
If they'd had a think about it and thought maybe this is getting a little bit stale. I mean, we haven't got time to discuss what they could do better. We've got to get through the whole of E3 in this podcast. But it'd be nice if they'd had a think, because they took time away to think. And I got the impression, and from what I saw of it, that they were sort of trying to get over to the audience that this was going to be new Assassin's Creed. And just the fact that we had, like you mentioned, that mythical serpent, that was definitely new. So yeah, I thought it looked really good, and just Egypt, a fantastic location.
Yes, absolutely. The location looks amazing. The graphics look fantastic. As Bayek was walking around, he was kicking up dust as he was walking. You could just see it kind of circling his shoes. It was those little things that I was just really like noticing all of that, and it looked. It looked really good. There were a few new nuances that they've done with combat. That you could, when you're just taking people down like silently, there was a few kind of extra things, some new features that they were doing there. But kind of after seeing one of the games from Sony, which we'll get to much later, they might need to kind of rethink some of those, because there was a certain game in the Sony conference that just did all of that so well. But we'll get to that later. So that was kind of Assassin's Creed. They showed a bit more at the Ubisoft conference a bit later, and we'll get to that. And then up next was PlayerUnknown's Battleground. So this was one of those first console exclusive games. So the console exclusive to Xbox One was PlayerUnknown's Battleground, and people went bonkers for that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going down a storm on PC.
Oh yeah.
So it's a real coup. To announce this. They got the dev out to sort of talk about it a little bit, and yeah, it's a great coup. The thing is, I like the idea of this game.
Yeah.
It reminds me of sort of what was it called? Oh no, my mind's gone blank. DayZ.
Right.
Which was a mod for another PC game years ago, and I got really into the idea of that, but unfortunately at that time I didn't have a PC that could run it, so I was really disappointed. And I think there's always been a clamouring for this type of game to come to console, but it never really has. And now it's going to with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, so that looks great. It basically looks like it's just a massive battle royale type of game. You get dropped down into the map, and you can either work with or betray your fellow players, who are all fellow players. It's like a battle royale online RPG, isn't it? If that's a new new genre, it's probably a proper genre that you could call it. It's not really it's not an online RPG, is it? It's a
no. It is just a
online
like you say,
FPS.
It is exactly. It is just a, like you say, battle royale, Hunger Games kind of style, where everyone gets dropped in. There's lots of packs in the middle of where you get dropped in. So it's all about how, and you're jumping out of a plane, and you've got to land in with your parachute. You've got to land and then grab the pack and then run. And some people spend ages just hiding in doorways, because you can go into a doorway, shut the door behind you, and just wait. Just wait to take people out. So it sounds fantastic. It sounds like a great game, and I think towards the end of the game, I think the circle it starts reducing the map space, because they're quite big maps to start off with. But towards the end of if there are anyone playing, they start to reduce and reduce and reduce. So you are kind of you're forced, if you stay outside of that zone, your health starts counting down.
Wow, that sounds awesome. It's one of them games, this is all about the playability, it's all about the thrill of the game. It's not one of them games, it's not a Horizon Zero Dawn. I remember as they showcased it, I was kind of like, this game looks cool, but it's not outstanding in the graphics department.
No.
And it's a small team, it's a small team brought out on the PC, but there's something about this addictive gameplay that people have gone wild for. I mean, it came out on Steam in March, and it sold 2 million copies in 2 months. Really, just word of mouth.
And I think that's still beta, isn't it? It's a bit like kind of Minecraft,
it's
where
still in early access,
rolling, rolling beta.
Yeah. So it's one to watch, but this is one that's not going to astound your eyes, but you're going to really enjoy just getting in there and enjoying that gameplay. And it's, as I say, I think it's a genre that's been missing on consoles for ages, so quite looking forward to seeing how that turns out. And it's a true exclusive as well, isn't it? This is just going to be on Xbox, in the Xbox family, and over on Windows as well.
Yeah, it's already available on PC, but I guess that's Steam, isn't it? So maybe it's like Windows 10 console.
Maybe they're going to do it, Maybe they're going to do a Play Anywhere with it as well, and you can get it on Steam as well.
So that would be really nice actually if you do cross-platform. But then again, you've got the old keyboard and mouse thing. But yeah, so that's coming out later this year. So they didn't give any date; they gave later this year.
Yeah, and it looks good. Next up, we had Deep Rock Galactic,
No Man's Sky 2.
Ah, brilliant! You know, the first thing on my notes after Deep Rock Galactic is No Man's Sky. Yeah, it's got the No Man's Sky look with lots of shooty gameplay, sort of fused with Starship Troopers, insectoid baddies rushing at you. And to top it all off, you're not the race you are. You're dwarves. Yes, dwarves are back. You're a band of dwarves in the No Man's Sky looking world, fighting against Starship Troopers baddies. That's a pretty good mashup.
Yeah.
Wow. Quite. What's the word? It's got an effective, colourful but simple sort of stylisation, hasn't it? It looks nice, but it's one of those games as No Man's Sky, really. So if you can imagine No Man's Sky, quite vibrant, quite striking. Hopefully, a little bit more fun. So we'll see what happens with that. Looks like a multiplayer game, doesn't it?
Yes,
everyone
it does.
joins in and clubs together to take on the baddies. Maybe there's a bit of a Destiny sort of community idea there, or clubbing together and doing whatever this equivalent of the raids is within Deep Rock Galactic. Maybe it's got a bit of that. So yeah, that looks pretty cool. And then we came to State of Decay 2.
Oh, State of Decay.
Wow. You go on.
I was going to say, I thought this looked really good. I really enjoyed the original. I really enjoyed State of Decay. I thought it was a really good kind of game. The permadeath side of State of Decay always kind of had me kind of very nervous. And the fact that your kind of camp was maybe getting cold or they were hungry and you needed to make sure you were feeding it. That sort of stuff. I got really lost in State of Decay for a while. But did you play the original?
This is what I was going to say. I'm glad you played it because it completely passed me by, State of Decay.
What? Okay.
I don't know why. I knew I'd heard of it, and honestly, I couldn't remember what it looked like. I was starting to think that maybe State of Decay was this other zombie game with a top-down survival game, which it isn't because I looked it up. But at the time, before I'd looked it up and seen what it was, I was like, I don't know this game, Claire. It can't be any good. That's how arrogant I am. I just said, if I don't know this game, if I don't know of the first one, then it can't be any good. Because the reason being, surely I thought if it had been good, I would have played it. But anyway, I don't know about the first game, but this looked amazing. I was like, wow. I said, I don't care what the old game looked like. This looks like a great zombie game.
Yes, absolutely. It feels like the Walking Dead game. It feels like a Walking Dead game because you are kind of banding together. You kind of making an encampment. You can take out zombies with cars. You can take them out with guns, but obviously ammo is at a premium. You can also run them over. Open the door. You could do that in the first one, which is really cool. Open the door and then just mow them down. Which was always good fun. So yeah, that looks absolutely fantastic.
Do they slow you down if there's lots of them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, that's scary.
I've been kind of like stopped once in a sea of zombies. So yeah, it's exactly that. So it looks very cool. I did find out I was watching the daily news with Major Nelson on Xbox, and they were saying that the shining eyes that the zombies have in State of Decay was actually an accident. It was a bit of Undead Labs, the makers of it. It was a bit of a palette accident, and then they liked it. They thought it was really good, especially when it's dark, because there's no electricity. So when it's dark, there's no street lights, and then so you're only kind of powered with what you've got, and then suddenly you start seeing a whole bunch of these shining eyes coming at you.
I found it really effective. I mean, as I say, I hadn't seen the other one, so I'd never seen that before. And as it got dark, and I saw they had yellow eyes, and then they seemed to get, if they got really angry, they went red. And I was like, whoa! I was like, this one's angry, and just the red eyes are like running towards you. And I was just like, flipping it, man! This is so edge of your seat stuff. And I don't know I presume this is more of the same from the first one, but it looked really good. I'm presuming it looks better. It's multiplayer, which is great. You can form communities, and band up together in your defence. You can make a base. You can do base building, and there's a lot of crafting, which I really like the look of, and just cohabiting and cooperating.
Yes.
I thought it looked great. And as you say, you can get in cars, go around. Maybe you could make. I mean, I'm just speculating here, but I presume you could make bases in different areas, and on the top of a hill and fortify it and stuff like that. Be able to look down and have some of the good times with your friends before going out into the scary open world because you're running out of food or something like that. Wow, looks pretty good. Spring 2018.
Is that what it was? I was just looking for a release date. I quite like the idea of there was gardening. You could kind of build your own kind of like garden patch and things like that, which was quite cool. It also is offering, which the first one didn't, which is multiplayer co-op. So you up to 4 people can co-op with this game, so which is really cool. Where the first one was very very solitary.
Oh, was it a single player then?
It was, yes.
Oh, right, because it seems almost a sin not to have that co-op in here, doesn't it? But they've rectified it. And like you say, I loved it when they sort of went through the gate, because I think they'd built a fence around their house, and you went in there, and then obviously it wasn't the Ritz, and you could see that they'd sort of cobbled the place together out of what they could find. There was shelves, and there was the guy, the cook was in the garden, and he had the table with all the stuff ready to help feed everybody. There was just, it looked like I would imagine it could be like, and I liked that, and I got that sort of on edge feeling that I often do when I think about the zombie apocalypse, and I was like, wow, this could be very atmospheric indeed.
That's so cool. And then at the end they showed the character that they've been showing throughout the entire kind of trailer experience piece that they were showing. They showed him trying to take out a rather large zombie who basically just kind of went up and grabbed him and just ripped him in half, basically. And then I think that was the point where they were there to announce permadeath is back as well, because that definitely looked like a permadeath. And then from there you just you had another character with you. You just take control of that other character, and then you continue going. Yeah,
wow. And it's almost worse than eating him.
Yeah,
the way that he mercilessly just tore him apart. It was very exciting though, as he was getting closer, and it's like, and then run out of bullets or whatever. It's like, oh no, and it's like, that's the end of you, mate. But yeah, I almost like the idea of permadeath in some games like this, and the reason I'll give you for that is that if there wasn't permadeath, and you could just carry on leveling up and leveling up and leveling up, it'd be kind of like the people that started the game. They'd be just so powerful. But this way, you think that it keeps the playing field a little bit more even all the time. I suppose maybe not. With experience, you're still going to get you guys that'll just become, I suppose, unkillable almost. But imagine this, you and your guys. I don't know what happens when you're offline. Hopefully nothing happens when you're offline. But you and your guys, you hold up in your house. And then, I don't know, the zombies sort of do some kind of a little bit of zombie coordination. They just start running at your house, and you've got to defend it, man. I don't know if that would happen in the game, but you've got all your stuff in the house, and if they overrun that fence, that you're going to have to go out on your own again and start sort of from scratch because everything's there. If it gets overrun, you're going to be, up a certain creek.
Yes.
And it just sounds quite exciting. I presume that the original game had all that, but yeah, it'd be good in multiplayer.
Oh, indeed. I remember once I had my base. It was a church, and it had a whole wall. I joined a commune, and then I went out looking for stuff, and I kind of made a lot of noise, and a lot of zombies just suddenly started chasing me back, and I you kind of realise that actually I'm trying to run back to the base to get safe, but I'm bringing with me a whole load of zombies who are not kind of leaving me alone. So it was that kind of like, do I kind of keep myself safe and then but put the commune at risk, or do I kind of just let the commune kind of take it out with all of their towers and guns and things like that? So it's
tough decisions with no right answer.
Absolutely, because there was nothing worse than kind of, like I say, it was permadeath in the first one, so there's nothing worse than kind of like building your character, really kind of like getting used to your character, and then a stupid mistake, just kind of they die, and then you have to start again from a fresh character.
That's the flip side. That's the flip side of permadeath, because I can imagine I'd be dead happy with my character and I've sort of bonded with them. They'd die, I'd just be like, right, I'm never playing that again.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this game.
Yeah, it looks good though. It looks very interesting.
Looks very good.
Whether or not sort of I play it, I don't know whether I'm up for it, because I might get bored. I might get annoyed if I die. Yeah. But I might love it anyway. I think there's definitely an audience for it. That's what counts, isn't it? I think that's a game that loads of people are going to love, and I believe that the original game's got a good community that will all just transfer over.
Right. And this is also running on Xbox One. It's running 4K HDR as well.
Excellent. So next up we had the Darwin Project.
Mm-hmm.
My take on this was an Overwatch style game with a Team Fortress look, multiplayer shooter.
Yes.
Third person shooter,
Mm-hmm.
I think. Was it? No, might have been first person. They're all starting to blur into one. And yeah, I thought it was okay. Not my cup of tea. I'm not that into Overwatch and games like that anymore. But I thought it was good to give a bit of choice there.
Yeah.
Apparently, I read something today. It said there's a lot more to the Darwin Project than what we showed.
Right.
Because I did find in the midst of everything else, I was kind of like, I wasn't that impressed.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they said that, I just thought, well, if there's more to it, you should have shown it. You had the big stage. Maybe that's going to get more interesting as time goes by. For me, anyway. I don't know what your thoughts were on it.
No, I was exactly the same. It's again, this is another one of those console exclusives to Xbox One. It definitely had a bit of a kind of Team Fortress 2 kind of feel to it. But with the likes of things like PlayerUnknown Battleground and stuff like that, it's not really kind of something that I'm going to be jumping into. And I think you're right. It's that kind of character-based shooter, but it looked good. It looked okay.
It looks okay for the audience that likes it.
Yes.
But I think I'm with you. You helped me there because, like you say, with the other games and like even with State of Decay 2, just before it, it's kind of like, well, I know it's kind of different, but I think they appealed to me more. But I'm sure it's got its audience. Then we had a Minecraft moment.
Oh yes, so because I haven't spoken to you really about this until then. So what did you feel about Minecraft Super Duper Graphic Mode?
I thought it was brilliant. I was like, wow. I was like, and it's free as well. I was just like, brilliant. I just sit back and wait for a 4K update. Fantastic. Well, as long as I get, as long as I get an Xbox One X. I thought it was good that they were doing it. Crossplay on everything as well. I thought that was a great announcement from Mojang. They were saying, right, we're going to have crossplay. Minecraft for everybody. Crossplay for everybody, except PS4. So you're going to be able to. They're going to go and do an update. And this is good because sometimes I've been on PC and I'd love to explore. I don't know. I'm hoping I'll be able to do this. I wanted to explore the Minecraft world that I've got on my Xbox on the PC so that I could do it in VR.
Right.
And I haven't been able to because it's different versions. And I'm hoping that this crossplay will allow that. But not only will it allow that, it's going to allow people to crossplay whether they're on Xbox, PC, or even tablet versions of the game and Switch. All to crossplay.
Wow.
So I think that's a great thing because it's like a lot of games like this. It's very community driven, and it's great because it means at the very minimum it means my son can play with his mate who plays on an iPad. He can play with him together on the Xbox, and I think that's quite nice. It's not a seller. It's not a conference like breaker for me. It's like woohoo. But I liked the Minecraft in 4K. Super duper graphics pack, and I thought, this is fantastic. It just means more people are going to be able to collaborate and build relationships in the game and build. It's all about building. They're going to be building some amazing stuff together over all those different devices. Not sure why Sony's not joining in. I think they've said something like, I think at first they said there was rumours that they said it was because of security. I don't think that was the reason in the end. Eurogamer reached out to Jim Ryan for an answer, and he just sort of said something about they've got to be mindful about their gamers, something like that.
Right.
It was a bit of a throwaway statement that is a statement, but really didn't mean much. They just don't want to do it. I think that what was the theory that I thought? I think they just want to keep all their gamers to themselves. They don't want cross playing. But what's the harm? Maybe they think that. Yeah, maybe they think something along the lines of, if you can cross-play, there'd be no need for someone with an Xbox to go and buy a PlayStation so that they could play with their friend who only had a PlayStation. maybe it's coming from there.
Right, protecting their potential and future investments. But I thought the super duper graphics mode, and I'm going to love saying that time and time again, I thought it was really good. I mean, I've seen Engadget actually had a kind of side by side comparison of what Minecraft looks like now to the super duper mode, and the super duper mode looks stunning. Looks really good. I mean, it has almost Forza Horizon skies. You know, it's like it's incredible.
It does look beautiful. It's a wondrous thing, but it's kind of ironic that you'd show off 4K with Minecraft. It's kind of the opposite, isn't it? Because it's like all about blocky pixels, and then you're getting a super duper 4K graphics pack for it that's looking really amazing. It's just a bit ironic, I think. But yeah, it does look really good, and I'll be enjoying playing Minecraft in 4K, as I'm sure many other people will. And the thing is, you know, they come out and talk about Minecraft, and it's kind of like, oh, get on with it, because we want to see the big stuff. But Minecraft's one of the biggest games in the world, so it's right that they mention it. And you know, Microsoft own it. I wonder if they've made that money back yet.
Oh God!
I'd love to know.
Then some, I would think.
You think they've done it? Whatever it was, billion.
The amount of times Minecraft is downloaded, you know, the amount of time Minecraft is always in the top 5 of the App Store. It's always kind of there. It's constantly there. Whenever you're kind of seeing kind of like MPD charts, you know, Minecraft's there, and that's going to be a disc copy of Minecraft as well. You know, with I guess MPD does some online, but I would think they must be kind of in the black on that now. But I mean, I must admit, the super duper graphics mode, it does actually, because I think I said a couple of pods ago where I was a Sunday morning, I was feeling very zen, like it was either Viva Pinata or Minecraft, and I decided to try Minecraft, and I quite enjoyed it.
Oh, have you got it? Have you got it? Yeah.
No. It was free. It was free for kind of. But the thing that always annoys me was those blocky graphics, and I'm like, you know, even Nicola was
they're
like,
still going to be blocky. They're just 4K, but they're still blocky.
But they're not though. But if you look, I mean, like, there's actual blades of grass now. It's not just like kind of a block that looks like grass.
There's always been blades of grass. There really has, man.
But it looks like, I mean, like I say, I'm looking at the Engadget one right now, and even they're saying, like, you know, finally you get to see blades of grass, you know, instead of blobs of grass, you know, and it's just, so it's all of that sort of stuff. It just looks like, I'm like, actually, do you know what? I might buy it. I might jump in, because I did enjoy kind of what I was doing. So once this super duper mode comes out, I might jump into Minecraft and so I can play it.
Well, I'm glad for that. But it sounds like you could 4K anything and you'd love it. That's you. That's you. You 4K a prison and your phobia would go away.
Now you're pushing it.
Next we had a game that I thought was especially interesting. The Last Night.
Right.
And that was the one that, for me, I thought it was pixel art, which I suppose is quite good that it followed Minecraft, but done in a beautiful new way.
Right.
It looked like it was set in a Blade Runner-esque world, and you could see the pixels everywhere, but they were also done in like a 3D world way. It was really well done, really stylish. They didn't show much. They just showed a Blade Runner-esque world, and a guy in looked like a bit of a pixely trench coat, sort of walking around. But they showed. I thought it was a spiritual successor to Flashback. For a moment. Remember,
I said that. Flashback? Yeah, Another World. Yeah.
And I was like, wow. I said, have they redone Flashback? And I was really excited about that, but they haven't. Because the way that there was like a searchlight, and it was all pixely, but the light from it was obviously more modern technology.
Yes.
And the light was sort of, as you'd expect in a really advanced game. And I was kind of, that effect, I was kind of like, wow, it sort of merged that cutting edge tech with that retro feel in a way that I've never seen done before, and I'm a bit of a sucker for sort of like that Blade Runner kind of world. And I was just like, oh wow, I like the look of this. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. But as I say, they didn't show much and they didn't really say much about it, but they probably knew that the visuals were going to speak for themselves, I suppose.
Yeah, I thought it was absolutely stunning. When they showed that, it kind of got into a taxi, and then the taxi, like I say, in a very gorgeous, stylized background, and then this kind of 8-bit taxi just kind of went away. It just, everyone who was on the stream I was like chatting with, everyone just went, what is this? You know, collectively, we all just was like, what is this? I need this game.
This is something, yeah.
And it was just absolutely interesting. I mean, it has actually kind of transpired that since, obviously, we had that on Sunday, that Tim Sorrett, who is the developer behind The Last Light, is actually one of the guys that were in the whole Gamergate debacle.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of it's really funny to see how when the conference was going on, there was lots of people on Twitter going, "What is this? I need this!" And then for like a couple of hours later, finding out that the developer is a douchebag, and it's just like, I don't know how to feel about this game anymore. It's just like, do I get it? But so it's very interesting to see that has kind of all of those feelings that people had around Gamergate and all the things that this guy said on Twitter has kind of all come back up, because he's got a new game out.
Oh dear, I didn't know that.
So it has, along with him and Notch, the two of them together, they conflict anyone, don't they? It's like, what do you do? Both of them were idiots on Twitter, but their games are amazing. So it's a difficult one. But Last Light, let's just celebrate the game rather than the douche behind it. But Last Light looks stunning. Looks absolutely stunning. I actually thought, because we have a new Blade Runner movie, I actually thought this was going to be a Blade Runner game.
Yeah, you could have easily been excused for that. I was thinking all sorts until it said The Last Night, which was basically nothing, and it's just like, oh well, it's new. I like it. I like the look of it. Didn't know about the controversy, but I like games. It looks a good game.
Well, that's what I mean.
Let's see what happens.
Exactly. It's that thing, isn't it, where do you just see past that? Steve Jobs, one of my technology heroes. When I read his book, I actually couldn't finish his book because the guy was horrible. It was horrible. And I was reading this book about my my tech hero, and I had to stop reading it because I really enjoyed watching Steve Jobs on stage presenting, the way that he presented, the way that he was, the way that he came across. I just idolize this guy, and then suddenly you read that he's actually not a nice person, and you kind of keep seeing all of this. It's a hard one to swallow, but it doesn't stop me kind of enjoying what he's made.
Yeah.
So
the legacy's bigger than the man.
Exactly. Good. There you go. Perfect point there. So did we get a release date for Last Light?
I don't think we did.
Right.
I don't think we did. It's probably going to be ages.
Damn it. Because that just does look absolutely superb.
But I love it that we saw something like that, because it was it was very new and fresh, wasn't it? In the midst of everything else, while looking excellent, kind of you sort of know where you are with it, don't you?
Yes.
And that was just like, whoa, what's this? And speaking of things that weren't that were a bit more out there and a bit more shocking, the next game that I noticed, because I think we were on a bit of a montage here, so I may have missed a few, and correct me if there's some that I missed, but we got a bit of a clip of a game called Artful Escape.
Yes.
And I thought that looked amazing.
That looks so
a rhythm
good.
Action game. I think the description is psychedelic rock opera rhythm action game.
Yes. With a release date of it'll come out when it's damn ready, or something
damn
like
right.
that.
Yeah, that was awesome. That
when it's good and ready, I was like, I love that. I thought that was absolutely superb. No, that looked really cool.
And it did look completely out there, psychedelic colours.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be something Katamari type at one point when I was watching that, and I was just like, wow. And as soon as I thought that, I thought, well, if I'm thinking that, I'm liking this. That was a breath of fresh air as well. I really liked it. So another one to watch. That's Artful Escape. Such a plain name, really, for something that's such an assault on the senses.
Yes. I loved it. At one point, he kind of showed the character, and he kind of had like a third eye in the middle, and it was all very kind of Jimi Hendrix, David Bowie. Yeah. It was all just like, what is this? I love this game so much. It was like those two games, the Last Night and the Artful Escape, those two were just like, I was on a high at that point.
Yeah, because they were just assaulting us, weren't they? It was like, world premiere, exclusive, here's a montage. You're like, whoa, can I take any more? The next one I noticed was Namco Bandai, JRPG, swinging a big sword kind of affair. Didn't look too original to me. It's called Code Vein.
Right.
It looked like it could stand with all the others.
Yes.
To be honest, it didn't stand out. But who knows? We didn't see enough of it to really make an opinion of whether it's good or not. The trouble is with that kind of game, if you have a short clip with no explanation, it's very easy to just look like every other JRPG with big swords and spiky-haired characters.
Yeah.
So I suppose there's a JRPG on the way. Not many of them on the Xbox console. So
no, exactly.
maybe there's a niche for that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think two that you may have missed. I'm not sure if we've missed them, but there was a whole Japanese section, wasn't there, with Dragon Ball Z and also Black Desert Online, an MMO, and both of those as well. And I think they kind of came just before Last Light. But yeah, absolutely, there was a whole kind of. I think Phil had said that he'd kind of gone round. He'd gone to Japan, so they're obviously still trying to kind of bring those gamers in as well, because the Xbox isn't selling very well, is it, in Japan?
That's right. So it's sort of their Japanese front there. Yeah. And I remember thinking, the Dragon Ball Z, I was just like, this was the stuff of dreams, a game looking like this. You know, I played it actually. A friend, a neighbour, lent it me years ago on the 360, and I quite liked it because I like beat 'em ups, and I liked the cel shaded style then, and I was like quite amazed then. But this, it really did look amazing, didn't it? I mean, really just like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so clean, such just, I don't know, clean lines, I think, is the thing. Apart from that, though, I couldn't help thinking, having played this one on the 360, it was very, very, very similar, except it just looked quite amazing. So if you're a fan, I imagine that, you know, you'd love that. So yeah, Black Desert Online, that's on Steam as well. It looks pretty good, though. Looks pretty good. So yeah, like you say, this is the sort of that looks very good actually. It sort of reminds me of 99 Nights, but hopefully better. So yeah, it sort of looks like a swords and sorcery RPG. It's an MMORPG, in fact.
Right.
Which is unfortunate because I don't let myself get involved in them. I know I won't be able to keep up. Or I think maybe more accurately, I don't want to chain myself to one game, and I think that would be it forever. And so after that, and if we haven't missed anything else, should we talk about what came next?
Yes, indeed.
So then we had Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves. The piratey game. Now that looks. It was really cool because they showed Sea of Thieves. Obviously, it's moved on since last year, because I think last year it had its unveiling. Last year it was kind of showing more of a kind of. It was showing all of those YouTubers and people that managed to come to Rare and get to play it. So it was kind of showing them as they were kind of doing all of the different things they need to do, weigh the anchor and get up into the crow's nest and steer and do all of that sort of stuff. But this year it kind of showed just a little bit more to see how it's actually been progressing through those tech alphas that's been available kind of on Saturdays and Wednesdays, just showing how the game is progressing, showing the characters that you can now take out, so the skeletons that appear. It showed the awesome and the very rare and the very cool riddles, which I absolutely loved. You know, it was really interesting. Again, the guys I was listening to, they kind of hadn't jumped into Sea of Thieves for a while, and so we were all after that. We're like, right, we got to play we got to get together. We got to play this because it just looks so cool. I love those riddles. I think the riddles, how to find the treasure and things like that. It just. That just kind of made me laugh, and it did feel very Fable. It felt very rare, and I absolutely loved it. I thought and I think it's looking stunning, and it's 4K, it's HDR.
The question got answered, didn't it?
Yeah, they did. They did well. That got answered in a tech session a couple of weeks ago when I fired it up, and that popped up. But obviously, everyone signed up by an NDA. But I guess now that they've come out and said that, James won't be too angry at me for saying that now. So I think that's okay. James, I think so. So it just, I mean, and again, the thing that was absolutely stunning, we saw it in Forza, is the water that Rare have created as well. The water just looked. There was a shot in that whole montage where you fall off your ship and you go underwater, and the character looked up and you could see the galley and the ship kind of breaking through the water, and you could just see all of the clouds of water as it was breaking through, and I was just like, that's stunning. It looks absolutely superb.
Yeah, it looked great. We got a good slice of fun on the high seas, both on and off the ship, which was great. Underwater, and oh wow, yeah, that water is
sharks.
Amazing. Sharks, yeah, avoiding sharks, treasure hunting both beneath the waves and above the waves, and then exploring the island and the cave structure on that particular island to find the treasure with your band of merry men. Travelling by cannon.
Yes.
You know, why swim? Why swim when you can just get in a cannon and get fired over to the island. I loved that, and I loved the voiceover as well. See, this was another game that I felt was a breath of fresh air in the midst of everything else that kind of expected. And then you got Sea of Thieves, and it was just fun and funny, and fresh, and it was another breath of fresh air, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. I desperately want to fire friend of the show, Matt. I desperately want to fire him out of a cannon. I hope I can point where it's going.
It doesn't matter where he lands.
Yeah, Matt, just get in this cannon. It's nice, it's warm, it's lovely. Get in the cannon, just get in there, and then just fire him somewhere. Because I just thought that was absolutely superb. Having hopefully it's like having your crewmate fire you out of a cannon. I just think it's fantastic. And the great thing about Sea of Thieves is obviously James is out in LA right now, kind of doing his bit, introducing lots of people to the world of Sea of Thieves. But the build that they're playing out in LA at E3 is the one that has been updated. I think today has been updated, so anyone who is playing the tech alphas this week will be playing the E3 build.
Oh, fantastic.
So it makes you feel part of the show, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. It's such an antidote, because so many of the games, as good as they are, we're getting a lot of serious, tragic worlds full of despair, and you've got the complete antithesis of that with Sea of Thieves, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to jumping into Sea of Thieves a bit more with some like I say, that trailer spurred us all to kind of go, right, let's arrange some times. I think this week the times are 6 till 9, 6 p.m. till 9 p.m, and then 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. I want to say. So there's they have kind of stretched out between kind of Monday and Thursday of E3, and then there's some of the weekend as well. And I just desperately want to get back in and just have a play and just kind of play with a group of people that I know on mic, and like I say, fire Matt out of a cannon.
Yeah, why not? Looks great.
So absolutely fantastic. So what was up next?
Then we had Tacoma from the guys that made Gone Home.
Can't wait to play this.
I'd not seen any. This was a surprise to me. I'd never seen anything about it. It looked like I don't know what it looked like you were in some kind of space station, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It looked really enigmatic. Just a quick teaser, I think it was, and I was like, that looks interesting. And before I could get more of an opinion, it had gone. I was like, oh whoa. Not sure what that was all about, but it looked good.
Yeah, I think they announced it last year.
Do you know much about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been waiting for it. They announced it last year. Tacoma's been was announced last year. You're on a ship, and you're the last survivor on the ship, Tacoma, and then you can find out what's kind of happened on the ship. Like I say, very much like Gone Home, very much like Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, those kind of games, and then you can then kind of you see it playing out. I think they kind of showed it in the very brief teaser that we had. You can kind of see things playing out, and you're just kind of discovering all of that through logs and things, and it just feels like Gone Home. It feels like everyone's gone to a Rapture, but in space. So yeah, what's not to like?
What's not to like? Well, maybe Super Lucky's Tales not to like. I don't know. That was next.
I'm surprised they kept the name like Lucky in there.
I know. I mean, it's spelt slightly different, isn't it? It doesn't have the E.
Right.
Because I was thinking, does he own this? Is he going to have the money rolling in? So yeah, we were presented with Super Lucky's Tale. Lucky's Tale came out. It's the sort of game that was launched with the Oculus Rift, named partly after Palmer Luckey, the grandfather of VR. And I was a bit surprised. I was so shocked that at first I didn't even recognise the character. I was like, I know that character. Who is it? And I'm thinking, it's not Ratchet & Clank. It's not Crash Bandicoot. It's not going through all these cartoon characters in my head. And then I realised, I was like, crikey, I can't believe they're bringing out Lucky's Tale on the Xbox. I thought, I wonder if they're going to talk about VR. But then they're not. It looks like a straightforward mascot-type platformer. And who doesn't like a mascot, hey? I think all companies love a mascot. So why not roll the dice and see if everybody seems to like him?
Yes.
But it looked pretty much as simplistic as the Oculus version. And the Oculus version is fairly simplistic because of the fact you're playing it in VR. It's a pleasure to play, but it's simplistic because of the way that you're playing it in VR. So I thought it looked fairly simplistic platformer, especially when you're thinking that we're getting Mario games, or even any of the Mario games we've already had. So it seemed quite simplistic. One for the kids, I suppose. One for the kids. I know my little boy likes the look of it, but he can just play Lucky's Tale on VR, maybe. So that was Super Lucky's Tale.
Yeah.
Didn't stand out too much. Next, we got a date for Cuphead.
Woohoo!
Well, hey, September the 29th.
Yes.
They
had to do that,
I'm expecting big things from this. It's going to be amazing.
They had to do that. They had to kind of give you a release date for. They couldn't show Cuphead again without giving you a release date. I was actually expecting it to be kind of like, and it's available now. But it wasn't. We didn't have any of those moments, did we, this year?
No, not really.
We didn't have...
Maybe a little one in the Sony one.
Yes.
But not really anything special. Yeah, I felt a bit deflated with it because I was just so... for me, the moment's gone. I was so hyped about Cuphead 2 years ago. And it's kind of like, oh, okay, about time. All right. Yeah, I've seen this style before, loads of times. Looks as good as it ever did. We'll see what it's like. Whereas before, it was like, I can't wait to get this. So, yeah, Cuphead has, for me... suffered from its lengthy development and maybe missed its hype peak. But if it's a good game, I'm sure it'll get it back. Next one for you, Crackdown 3.
Crackdown! Yes, Terry Crews came out. Terry Crews came out to, I think he kind of announced the Crackdown 3, which looks fantastic. And that is coming out day and date with the Xbox One X.
Launch title.
So there's your an interesting phrase that they chose, because what they basically said was that the destruction that we saw last year, or maybe the year before,
the year before that, which was like kind of the destruction is now multiplayer. So the destruction comes in the multiplayer game, and so you don't do any of that mass destruction that we were seeing in the single player game. Oh, well, that's something. I thought that I must have missed them saying that, because I thought the destruction had been taken out completely.
No,
I must have missed them say that. So it's in the multiplayer game. Oh, how strange! Because it'd be fun in the single player.
So you basically spend the single player campaign, which is co-op, saving the city. And then multiplayer, you destroy the city.
You destroy the city. That's funny. What did you think of it?
I thought it looked great. It's more Crackdown. I hope it's more Crackdown 1 than Crackdown 2. But it looks good. You know, it was really funny actually, because Nicola didn't watch the conference with me. But she kind of was walking past the movie room when we were watching the conference, and she stopped. She stopped and just kind of like just stood there watching it, because it was a big favourite of hers as well. Then like kind of got the thumbs up, you know, as much as say, we're getting that, aren't we? Yes, you know. So it looked very cool. I'm looking forward to playing it.
Cool. For me, I've never been into Crackdown. Wasn't bothered about 1 or 2. And I was a bit surprised with how lacklustre it looked. I thought, considering it's getting released on the same day as the Xbox One X, it wasn't up to par.
Right.
Just thought it was something that was an okay looking game, nothing special, considering, you know, it was sort of first revealed in 2014 E3 I think it was, and all this work and all that cloud computing stuff that we were hearing about, and then to sort of maybe backburner it or just get it ready for the launch of the new Xbox. It didn't look anything special. It certainly didn't look like it couldn't just run on the Xbox One to me or anything like that. I know it's not all about the graphics or anything. It's probably a really good game, but I just kind of looked at that and thought, yeah, it didn't excite me. But I haven't had that experience with the previous games, so I'm not in the Crackdown fan club. So I'm hoping it'll be good for you guys. But yeah, I was like, Crackdown, you disappoint me, I'm afraid, because I was expecting it. I don't know, I just expected to be blown away a little bit more by it, and I thought that would be, if anything, with all the hype about it and the time it's taken to hear more news about it and coinciding with the new Xbox, I expected it to be a bit more of a showcase for the power of this new, most powerful console ever, and it wasn't. So I was a bit disappointed with that. So yeah, sorry.
No, absolutely. You know, it has a certain look, I guess. You know, Crackdown is almost cel shaded. It is cel shaded. You know, kind of has a certain look and feel. And you know, and exactly the same as you, I felt that I was underwhelmed by the look of it. But I just know that behind that game is a very playable, very fun collectathon of orbs. And just jumping tall buildings and leaping tall buildings and lots of crazy guns and lots of crazy rocket launchers and throwing cars. It's just bonkers, and one that Nicola and I have had like so much fun. And the great thing about it was, I think the first Crackdown you were very tethered to each other. You know, I always had to stay, but on the second one I could go wherever I wanted. So it was that sort of kind of like, so I could go and have crazy fun while Nicola was doing some kind of achievement popping thing. But it's more of that, but it does look very rich, very detailed, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to that game. That will be the game that I will want to play. And I was thinking, actually, you know, there's only a terabyte on the Xbox One X. So potentially, what you could do with Forza Motorsport 7, I'm going to trip up on that a lot. Forza Motorsport 7 and Crackdown, you could probably like pre-order, pre-download onto a USB drive, couldn't you? And then, so when you get your new Xbox One X on the 7th of November, you plug that in, you're good to go.
Yeah, that's a capital idea. That's good advice for any game that you're going to order digitally and you want to play on with Star Wars as well. Yeah.
Then you don't have to bother about waiting for it to download. You just like plug your USB in and off you go.
Yeah, because that's just so infuriating. Even if you buy the disc, you're still waiting around while it installs and gets a million updates. You know, so it's not like getting a physical copy is going to save you from that impatience. You know, you've got a new console, so that's an excellent idea, mate.
So November the 7th, along with Xbox One X, so that's coming out. Next up was
I've got
Ashen, yes,
from Aurora 44.
Was that the game where they didn't have a face?
Yeah, sort of
like it,
semi-polygonal, almost cartoonish look to the characters. So I thought at first it was going to be quite a light-hearted game. How wrong could that be? Crikey. It was sort of more akin to the despair of Dark Souls.
Right.
This game. And I don't think it followed the path any more than maybe the atmosphere. But it's the blurb of the clip that we saw, of the trailer, explained that there was a world that once had light, but the light faded and the darkness came, and all of a sudden, these characters that look pretty cheerful to me and happy, kind of bright-coloured characters, were getting accosted by equally sort of... They were still in the same style, these monsters, but somehow they were just very nasty.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely.
and sort of scary.
They
and
really
quite
were.
Visceral.
Yeah.
And gory. And I was like... Because at first I was thinking, oh yeah, I could play this with Sam, this will be awesome. And then 2 seconds later I was like... My goodness me, I've never seen such violence and gore in something that seemed so friendly at first.
Well, they have their face.
Yeah, it looks very interesting. It looks very good. It's got a great look to it, hasn't it? Great style. It looks like it's got the potential to have a really good story, get some emotional engagement in there. This was one that took me by surprise, and I was kind of like, wow, yeah, that's a good one. I wonder if that's an exclusive.
It is. It's Xbox One, and PC exclusive. So that would be Xbox console launch exclusive title, and that's coming on the 30th of April 2018.
Wow. Yeah, that's got a really, really good look. What's the tagline? Can't find a tagline.
It's co-op, it's co-op. It has that unique art style, and it definitely does feel like a bit kind of Dark Soulsy, doesn't it? I think it's open world as well.
Here's a bit of a tagline: an action RPG about a wanderer in search of a place to call home. This is a world where nothing lasts, no matter how tightly you cling to it. Whoa,
deep.
Yeah, no sun, and the natural light that exists comes from eruptions within the world. Wow, sounds good. So yeah, looks really good, but the trouble is sometimes you want to play a game to be cheered up. I don't know if that's going to hit that button. Another serious game, and as you say, did you say 30th of April? Is that when it's
13th? Yeah, 13th of April. Yeah, so to be cheered up, says the man who's played Dark Souls and Bloodborne, and
yeah, I know, but you got to have a rest from them. You can't play them all the time. It's not good.
Next up was a wonderful game. So next up, we got to see Life is Strange prequel.
Yeah. So that's Life is Strange Before the Storm.
Yes,
it's going to be a 3-part adventure, and it's coming out at the end of August.
I just love the fact that is August.
Yeah, this is being made by it's not being made by Don't Nod, is it? This is a different team. So Don't Nod are going to be working on the sequel, and these are doing the prequel, aren't they?
Yep, Deck 9 Games.
Thank you. That's the one. Yeah. They were another. They had another name. They changed it.
Right.
I can't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is looking good. Focusing on the friendship between Chloe and the girl that we're missing,
Rachel.
Thank you. I was between Rachel and Amber then. I don't know why Amber was on my mind.
Because that's her full name, Rachel Amber.
Of course. I was like, in my head, I was like, Rachel, is it Amber? What am I going to say?
Amber, Rachel, Rachel, Amber. Yes.
So, yeah, that's really cool. I was thinking, because it's a prequel, you can't have any weird sort of gameplay mechanics that are similar to Life is Strange, because Chloe in Life is Strange doesn't know about that kind of thing.
No.
So I was thinking, is this going to be a game without any powers? Do you know what I mean? And just concentrate on a narrative, because they're in quite a tricky space there. Because if anything weird would have happened in the past, surely Chloe would mentioned it in the game that we all know and love. So it'd be interesting to see how they handle it. I'm sure they'll handle it really well, because it's an IP that you would just treat with the utmost respect and care, isn't it? You know, you'd be so passionate about making it right, wouldn't you? And so careful with an IP like that. So that's really good. It came on, and just the style and the music straight away just got to me. I was like, oh man, it's great.
Yeah. It really was one of those moments, wasn't it? It's just like, when you kind of realise just how much you enjoy this game, how much you love this game. It's really interesting because it's already up on the Xbox One Dash to pre-order. So to pre-order and purchase now. It comes in two different SKUs. You have the normal game, which is Life is Strange Before the Storm. The normal game, that is $13.99 for all 3 episodes. Or there is the deluxe edition, that is $84.99. No, that is $19.99. And the deluxe edition, it comes with the main game, so episodes 1 to 3, but there's also a bonus episode called Farewell, and you can play one last time as young Max Caulfield in a special bonus episode. You also get a mixtape mode where you can design your own playlist from the Life is Strange licensed soundtrack, and there's also some exclusive outfits as well, such as a new punk look, Illuminati outfits, and if you pre-order, you get classic Chloe outfit from the original game of Life is Strange.
Wow. Just please pre-order. We'll give you the pre-order.
I've pre-ordered and I've pinned. And I've pinned it to my dashboard, and I'm now just sitting there waiting.
Waiting for the end of August. Not too long to wait.
It's not too long. We just have to get summer out of the way. Come on, pesky summer.
Who cares about long days and warm summers?
So Life is Strange looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it looks brilliant, and yeah, great to see not only that it's being made, but also that it's not far away. I presume, is that just episode 1 at end of August?
Yes, so it's that's the only weird thing about it, and probably the same for you as well, Daz, is that when we all played it, so when you, James, and I played it, we had the game in its entirety. So it was just all there. Episodes 1 to 5, I want to say, were just all there, just available for us, and now we've got to wait. And I don't know how I feel about that. I'm just like, do I wait for episodes 1 to 3, or do I play 1 because I just want to jump back in? I can't wait.
What you could do, you could test it with the first episode.
Right.
And if the pain of waiting is that much because it leaves you on some terrible cliffhanger, learn your lesson and wait for 2 and 3
Good idea.
before you carry on. Yeah. So you could just dip your toe in with episode 1 and see what you think. If you can bear it, then it'll all depend. If they did a good enough job that you couldn't bear the wait and you had to wait, that would mean the game was something special, wouldn't it?
Yes, because that's
if it was that good. It's a tall order.
I mean, there's some Telltale games that I just need to jump into. When as soon as they come out, I want to be day one because I can't wait for the next story. But there are some that you're just happy. But that's really good advice, actually.
Cool. So that's looking fantastic, and we're all very grateful that it's coming. Next up, Shadow of War.
Shadow of Mordor.
Looks amazing.
It looks very cool. Lots of Cockney/Australian orcs.
Why do all bad orcs have to be Cockneys?
It's
a rule. Is it a rule? It's a fantasy rule.
I think so. If you're a bad guy and you're an orc, you've got to be a cockney.
You alright? What are you doing there?
I'm gonna just gut ya.
I've seen you before. You left me with one eye. I'm going to get you now. I thought this game looked unbelievably beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
The orc, I was looking at this skin. The big orc, they showed a conversation you had with an orc. First the protagonist had to sort of weaken him, and then he took over his mind and brought him over to our side, or his side in the game, the good guys, let's say. And they proceeded to have a conversation, because once the orc had been brainwashed, he was sort of like, well, what do you want to do, you know? And he was giving up some information. He was saying, you know, I'll fight with you against Sauron or whatever. Sauron, I say, to be honest. I don't like saying Sauron just because they say it in the films. I've always read it as Sauron. I should ask the Tolkiens. I'm sure it's probably Sauron, because that's what they... Anyway, I'm getting off point. And I was just looking at his midriff, because he's sort of... His stomach was out, and the skin detail on there, I just felt I'd never seen anything like it. It reminded me of an NVIDIA demo that I saw a few years ago that I was just completely amazed with. This was a tech demo,
right.
You know, that you needed a whole PC to run just to see one orc dancing. It was a long time ago. And that orc dancing probably looks rubbish compared to that now. But it reminded me of it. And the way... the animations of his entire skin as he talked and flexed his muscles and swayed from side to side, I thought it was very realistic. The main guy, I forget his name, but his beard and stuff looked really good, you know, and it just looked stunning. It looked stunning. It looked like more of the same, just upped to 11 to me.
Yes.
They probably mentioned a few new things in it, but to be honest, I didn't hear. I just watched this video, and they showed quite a lot, didn't they?
Yeah.
The guy talked to the orcs, and then he formed his orc army using the Nemesis system, and they did mention that they've upgraded the Nemesis system, but I didn't make a note of what they did, but it just looked really good. And then he went to, I don't know, attack a castle. I don't know if it was in Gondor, I don't know if it was Mordor, I don't know where he'd gone, but it was some battle in the game. And he had his army with him. And then you had the enemy in front, and the enemy orc came out and spoke some words in the black tongue, and your orc didn't understand the black tongue anymore. And he said, I'm going to guess he's saying, you're all going to die an horrible death. And I just thought, this is class. I was like, this is game humour that I'm actually finding funny, which is quite rare. So I thought they've made the orcs ferocious and grotesque. And they're foes that you'd be fearful of, you know. They're scary things, but they've also made them sort of a comedy element with them as well, and giving them a bit of like the light relief with it. And it's a mix that from the trailer, it wasn't so prominent, I didn't think, in Shadow of Mordor, but in Shadow of War, it feels like they've sort of made a conscious decision to elevate the atmosphere a bit with these orcs and the banter that they get up to, and it really works. And combined with the beautiful visuals, the combat, an upgraded Nemesis system, and from what they're saying, a much larger playing field to explore and adventure in. It's a day one for me. My goodness me, it looks stunning. When's it out? I didn't get the date.
October 10th.
Humph. So that means if for me, my silly little prison that I make for myself, it means if I want to play it probably on the best system, I'll be waiting till Christmas.
Yeah,
it'd be a good Christmas game. That I might have to have some discipline.
Once Sam has gone to bed, I guess that'll be an awesome game.
Yeah, that's the thing with all these games. They're all blooming. I'm not going to. Sam stays up later as he gets older. It's getting annoying. It's like by the time he goes to bed, I'm too tired to play a game.
Yeah, you'll just go to bed at that point.
Yeah, that's not because he's up till 10. It's because I'm tired by 7:30.
yeah. It's funny, isn't it? The older he gets, the older he gets, the later he gets, and the older you get, the earlier you get. So it's just like
I'm like some old geezer getting up at 4 a.m. and getting tired at 6, going for the early bird meal. But yeah, Shadow of War, I thought looked amazing. What did you think? Did you like it? Or
absolutely. We didn't get into kind of what we've been playing, but for someone who has just started playing the original game, seeing this game here, A, maybe think, oh, maybe I won't play one because that one looks much better. But B, maybe go, I just want to keep playing that game because I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, no, absolutely. I thought it looked absolutely incredible.
It's really good, and I imagine it'll follow the same sort of upgrade system as you sort of go through the skill trees, you progress through the game. The powers that you got some choices, you got some branches you can go through with the powers, but I found them all really satisfying. And you really start to feel like a badass. It's cool.
I'm loving the original. It feels like Batman.
It is very like Batman and an Assassin's Creed. I remember this again. I said to Claire when I was playing the original, which I got not long after getting my PlayStation 4 original, and I was saying to her, "This is so like Assassin's Creed." I said, "Am I so shallow that basically, if Assassin's Creed was in Mordor, I'd be happy?" I was like, "Is that me? Is it just because I got sick of it? Just because they hadn't put it in a place I was happy with? Do you know what I mean?" I was like, "Because this is very much like." I remember seeing videos that they were accused that they stole the assets, weren't they, from one of the Assassin's Creeds, and they showed the mannerisms of the walking. It was exactly the same, wasn't it? But regardless of that, I loved Shadow of Mordor. That's what you're playing, isn't it? Yeah. I'm sure I'm going to love this, but. You know, why not copy something if it works? And Assassin's Creed, that combat, when it's been refined like it has in those games, it works really well. It's very fluid. And then when you elevate it with the tactical element, with the Nemesis system of building up your army or sending off an orc captain to go and, I don't know, usurp another band of orcs for your benefit. It's just really cool, and I don't know if they're implementing it in this iteration of the game, but the potential of that is just phenomenal. I mean, in the future, it may be this one, because we don't know everything about it yet, but you could have massive battles where you've brainwashed like a whole army or an army captain or a general or something to sort of turn the tide of battle at a certain point, and it could be so exciting as that happens. It's just great. I mean, it helps me because I'm a big Tolkien fan, as might have come across. So yeah, I'm really happy. And it was so many years before they made a good Middle-earth game. You know, all my life they've been turning out bad games. I mean, The Hobbit was probably one of the good ones, the old text adventure. And then there was just so many bad Middle-earth games, till maybe about the PlayStation 2, and then they brought some games based on the films, and they were pretty good actually. Especially for a film license, it's a rarity. But anyway, these look really good. I'm so glad that it sold enough to get a sequel.
That's just so cool. Like I say,
really
they're playing the original and looking at this. They both look like they are something special indeed.
Yeah, so then Phil came back on the stage and he announced for us all, which is a pretty cool announcement, backwards compatibility for original Xbox games.
Yes.
And the biggest cheer of the night resounded around the hall.
For the OG Xbox.
OG Xbox.
So if you still have your discs, then they're even getting it working with, obviously it'll be digital downloads, but they're getting it working with the disc as well.
Wow.
That's stunning. You know, the fact that if you've still got an old Xbox game hanging around, that you can just kind of stick that disc in and it will be able to, you'll be able to play that on your Xbox One. So they really have like unified the Xbox family, haven't they?
I think that's amazing. Just, if anything, it just says, you know, we're looking after you. You know, we've gone all that way back, and that sort of gives me the feeling that they're not guaranteeing, but it gives me the feeling that going forward they'll always do that now. And I like that. You know, instead of you get a new system and nothing works, and you have to buy everything again. You know, and they said it straight away, didn't they, with this Xbox, the One X. They said everything. They said right off the bat, like you said, you reported that. They said everything's going to work with it.
Yeah.
And you'd sort of expect it because this is a mid-term. It's not a new one, is it?
No.
But I'm sort of getting the feeling that they're going to stick with that. And going backwards another tier sort of reaffirms it a bit. But I can't think of a game that I'd play. I'm coming up a blank trying to think of an original Xbox game that I'd really want to play that hasn't been remastered already.
Yes, absolutely. Because Grabbed by the Ghoulies, that's already available, isn't it, on Rare Replay? They showed off Crimson Skies, which with the chat that I was in got a big whoop for Crimson Skies. You know, it's just been really cool. I know friend of the show Manny had a point where he was collecting Xbox games, so he's got a collection ready for when the backwards compatibility happens. So that's going to be happening later on this year, and they've got nothing more to say at the moment, but that's going to be happening. So for me, I don't know, maybe Jade Empire would be a good one to play. But there's no achievements. There's no achievements, unfortunately. They haven't patched in or retrofitted achievements to them. So that's a bit of a shame. But that would just be a ginormous undertaking if they did that. So yeah, no, it looks, and they'll visually they'll be improved as well. Yeah,
it's a really nice coup. And it warms the cockles.
It really does. It really does.
Whether it's useful or not, I'll certainly have my eye out down the car boot sales, and maybe pick up a odd Xbox original game.
Yeah.
If I see one that that flicks a memory in my head, because at the moment I'm coming up blank apart from sort of Knights of the Old Republic, and like you said, Jade Empire. But I'm sure there's many.
Project Gotham Racing.
Onimusha.
Yep.
Yeah.
Blinks,
that's the thing.
The Time Cat.
Now that's I'm going out now to get that. So that's really good. It was at that point. I mean, we reported it at the top of this segment, but it was at that point it made us wait. Then he mentioned about the 4K updates. For Gears of War 4, Forza Horizon 3, Minecraft, Killer Instinct are all getting 4K updates, and then he dropped the price. He didn't drop the price. He revealed the price. I'm not going to say drop. That's the wrong way to phrase it. And then he gave us the price, which, as we said, $499 or £449. If you're thinking that's not a fair conversion, you've got to remember the US guys, they pay tax on top of that $499, don't they? Mm-hmm. Which varies state to state. So they'll end up paying a little bit more. Our £449 includes VAT, as far as I'm aware, so that's that's what we'll actually pay finally.
Yes.
So it's not as accurate as a price as you think, because we get our tax included in the price, whereas the price that they give to the states doesn't include the tax. So yeah, and then I think we finished off with a much larger slice of the game that we'd seen a little snippet of at the EA conference the night before, Anthem.
Whoa! You forgot. You forgot one. Ori 2.
Oh, how could I forget that?
Ori 2 and the Will-o'-the-Wisp.
Wow, all the way through that I was like, what's this? This looks amazing. And then it revealed that it was Ori, and I was like, oh wow. You know something? I've never played Ori, the first one.
It's so hard.
Oh, is it? It's so good though, I heard.
You probably will love it. It's like that kind of give-up gamer that I am. It was just like so. I got my nephew Ed to do a bit for me, because it's like so kind of. And someone asked in an interview later, they basically said, like, are you, like, there was some things that were really hard, are you going to give a mode where people can just kind of, and they said absolutely not. We like the fact that when you get to the end of the game, you have that feel of accomplishment. So that's there. He says just that we're going to put better save points in. Just allow you to be able to just kind of, because there's supposed to be one bit that's supposed to be so hard. I haven't got there yet, but it's a great game, and it's really funny because it starts and you think, oh, I love this game, and then it got frustrating.
Is it digital only?
No, I think it came out as at retail as well. I think they had a short run retail.
Okay, I'm going to keep my eye out for it anyway, because it reminded me that that's a game I've missed and I'd like to play, and I know that it's good, and I know that I like it because I know that it's sort of a bittersweet game from what I've heard. I don't know any more than that.
Yep, I've just had a quick look on Amazon, and there was actually you could actually buy it as a retail copy.
As a physical. Oh, yeah. Brilliant. So yeah, Ori 2, and that, sorry for forgetting that. It's certainly not because it wasn't any good, because it was another one of those games that definitely piqued my interest. And I was like, wow, all the way through it, it's like, this looks amazing. And it sort of had a little bit of familiarity, because I hadn't played the game, but I'd read the reviews and seen the trailers of the original. It was there a little bit. And I was like, this really does look good. That's it. It started with the purple feather floating around, didn't it?
Yeah.
And I said to Claire, and it had good music, and I said, any game with a floating feather, I will always like. Historically. Last Guardian, Final Fantasy, there's a few, right? And then if it starts with Kingdom Hearts, I think had a falling feather in it at some point as well. Any game with a falling feather, I'm there. I'm a complete sucker for it. So as soon as I saw this feather drifting down, I was like, oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. And it was. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. So when's that out? Or do we not know? Is it some time off?
Yeah, I think that's 2018.
Okay. Well, I've got time to play the first one then.
Yes, it'll probably be available in Game Pass, whatever that's called.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Trouble is with games where the feather floats down, they usually take ages to come out as well.
Right.
Maybe they've all got that in common. So then we saw Anthem.
Yes, then you got Anthem.
Oh, there we go. Thanks for correcting me. And as I say, we saw a little bit of it at the EA conference the night before, but now we've got to see, I don't know, about 10 minutes gameplay, I'd say. First thing that I noticed was, oh my goodness, man, this looks amazing.
It really did.
It was
really did.
This is like head and shoulders above like quite a lot that we've seen before, if not everything that we've seen before. I understand why EA were bigging it up. And I thought, I understand why they're finishing the show with this. Started off, didn't it, in a kind of marketplace. Mm-hmm. You can imagine it as a busy Tatooine marketplace, I suppose, because it had that sort of stone, didn't it, and a bit deserty.
Yes.
Or maybe a bit Moroccan, I don't know. And anyway, your characters...
Killzone, a bit like Killzone Shadowfall, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Except it looked miles better than anything that we've seen before. And so the protagonist had a little chat with a guy in the marketplace. The guy said he'd made a mistake or something. But the expressions of this guy were quite good. I thought they'd really made some advances with the Uncanny Valley there. You could see his shifty eyes reflecting inward doubt as he spoke. I thought they did well with the emotion there. Anyway, walks through the market and the character says, I'm going to suit up. And they ended up walking through to sort of a central hub where there were some exosuits on display. And he talked to his partner and said, I'm going to take I've forgotten what he called it, the Colossus or something. I've just added some mods, I'm going to give it a try. So then the suits opened up, didn't they? And there was some great interaction because there was a woman sort of next to it, sort of modding it, like the guy, the engineers of a plane or something. Like she was the engineer, and she was like, she sort of like ushered you in. She sort of waved you into the suit. I thought it was quite a nice touch. And then you got in, and we got that traditional sort of entering the suit scene. It looked quite comfy, the suit. Did you notice it was all padded inside?
Yeah, it was all nice. It kind of reminded me of like a comfy Iron Man suit.
Yeah, I loved the thought of the comfiness. I thought once you're in there, you'd be so comfy.
Yeah,
because you're surrounded by like duvet.
This is so nice.
Yeah, and then at that point they sort of jumped down to a plinth, or maybe it even transitioned to another scene, because all of a sudden they were on the edge of a cliff having a little chat, and then he said to the lady, I think that was with him, that joined the game, sort of like a Titanfall, that another exosuit appeared, had a little chat and said, lead the way, and then all of a sudden they jumped off the cliff and were flying, and that was cool. And I thought the exosuits looked a bit like, the best way to describe them was probably they looked like the suits from Vanquish, what the main character in Vanquish looks at, and then off they went into the world. And what did I made a few notes sort of right up at the EA thing. What did I say about it? So you'll have to forgive me with my game references and film references to sum this game up, but basically I thought it was Destiny based on Avatar's planet Pandora, with a sprinkling of Horizon Zero Dawn's mecha dinosaurs.
Yes.
In a world where exosuits from Vanquish have caught on in a big way. Because I forgot to mention it, but at the market, one of those massive... It looked like one of those... I forgot the name. Like Longhorn things from HZD walked past. And you saw some of them in the jungle as well. And so when they're flying down, they flew through the jungle, they went underneath a lake, didn't they? They did some underwater exploration, shot out, saw the wildlife of the jungle all going. And that was very much like exploring Pandora on Avatar. Yeah. I was amazed. I was like, man, this looks good. And then they got two more guys joining them, and it was at that point I realised this is EA's take on Destiny.
It really is, yes.
And not in a bad way.
No, in a very good way. It looked absolutely superb. And then you're right, the moment they were like, and your friends can like join in, it's like a co-op, and then it was like, oh, okay, I can see the similarities going there.
Yeah, looks really amazing. So they had a fly around the world, a bit of a sightsee. Then we had a battle with some bad guys. Looked at some of the different weapons you could use. One of them had fitted a mortar to their suit, and they fired that. Some took some guys out. And yeah, it was... that description does not do it justice. It looked absolutely amazing. It seemed like a really great game. And it's... I think I said to you, I was like, I'm getting this. I want this so much. And you were like, it's not out till 2018. I was like, oh, gutted.
You're like, damn it! But that was it. That seemed to be the flavour, didn't it, from a lot of these conferences that we were watching. It was like, it's available 2018, coming out 2018. But this did look absolutely superb. It looked really good. It's BioWare, isn't it? So it's the team behind BioShock. No, not BioShock. I'm sorry, Mass Effect.
Yeah.
It just looked absolutely superb. It did.
That's where all the resources from Andromeda were.
Yes. That's why Andromeda is so bad, because they've made this gorgeous looking game.
Because they made this so good, hopefully. But yeah, this is definitely, this is a system. If I can get my words out, this is a system seller. Shame it's not coming out with the system.
Yes, yeah.
Because my goodness me, if this was coming out with the Xbox One X, it's the kind of game. I mean, it's not an exclusive, but if it ran significantly better, for instance, I think it could really shift. This could shift units. But it's coming out. It's coming out soon. Well, it's coming out eventually.
Yep. Give them time. They've got to have time to get it out. But it just looks absolutely stunning.
It looks like a step forward in that genre. Graphically.
Yes.
Playability, shoot. Don't know. I think maybe we've reached the ceiling of what you can do with that. But my goodness me, it's just crikey, man alive! It looks good.
Exactly. I'm not gonna put Destiny down before it's even out, but it does make Destiny 2 feel like Destiny 1.5. The environments are just so sumptuous and just so detailed, and like you say, that bit where you kind of dive under the water and then you just kind of come out and fly out, that just seems very next gen, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. I alluded to about an hour and a half ago when we were talking about EA. Was that they'd seen what Activision had with Destiny, and they thought, we'll have a bit of that. And man, they've made an assertive effort to do that, because this looks tremendous. I feel bad for Bungie in a way, because they must see that and think, oh crikey, that looks really good, and it's kind of like what we're doing.
Yeah.
And for me, because I'm not, it's made me think I'm going to wait. I'm going to skip Destiny. It's made me think I'm going to skip Destiny 2 and just wait for this. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm on board with Anthem. I don't really like the name Anthem.
Right.
I wish it was called something else. Anthem. But I'm sure when you play it and you understand why,
yes,
it might get better. When you pre-ordered for 80 odd quid, you're like, I like the name Anthem now. That helps me justify my money. So that was where Microsoft left.
Yes.
Us.
And that was it. Yeah, that was it. It was really funny, because I was after Anthem, because that's like kind of a third party title. I was expecting them to just come back and just have one more thing, for one more announcement, but they didn't. That was it. It finished. Yeah.
So overall, it was they had a lot of content in there. They got through the 42 games. Showed us the new console. Told us about the new console. Gave us the price of the new console. And it was all about the games. There wasn't that much chat. It was just game after game after game after game, wasn't it, for like over 90 minutes?
Yeah. I thought it was a real solid effort. I thought it was really good. There was lots of games, obviously, that we knew about. There were some new releases. There's some new info about some of the games that we've been waiting to see. And, and I think it was a real solid, fantastic conference.
Yeah. Have you got any... we talked about highlights from EA. It was a bit easier because there's only about 8 to pick from. What you got any standouts from the Microsoft conference?
I think for me, it's like seeing everything in 4K, seeing all of those games in 4K, having the stream in 4K. I think the technology kind of stood out. The fact that the Xbox One X is so small, and the kind of little form factor. I'm just looking through my notes to try and see which game. But I think for me, even though it was that whole section, of like Last Night and Ashen and all of those games. I think it was those games that just and the guitar one. I think
the Artful Escape. They stood out, didn't they?
Did.
That section did stand out.
They did.
Yeah.
It was like new and fresh, and there's and I think to those are my standouts.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, there's I could go on for a few standouts really here. There's so many. I think Assassin's Creed looked really good. It's not an exclusive, but it still stood out. What else did I really like? State of Decay 2. That got my interest in a big way. Like you said last night, Artful Escape. What else really stood out for me? There's another one that I want. Shadow of War as well. I think that just looks awesome. So yeah, solid effort. Oh, of course, Sea of Thieves looked really good too. You know, and that was great because I thought it was a good contrast to all that serious blooming stuff. And all of a sudden, you've got this fun game out there, colourful, bright, presented in a really good way. So yeah, and also, you know, a lot of these games, probably Sea of Thieves as well. Yeah, I would imagine there was many games that fit a category, and I was thinking of it as I watched them, and I could see Phil Spencer's mantra of he wants more games of a service. Games as a service. He wants more of those, and I could see that quite a high percentage of these fitted in with that initiative, with that idea of games as a service, where you can get the players, get the community going, and basically the game can just run and run and run, and you can drip feed extra content through the game to the players. You know, which is a business model which I know Phil Spencer wants to push out there.
Yes.
And a lot of these games were both. They weren't rubbish games or anything. They were good games, but and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but a lot of them fitted that model, and I thought it was interesting. And you could see, because they weren't all that, but you could see the start of that initiative poking through the conference. But you know, whatever, I don't care, as long as if that means more good games, I'm quite happy for it. And so that was Microsoft. Then we had Bethesda
Land.
I thought they were well trying to rip off Rare. It was so Rare-esque the way that they did that Bethesda Land.
Yes.
I really did think that I'd sort of watched the beginning of Rare Replay or something and got really inspired and decided to sort of base it on that. It really felt. I felt that I was like, could this be Rare? You know, do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's really had that vibe. So they started with Bethesda Land, which is a wonderful place, full of diversity in games. And Pete Hines took the stage and proceeded to go through some of the highlights from Bethesda, which everything that you mentioned, I think it's quite interesting to know, it's all coming out this year.
Yes.
So it's all due in 2018, which I thought was good. So they've obviously a great believer. Like they started it, didn't they, with the Fallout 4 announcement, I think.
Yeah.
Being like within 6 months or whatever of release from the announcement, and they've decided to stick with that. Now, my first item on the agenda was Doom VFR and Fallout 4 coming out on Vive.
That's right, yeah. So Doom VFR and Fallout 4 VR, they're both. It's HTC Vive exclusive, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, that's not maybe it's exclusive for a while, and then they'll expand out. I don't know, but at the moment they're both coming out on Vive. And that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
It was really good to see. That was kind of almost like the first taste of VR, because EA and Microsoft have both gone through their conference without the mention of either the letters V or R, and then to actually kind of have it, they were like, at last, we've got some VR. So
there is some VR out there. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I mean, Doom is really interesting. I mean, Fallout 4 is a great game. It's just that it's kind of old now. And I know it's in VR, but I'm just kind of, VR or not, I'm kind of not bothered.
Yeah.
But I think there's lots of people that are. That's just my opinion. So he mentioned them, and we saw some footage of them. I think it's when you're showing a VR game, you know, you know what the game's like. You just got to try and imagine it in VR. I mean, you can't really show it. But they did they did go to some pains to show the control, didn't they, and how you'd be able to traverse the land and use the controls in Fallout 4 anyway, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, the crafting menu looked really good on using the HTC Vive, because you had like a circle around your controller where you could then like pop up a menu and then choose what you want to do. So I quite like that. That was quite cool.
Yeah, it's probably less convoluted than the normal way, actually, for that bit. And the crafting, I think, could be more rewarding in VR for that aspect, because you make your base, you can walk around it. You know, well, I mean, you could do you could do that anyway, but you know, in VR, it probably feels a bit more personal. You know, actually there.
Yes.
So I'm sure it's a lot of fun. But I spent so many hours in Fallout 4. I don't think I'm going to be going back to explore it on Vive. I could do with a little demo, really. That'd be enough for me. Then we went on to Elder Scrolls.
Yep.
Online expansion for the online game. Return to Morrowind. Yeah, okay. So that's that. I didn't really pay attention any more than that. I was like, it's an MMORPG.
I did like that after that they had the Creation Club, and the Creation Club is that is all the modding that you're seeing kind of on the consoles, but the Creation Club gives a little bit of gravitas to it, where these are kind of almost Bethesda certified creations. So with these creations you can get achievements, you can get trophies, etc., etc. Because at the moment, if you try to mod Skyrim, it takes off all of the trophies. You can't mod Skyrim to get trophies or achievements. So these Creation Club, which was the next thing, that was quite interesting. That it's like a little app store, really, isn't it, for mods?
Oh right, excellent. I wasn't exactly sure what they were getting at with it, so that's good because that's a good explanation because I was a bit confused about that. Is it going to be free then? Do you think, or is it, if it's through the Creation Club, are they going to be paying for it?
I don't know. I didn't see that there was any prices or anything like that. So, and I'm sure the mods that are available now are free.
Okay, and I think that was the whole idea. So hopefully that's gonna carry on. Next thing I've got on my list was Skyrim coming to the Switch.
Yep, there was an Elder Scroll card game. Here.
Oh yeah,
Elder Scrolls Legend card game, but yes, next up is the Skyrim on Switch.
Yeah, this looked really. The best thing about this, I thought, was that you could dress up as Link and use the Master Sword.
That was awesome.
As your character.
That was just so cool.
But that was unlockable only through an amiibo. So I was a bit gutted because at first I thought that was just in the game, and then I was like, "Oh, I've got to buy a Link amiibo." I was a bit gutted. But yeah, that's Skyrim. It looks good. Looks like Skyrim.
Yeah, we've
all played Skyrim, haven't we? It was good in its day, and now we can play it on Switch. If you missed it, that's great. If you want to play as Link and buy a Link amiibo, you can do that too. If you just want to explore a massive, vast world when you're out and about, you can now do that. So that's pretty cool. I haven't really got much else to say about Skyrim. Have you got anything you want to add?
No, I just liked it. They also they said you can play it normally, with a normal controller, or there was also motion control.
Oh, you could sort of swing the sword, couldn't you? Chop, chop, chop.
Yep, swing your sword, push up, do the other one, do your left Joy-Con for a shield, right to swing, and then you also had like a bow and arrow movement as well. I can't really see myself doing that on the train. You look a right donk with that on the train, but the rest of it looked really cool. Then it looked really good.
Yeah.
Like I say, Nicola's kind of halfway through, kind of like before Zelda came out, she was replaying Skyrim and having a great time. So I showed her that, and she was like, "Well, I can play it on the go," So suddenly she was like excited all over again. But I don't know if she would start playing it for a third time.
Oh right, because I was going to say, so there is a market. I'm sure there's a market out there.
Oh god, yeah, lots of people went crazy over that. So yeah, no, it was indeed
brilliant. Next, Dishonored 2 DLC, Death of the Dark Outsider.
That looked really good.
That looked really good, didn't it?
And it's standalone as well, isn't it?
Yeah. It's out on September the 15th, and it looked really good, didn't it?
Yeah,
it looked really good. I missed out on Dishonored 2. I played Dishonored 1 and loved it,
right? But
Dishonored 2 just clashed with something. Can't remember what it was. But this looked better than Dishonored looked. It was a good clip they showed, wasn't it? Very sinister and. What have you?
Yeah, no, it really was. I was like, ooh, and when I found out that it was standalone, I was like, oh, that might be good to jump in for like 5 hours or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Then just a quick one, really, just to mention it. Quake Champions, got to mention, and they're sort of reinvigorating the esport, or maybe they're not. It doesn't need reinvigorating. Maybe it's just the esport is there. They said you can, if you train hard enough, you can get. They're doing a tournament with a $1 million prize pot.
My notes are more bloody esports dudes.
Yeah, let's leave it at that.
And BJ Blazkowicz as well from Wolfenstein was available as well as a character in Quake Champions.
Yeah, that's right. That was it. That was me. I went to bed then.
Right.
That's all I needed to know. No, I didn't really. The next one I thought looked really good. The Evil Within 2.
Yes.
That's coming out on Friday, October the 13th. I find this difficult to describe. It's a horror game. It looks really interesting. It looks quite original as well. It looks like the main guy in it is seems that he's suspended in some strange sort of time-bending white goo between dimensions or between times, and he's sort of floating in this weird sort of resin, and from that resin he sort of pops out of there into different times, and it seems that he's trying to, save his daughter or something. And his daughter was in a house that was burning. I'm presuming it was daughter. It was a little girl anyway. There was a house burning, and I don't think he got there in time, and it was like really bad. And then all of a sudden he just woke up in the white goo again, and then he went somewhere else, and it was like equally awful.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this game it looked impressive.
Have you ever played the original?
No. No.
The original's out on like PS4 and an Xbox One. That again kind of looks quite scary, but this looks really good. But it just looks. My notes again are: it looks incredible, so scary.
Too scary for me,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, it looked really, but I really liked that it didn't seem to be a traditional sort of horror game. It seemed to have some interesting concepts there with this kind of messing around with time. The guy kind of, I don't know, in some kind of terrible limbo, as if he's got to prove something to be able to get through it. But it seemed that he was paying a penance for something by maybe watching all these terrible things and not being able to do anything about it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It didn't, because it was quite enigmatic, wasn't it? But it looked really good. Great graphics, and it looked like it was pushed along by this really good sort of gameplay mechanic. But we don't know too much about it. But there's definitely a lot of white sauce in there that's very, very mysterious.
Yeah, and it's very much that kind of ammo is sparse, so you've got to either set traps or just hide or run away. And it just looks it looks so good. It made me want to kind of look and see and have a look at the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like State of Decay did with me.
Yes,
there's a few of those moments. So then we had what probably was Bethesda's biggie because they finished on it, and not without reason, Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus.
That looks amazing. The one game for me that was I have to play this game from this whole conference was the new Colossus.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looked absolutely super cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it. It's like the Nazis have taken over this world that we're based in here. The guy came in, didn't he? Sort of, I don't know, some kind of Nazi lieutenant, and got a milkshake from the diner. And I don't know, it was just really well done. He sort of saw, I presume it was your character, and he was kind of friendly, and then he had his milkshake, and you thought everything was okay, and then he said, "Right, I want your papers," and you're like, "Oh no." And I think Pete Hines kind of summed it up towards the end of it, and he said he'd been asked about what these guys were working on, and he said it was utterly crazy. And he said, well, I think you just got it there because you've got this woman who's pregnant with twins or something fighting against, I don't know, Nazis, while a guy's dropping acid and chasing unseen creatures around in the background. He said the whole game is completely crazy. It's amazing. And I thought, what we saw of it, I thought it looked really cool.
Yeah.
Just not taking itself too seriously, just a rollicking load of shooty fun.
Yes, I love at the start where they introduce you to Liesel. That was a big kind of robot dog that looked scary, and they had like a child looking after that. So that was really cool. And then, yeah, it kind of has a bit of Man in a High Castle vibe, where it's an alternative universe where the Nazis have won World War II. So you're 1961, and then you're trying to help kind of reclaim the US with the American resistance. And it just looks incredible. And you're right, that kind of scene where the guy comes in with a milkshake, that had kind of vibes of Inglourious Bastards, right at the start, where you have that guy with the milk, and they're all below. It kind of had that.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's it.
It really had that feel to it. So you're like, oh god, this is so tense. And I was just like, I just sat there going, I am in. I mean, the Bethesda conference wasn't that long, was it? It was like 35 minutes. But it had some really good moments, and that was my standout.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and they knew it was, didn't they? Because that's why they finished on it, and it was worth waiting for. It was a good conference, from Bethesda. I thought it was good.
Yes, yeah, another solid conference. Like I say, we've got some VR that we wanted. There was some VR in there, some good games that are coming out. One piqued my interest that I didn't really know about, which was obviously The Evil Within. I've seen it on the dash, but now I'm like, oh, I want to go and see that. But the new Colossus, which is coming out October 27th. I believe, if my notes are right.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, no, they are right. Yeah,
October 27th. And so that just looks great. And as you said, the fact that all of these games were all coming out in 2017 was just fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. It's good to see. You see it now, and you know it's on the way.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Indeed, and that's kind of how they should be, isn't it? That's kind of, I do like that. And a lot of conferences did suffer from the 2018 if the game's coming out in 2018, but it was quite nice to see Bethesda just kind of sticking to that kind of short release window.
Absolutely, that's what we like to see. I mean, I'm all for seeing I like a mix. You don't want a mixture, don't you? You want some things coming now you can look forward to in the short term, and then you want to think about. You also want to see what you can look forward to in the future as well. If you get more, actually, all of now is okay, but all of years away, that's not so okay.
Yes.
So Bethesda left it there and wrapped up, and the next conference was the Ubisoft conference, and so Yves Guillemot stepped up onto the stage to welcome us and to announce Mario plus Rabbids. But don't take his word for it, no, because he also brought up Shigeru Miyamoto to tell us more about it, didn't he? That was pretty cool.
The whole place went bonkers, didn't it, when he came on? And quite rightly so as well. It was
a nice touch.
Yeah, Nicola was sitting watching it with me, and she was like, wow, they're all going crazy. I was like, that's Mario's dad. Of course they're going crazy. It's just like, it was a big thing.
It was a massive thing. It was absolutely brilliant. And I think that sort of set the standard. I wasn't expecting anything that special from the Ubisoft show, but bringing up Miyamoto, it was just like, wow. It's like, this guy invented Mario. It's amazing. And so we got to see some footage of Mario plus Rabbids. I quite liked it that they said when they were chatting with Miyamoto, basically that when they were talking about what to do, he said, don't try and do anything that's already been done. Don't try and make a platformer. Don't try and do an RPG. Do something that's never been done. And I thought that was such good advice, because they would never have been able to. I think it would have been a lot more. Well, they may have been able to make a good game, but there would have been so much scrutiny that they'd have been putting up with if they'd tried to make a Mario game like any other Mario game that we already have. So I thought it was just such sage advice to say, make something different, make something off the wall, and it seems like they certainly did, haven't they? Even though it seems like it's Mario in XCOM land, basically, doesn't it? But I think it looks really good. I discarded it at first, but after watching it, I was like, wow, this looks good.
Yeah, no, it looked really good. Like I say, it definitely kind of had XCOM vibes. I loved the fact that you could kind of combine the characters in your move, so you basically could then just kind of get Mario to jump off one of your characters and stuff like that. They really kind of... The one thing that I really did take away from this is that they really did kind of minion the Rabbids. Now, I know the Rabbids were out before the Minions, but it seems like they've kind of... It's a bit like Tomb Raider and Uncharted. It's kind of... the Minions were probably based on the Rabbids, and now the Rabbids have kind of taken the trait from the Minions. But I thought it was very funny, and it just worked just really well. And I just thought those moves that you could do, like, and kind of skidding behind boxes and stuff like that, it was a bit jarring when Mario kind of pulled out a gun, but it was at the same time it just looked really good fun.
Yeah, it did. There's some good tactical gameplay in there. And it looked good, and I thought that the great thing about it being a bit XCOM-y was that it could bring that style of gameplay to a lot of people that maybe hadn't tried it before.
Yes.
And they could get into it. So, I thought that was really good. And it made a game that I actually discarded into something that I'm now interested in, which is what they want. They did well.
Touching moment when they went into the crowd and you saw the game director, who was just really kind of choked up and very proud of that.
Yeah, he shed a tear, didn't he?
He did indeed.
And to see Miyamoto up there, obviously he's a great fan of Miyamoto's, and I think a lot of people were sort of in awe, and it was quite emotional, wasn't it? It was quite emotionally charged, and it was a nice thing to see. Yeah. It
was really good. It was quite, and the eagle eye of me spotted that two seats down from that director was Grant Kirkhope as well, who was there wearing a Rabbids t-shirt. And Grant Kirkhope is he's the Banjo-Kazooie, Viva Pinata, ex-Rare soundtrack guy. So all of the music from Rabbids is from the same guy who's done Ukulele, the same guy who's done Banjo and Viva Pinata, etc.
Cool. So we can expect some catchy tunes then.
Yeah, some big kind of bop, 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 bom, bop, bop, bom, bom, bom. So, but yeah, it was very cool. I quite like that. I thought it was quite a cool little thing. So yeah, I like the idea of Mario plus Rabbids coming exclusively to Switch.
Exclusively to Switch. Yeah, brilliant. And it's, I don't think it's very often that Nintendo let their IP be managed by other people. So quite a great coup for Ubisoft as well. You could tell Yves Guillemot was very, very happy with himself.
Yes,
but not in a smug way. I just thought he just came across nice and happy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Though, yeah, him and Miyamoto on stage together is a bit cringy, but when they were posing with the guns,
with their big guns,
it was like they whopped the guns out. So then, away from Mario, we saw some more Assassin's Creed Origins, which we've covered already in the Microsoft conference. It looked just as good, didn't it? It looked good, it looked fine. They're obviously very proud of it, one of their signature IPs. Another little point there was they brought out, I don't know if he's the director or the producer of the game, but again, it was one of these guys, and you could tell, he'd like grown up with this game, and he was so proud and so passionate about it. And I love to see employers like that. They you can tell they're not taking it for granted. It's just a really nice thing. And that was another occasion, another Unravel moment. Another guy that reminded me a bit of the dev guy from Unravel from E3 last year, was it, or the year before?
It was a year before.
Crikey!
Year before, yeah.
It was so touching. It's still with me. So then we went on to an interesting game, The Crew 2.
Yes. Now this was the trailer where I was kind of getting a bit confused with Need for Speed Payback. That this was amazing. This almost had like an Inception vibe.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I don't think
bending, and it was awesome.
That's right. It was amazing, wasn't it? Because they were sort of hurtling down the road 1 minute, and then they'd do a jump and from say a city scene, and then instead of doing like a transition that you'd expect, the horizon basically flipped upside down, and in place of the sky was say a desert or an ocean, and then all of a sudden they'd land. It'd flip, and then they'd land on that desert or ocean as either a motorbike or as a boat, and carry on tearing it up. It was very, very well done, wasn't it?
It was really cool. Then at one point they were in New York, and you could see the New York skyline, and then it would kind of bend over, and then they would be kind of on a boat, and then they would be flying, or even a plane, and they would be flying through the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. And I was just loving it. It was so many different vehicle types, and it was just absolutely stunning. It was really funny when I was watching it. I was thinking, they've taken the assets from The Division and Watch Dogs, and they've made a racing game out of it, all of the streets and stuff, but it just looked absolutely superb, and this is a game I am very interested in.
I wondered why it all looked so familiar. You're absolutely right. I know, it was a motorsport apocalypse, or motorpocalypse, if that's a word. What did you have? You got cars, boats, planes, bikes, probably more. Looks really good. You're racing on when you've got wheels. You're racing on road. You're racing off road. There's a bit that looked like Motorstorm. From the PS3 that I thought looked really impressive, with the red sand and the red mountains sort of all around you. And then it just kept going. Then all of a sudden you're in a plane, then you're in a boat, and I was thinking, wow, this game's really cool. And I started thinking that this was like the next GTA game, because you're in so many different vehicles but without the story. And I wasn't saying that in a bad way. I was like, this is demon. So that looked really good. And they got the one of the developer guys out who proceeded to chat about it. He had a very unique way of chatting. He's very sure of himself, wasn't he? He was quite cool. So he chatted about the game and talked about basically all motorsports, didn't he? He said it's all about every motorsport we can think of is in this game.
Yes.
And, that was really cool.
No, it looked absolutely stunning, and this is coming out early 2018 was the release date for this. And I think with a lot of these Ubisoft games, there are betas and early access that you can go to various websites and sign up. You go to Ubisoft and they will take you there, but you can kind of sign up for early access or a beta of all of these games.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, the Crew first one wasn't for me. But again, another one of these games, Crew 2, the way they presented this definitely has got me changing my mind about my stance on that game.
Yeah, and I think with the great services like Boomerang, I think the Crew 2 could be a Boomerang game.
Yeah,
where you just get it, have a quick play of it, enjoy it, because I think I'm the same as you. I remember, I think The Crew was free Games with Gold or PS Plus, and I got it, started playing it, and was like, oh no, I don't like this. So I'm hoping that they did say all new mechanics, all kind of updated, etc., etc. So I'm hoping maybe it fits better and it races better, and because it definitely looks stunning, and it's definitely something that has piqued my interest.
I'm hoping so, because I'm the same as you. We couldn't be bothered for free with the original.
Yeah, that says a lot, doesn't it?
It does, but the thing is, it's like we mentioned before with the Need for Speed Payback. These games, the devs are realising that in the wake of Forza 7, in the wake of Forza Horizon 3. You've got to do something extra, haven't you? There's got to be. You've got to get that competitive advantage somehow, and then you've got what we said about Need for Speed with the hijinks on the road, and you've got this, which is basically, well, we're not just going to have racing with just a car. We're going to have bikes. We're going to have planes. We're going to have boats. We're going to have everything, and it's like it's really worked, because what the footage they showed us looks amazing. So that's really cool. You have to excuse me. I might try and speed up a bit.
So that I kind of got that, and I got it was in my notes was awesome trailer, so which was really cool. So yeah, but that's early 2018. Next up, the game has been delayed a couple of times. It's South Park. So it's South Park Fractured Butthole. So that they kind of showed a little bit more of that, and kind of gave us a little bit more of the kind of detail of how it's going to play, and it just looks it's really funny, because it does just look like a South Park game, doesn't it? Yeah,
it looked really good. I mean, I've watched one South Park, and that's not because I don't like it. It's just I don't know why it is, because it's meant to be good. And the one I watched, I did laugh at. I thought it was really funny. So I don't really know it, but there's something. But it came across funny. It came across as I still want to play the other one, but I haven't got around to it. But I really liked it. We got a date for it as well, didn't we? Because I know it's been delayed a few times, but we got a date for it, which I haven't written down. I'm sure I can just tap up in a second. But I liked it, and it seemed genuinely funny, which is what they're setting out to do, isn't it? So it must be a hit on that regard. And I'm presuming that the last one must have sold enough to justify the second one, so there must be an audience out there for it.
Absolutely, and I think Matt and Trey, who created South Park, they actually said that they didn't want to do it again. So they must have the love for the previous game, maybe a big bag of cash, and also that it sold well as well, has got them coming back to do it some more. And this is coming out on the 17th of October.
Yeah, so not long to wait. I also, we were talking about South Park, I was also quite impressed. I'm not usually impressed by a mobile game, but they announced a South Park mobile game, and the thing that got me with that was the fact that the way the game started was that one of them FaceTimed you, and he's like, you open up the FaceTime, and he's like, get some cowboy stuff on and get outside. I just thought that I was like, that's demon. That I really liked it, and it looked quite good. So a bit of a South Park duo they hit us with. Making the most of the license while they got it, I suppose.
While they've got it. What was the South Park mobile game called?
I don't know. I just wrote South Park mobile game.
I thought it had a funny name. I think it was.
It had all sorts of characters in it. Fighting.
Oh, that's it. It's called Phone Destroyer.
That was
South Park Phone Destroyer. I knew it had some kind of funny name. But yeah, South Park Phone Destroyer.
Yeah, and that looked cool. We'll see. We need to see a little bit more there, but it looked good. Then we went on to a surprise, really. This is a surprise, and I had no idea what this was going to be. And it was the Ubisoft pirate game that had often been rumoured, but often dismissed, that it would never come out, especially in lights of Assassin's Creed being worked on. And there it was, new IP, Skull and Bones, which is pirate warfare on the high seas. Essentially, it's kind of Assassin's Creed's Black Flag pirate ship part, but without all the other Assassin's Creed stuff. So it's just concentrating on naval battles or pirate battles, ship battles on the high seas. Yes. It looks really good. Yes.
It looked like a very adult version of Sea of Thieves, didn't it?
It did. I sort of felt for Rare, actually. I was thinking, oh no, they're going to be gutted seeing this. Another pirate game. But the difference is, I mean, I don't think this has got any of the old leaving the boat and going underwater and adventuring and going on islands and stuff. I think this is very much ship-centric. It's just the battles.
Yes, and it looks like you just kind of control your ship. You don't kind of have a crew of 4
No,
they had
like that,
They had multiplayer. They had multiple people there. But then, if you had 4 people jumping into a game, it would be 4 different galleons, and then and some of them had really nice kind of decorative backs as well, didn't they?
Oh, beautiful, wasn't it? Some of those ships, sort of like Pirates of the Caribbean FX artists have been all over it. Yeah, it looked really good. It was some great broadsiding going on. It was described as a tactical shooter, I think they might have called it, which put me off for a minute. But then it just it just looked so much the same as what I was doing in Black Flag, which I quite enjoyed. It had shanties as well.
Right, and a lot of people loved that kind of that piratey part of Black Flag, didn't they?
It was beautiful, and your crew I loved the crew. They were all. It felt very good with the sounds. They were all chatting away and shouting, "Yes, Captain, we need some more for the come on, you lads," and all this lot. Then they were singing a shanty together to get morale up, and I just thought, it looks pretty good. I don't know if all it is multiplayer broadsiding each other for loot, which is what we saw. I mean, there could be more to it, but if that's all it is, I wouldn't be wanting to pay full price for it. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there was bits where you were boarding other ships and it came up with like a big thing, a boarded ship. It was very kind of like a UbiSoft kind of version. And then the thing that made me laugh, I was sitting there watching it and I was like saying to you, I was like, Sea of Thieves is already doing all of this. And I was like, it's okay, they don't have a Kraken. And then it kind of cut back to the studio and there was like, and we're going to be bringing along a friend. And then it cuts back to the kind of skull and bones, and underneath the water, underneath the galleon, you could just see the outline of something big and squid-like. And it was just like, they've got a bloody Kraken too, and it was like...
Yeah.
So that made me chuckle a bit.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was bad. I thought they were naughty.
So this is coming out. So Sea of Thieves comes out at the start of 2018, early 2018. Phil said, and Skull and Bones is coming out late 2018. Yeah,
and they said you could go to a beta. Sign up. Well, they say you go to the website and sign up for a beta, so you get selected. Which I was quite impressed with this game, so I scurried onto the internet and tapped skullandbones.com in, and ended up at some blooming underwear site.
What?
Well, first of all, I couldn't get to the site at all, and I was like, okay, that's fair enough. So I waited a few hours, and then I tried later on, and it took me. I think skullandbones.com is some kind of bloke's briefs. Site.
Right.
And I was kind of like, not bad. And obviously, in my excitement, missed that I needed to put ubisoft.com / for it. So if you're interested in getting yourself some new pants, get yourself to skullandbones.com. Now that they must have been, but that site wasn't working, so they must have been pelted that night, which is quite funny.
Yeah. You imagine them going, we don't know why, but suddenly we've got so much traffic. This is amazing.
Never known people want so many underpants.
We're rich. Sell the IP.
Yeah, with domain, we don't need it anymore. It's just gone up to 1 million.
We're sorted. But yeah, that was the flight. So that was an interesting one. And like as I was saying as I was watching it, it's very similar to kind of Bug's Life and Ants and Deep Impact and Armageddon. And Dante's Peak and that other volcano movie. Where the two studios kind of get a similar idea at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very like that. And so. I'm sort of thinking that they're going to be quite different games, obviously, because there's a lot, so I think there's going to be room for both in the water, if you like. So, we'll see. But it's definitely got a nice look to it. Yeah, and it's a completely different style. It's more realistic than the cartoony Sea of Thieves.
But you're right, someone at Rare, maybe Craig Duncan, the boss of Rare, probably just saw that and was like...
You'd sigh a bit, wouldn't you?
There was a WTF moment, I'm sure. There was like, what the hell are they doing, type thing. They may have heard rumblings that Ubisoft are doing something similar because they've had a lot of a lot of press and stuff like that, and they might be going, hey, watch Ubisoft because, and have a bit of a tip-off or something. But I just find that very interesting that you have those kind of two. But that, again, it's kind of that book on the gaming industry that I would love to be written one day to kind of hear kind of how people react to things just like that.
Yeah, one day they'll bear it all for us.
Yes, indeed.
And so then we went to the Just Dance bit.
Well, what about Transference?
Oh, sugar, I missed that.
The new psychological thriller from Ubisoft and Spectravision, and more importantly, Elijah Wood.
Yeah, where the heck is that? That was in my notes. It's disappeared.
that should be between Fractured Butthole and Skull and Bones. So that's quite interesting. I mean, it's been getting a lot of buzz since the trailer. It's been getting a lot of buzz around kind of the things I've been reading and listening to on E3. Very, very PT vibe to it. So it's kind of almost like a VHS style video. Which is kind of what we saw, it's part thriller, part film, that's kind of made by these two studios, and it's in VR. So this is going to be compatible with HTC Vive, Oculus Rift, and also PlayStation VR.
Yeah, it struck me that it was a game about that the people in the game used VR for some reason or other, as if it was to better them, but then it all goes horribly wrong. And I kind of thought, oh wow, at last I've worked out the way to make you feel like the VR is the correct way to play a VR game, and that's by having the game based around you wearing a VR headset. And I thought that was pretty cool, if a bit paradoxical.
Yes, it's a bit like a Black Mirror, isn't it? You know, the Charlie Brooker show on Netflix, where he kind of takes things like, you know, VR goes wrong, you get stuck in there, or it's just like. But it looks interesting. It's definitely something, probably an experience more than a game. But it, you know, it could have it could be a bit like Her Story, with a bit of a kind of a psychological thriller on top of it. Yeah,
it could be quite scary. You know, a game if they do it well, and they. A bit like The Ring with watching TV. They sort of the story in the game, for instance, could be about VR. So you get possessed if you wear the VR headset, and it'd be could be a bit full on when you got the VR headset on. So that could be quite good. So yes, I had that in a different area. I had that in between The Crew and South Park. That's why I missed it.
Right.
Who knows why I did? Then we had the Just Dance bit, which we can just probably skip over. They brought on a load of dancers, and did you see the Dancing Panda?
I did. It was very street, I thought.
I thought the Dancing Panda costume looked shabby.
Gnarly, I believe the kids call it.
That'll be it. So it was intentionally so.
Yeah, he was like down with the kids, and he was street, and he was you know, not a panda to be reckoned with, I tell you.
Yeah, well, me and Claire felt suitably old, as we hadn't heard of any of the people they mentioned.
No, me neither. I was like, who is this person, and what is she doing singing? What is this? You know,
is she really famous? And then
so she came on, sang a bit of a song, and danced off.
But first she said, "Yeah, and I'm on the game too." And then she danced off, and the dancers were also enthusiastic, like smiling and skipping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's it, isn't it? Really about that.
That's that.
Just Dance, really cool. Multi-platform, Switch, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Xbox One X in 4K. I don't know, but it was an interesting one.
It was really interesting. And then I've got Starlink next.
Starlink Battle for Atlas.
Wow, I thought that looked so amazing until I realised it was a Toys for Life game. Toys for Life, Toys to Life.
I was just like, I loved the idea when they showed it was a Toys to Life. I thought it was really cool. I thought that was a really good idea. And then they showed that it kind of connected to your controller, and I just kind of flash forwarded to me kind of playing that on the Switch on the train with a spaceship attached to my controller on the train to Manchester, and I was like, no. But it just looked. I mean, 15-year-old, 13-year-old me would have just destroyed my parents' bank account with that, because I would have absolutely, when I was younger, I would have absolutely gone bonkers for that.
Yeah, I thought the game looked pretty good as well.
I thought it looked really good.
So I was really sad because I thought I didn't think so much as you about the train thing. I just thought, I'm damned if I'm getting myself wrapped up in buying a load of toys. I see what you're doing. I thought, I see what you're doing. You're tempting me to buy these toys. I bet there isn't just one toy. There's going to be millions. And I thought, I'm not going to get involved. And I was sad because I thought it actually looked good.
Yeah, no, it really did. I thought it looked really good. And they, and even the toys look quite cool, stuck to the controllers, and they showed it on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Switch, and Switch as well. And they showed them kind of all like connected to all of those controllers. And I thought it looked really cool.
And I think you get different ships, and they're going to give you different features, different weapon sets, different shields, and different. I thought it was a good idea, and like you say, I think I'd have loved that when I was a kid.
Yeah, I'd have been all over that when I was a kid. There was a red one that looked really cool, like just the look and feel, kind of reminded me a bit of No Man's Sky in a way, it's just kind of, but that was just, it was absolutely superb. And there was me thinking that the Toys to Life was kind of dead and gone, but
I know, I wish it was.
but there's doing more. So it was really cool.
They're taking a gamble.
Yeah, it looked really cool. There were some really good nighttime shots that just looked. It was all kind of quite blue, but you just had the light from your ship and it would just look really cool. I really liked it. It looked really good.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I mean, I used to collect my He-Man and my Star Wars figures, and wouldn't it have been even better if they were compatible with the game as well? I suppose if you look at it like that, you're buying it as a toy and it's compatible with the game that you've bought. It's pretty awesome. If that would have been around when I was little, just finished watching Last Starfighter, I would have been well out getting one of them.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, good call. Absolutely. Yeah, you imagine if you just got back from the cinema of watching Last Starfighter, then you kind of had this game.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. Wow.
You'd be all over it, wouldn't you?
Right. Pesta Power would be on factor 10. Okay, next I've got Steep.
Yep.
And all I've got to say about that really is that it's getting an Olympics-themed expansion.
Yes, so Winter Olympics.
Yeah, 2018.
Yeah.
Then, this was good, Far Cry 5. Fight the crazy cult in a town too isolated to get help.
It looked really cool. The thing I liked about Far Cry 5 was, in similar to other games, is that your friends can come in and help you. So your friends can just jump into the game. They showed that woman being a sniper, so she was up in the top of the water tower, and just help you kind of take those things out. So you imagine if there's a mission that you're having some problems with, and I can just say, Daz, can you jump in tomorrow night, around this time, because I need you to help me take out these guys. And I just thought that was really cool. I really like that mechanic for this game.
Yeah, I like that mechanic. I like the way the game looked. I like the way the game seemed to play. I like the idea about the isolated town that was in big trouble, and it was just complete chaos. Everyone had to fend for themselves. And this is not the first time I've said this, but this is the first Far Cry that I've been interested in enough to want. So yeah, I was, as you can tell, I was pretty impressed. Lots of vehicles, big trucks, cars, jeeps, even planes. It looks good, doesn't it?
It does. It looks really good. It's a really interesting one. But then I say that because it's very dark. It's very violent. This is an absolute, and I love that you can have games. You can have games like Mario plus Rabbids, and then 25 minutes later you can have Far Cry 5, and they are just complete ends of the spectrum, but they're both still engulfed in this thing we call video games. And I just love that idea. But this was when you were walking down that hill and that guy was getting clubbed on the head with a baseball bat, and then you went into this bus that had been, and there was just people just dead on the floor. This is going to be a tough old game to play, but I really want to play it. I really want to liberate that town.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to save those innocent people, if there is any. I'm sure there is. But yeah, I love it. And you're absolutely right. Gaming is such a diverse umbrella, isn't it?
Exactly. Like I say, the fact that you have this conference that has a Far Cry 5 and also Mario plus Rabbids, it's just incredible. It's just crazy. But yeah, it looks stunning. A lot of the games do, but the story, the subject matter is very adult in theme, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely, it is. There's going to be a queue of kids as long as your arm outside game to get this one,
asking you to buy it for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it looks impressive. Can't wait to see more.
Yeah, I know. I'm definitely. I think this was, and that's out next year, isn't it? It's February 2018.
Yeah.
Indeed. And then it was over to the last game. I'll let you take this one, sir.
Oh, thank you. So a game that you'd asked me for a prediction in my absence for E3 the other week, and I gave you one prediction that you dismissed out of hand.
I dismissed because Ubisoft said they wouldn't be showing it.
Are you going to believe Ubisoft or me?
Yeah, from now on you.
Just only me. And anyway, so that was a million miles from my thoughts. It really was when this video started. So as the camera descended into a sort of oriental restaurant type place, I noticed that the main character that we were seeing straight away was sort of a half human, half pig type thing.
Yes, yeah.
I said to Claire, crikey, this is Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Yeah.
But then we saw more of the character, and he was like really old and stuff. And I went, "Oh no, it can't be. They're just messing with us. They're just messing with us." And basically, I was like, "It is, it isn't it? It is all the way through this trailer, right up till sort of there was a few cues in it, but I still thought they were just doing it to just annoy everybody. But then, as it went above the clouds, and we'll get to maybe a bit more description in a minute, but at the end of the trailer, it played the music, and I said, "That's the music."
Yeah.
And then, but I still didn't dare believe it because I was so, just sure that it wasn't going to happen. And then it came up there, Beyond Good and Evil 2. And I was like, I can't believe it. Because I'd already, all the way through this trailer, I said, this is amazing. Even if it isn't, I was like, let's just strip away me saying, it is Beyond Good and Evil 2. It isn't Beyond Good and Evil 2. In between me saying those things, I was just like, my goodness, this game looks amazing. I said, even if it isn't Beyond Good and Evil 2, it doesn't matter. This looks awesome. So this game is Beyond Good and Evil 2. The trailer they showed was absolutely awesome. It looked stunning. And it wasn't just... The graphics were amazing, but it was the graphics were equalled in the creativity and imagination of the world, I thought.
Yes,
it really
absolutely.
did justice to the original Beyond Good and Evil. Just watch it. I can't explain the whole story of this. Just watch this trailer if you haven't seen it. It's amazing. It's been wanted for people for so many years, and then Michel Ancel came out on stage again, emotional with his pride and his passion in this project. 15 years since the original game.
Wow.
And there was a tear in his eye, or two really, as he announced at last, after 15 years of not knowing whether it was going to happen, after how many years, who knows how many years of an NDA, of not being able to say anything, and at last he was able to take the stage and talk about this game that he's very passionate about, and you could see the relief and the pleasure on his face as he discussed it, and he basically said, yes, it's here. And the room just went wild. I think rooms around the world went wild.
The internet went wild.
The internet blew up, and it was just an amazing end to a very, very strong E3 conference from Ubisoft. My goodness me, it looks amazing. It's funny that it's called Beyond Good and Evil 2, unless that's a work in progress name, because it's actually a prequel to Beyond Good and Evil. So that's interesting, but wow, it looks amazing. One thing I was a bit disappointed in. Now, the first game, there wasn't really. I don't think there was any swearing in it at all. It was sort of a universal game, could be played by anybody at any age, and it was a great game. Hence the hype for a sequel for so many years. It's been persistent for so many years. But the trailer, it had a lot of swearing in it, and I just thought. First of all, I didn't understand why they were sort of cutting off a whole audience of kids that they could easily have sold it to.
Yeah.
And secondly, I just thought they didn't have it in the other game. Why all of a sudden is everybody being really sweary? Yeah, I don't mind swearing in other stuff, but I don't mind swearing at all, But I just was surprised because Beyond Good and Evil was kind of innocent. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It was more universal, so I was a bit shocked by it.
Yeah, no, it was.
That's
it was
why I
quite
thought
jarring, actually, because there was so much of it. Actually,
when the monkey,
was just like,
when he said it, like when he was swearing loads.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't swear on this pod because we're sort of universal rating on it. That's one of the reasons I dispelled that it could be Beyond Good and Evil.
Right.
So I saw the pig thing and I was like, it could be. I said, this is Beyond Good and Evil, and then the monkey started swearing. I was like, it can't be because it's like a family game. And then it turned out it was, and that was almost as big a surprise as finding out it's Beyond Good and Evil. But my goodness me, swearing or not, I don't care. I'll take it with swearing. They've obviously tried or decided to make it. Not tried. They're going to do whatever they're doing in this game. They're doing it. They're not trying. They've decided that they're going to go more adult, and maybe it's because it's been 15 years since the last one. They decided that the audience has grown up by 15 years, which is a fair thing to do. I enjoyed it, the first one, but my goodness me, it's like it just looked the most imaginative world I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, for me, I mean, that trailer, I was instantly like, it was a bit like kind of the Last Night, where it was that world, it was this very kind of full, very stylized world, and instantly I was like, again, kind of thinking, as soon as I saw the pig, this has got to be Beyond Good and Evil. It's got to be that. And I was just kind of drawn into it, and I absolutely just loved the character design. The girl who is flying this kind of almost speeder bike thing where the monkey jumps onto it, and then you see that because the police have been called, this monkey makes an escape. The police have been called, and they start firing rockets at him, and then they just kind of dive out of the way. I was just like, I want to see a full CGI movie of this, and hopefully this will be the cutscenes, and so we will kind of get that movie.
Yeah, it felt like
I was
CGI
blown away. I was absolutely blown away by it.
I never expected the sequel to Beyond Good and Evil 2 to be as strong as this.
Yeah.
I thought it would be good, but I just thought Beyond Good and Evil 2 was kind of a niche cult classic.
Yeah.
And it was a really good game, but I don't think it really got out there to as many people as it should have because it was such a good game. And I just thought that the sequel would be like one of those games that would be like, yeah, I'll definitely get this, but not many people will. I don't know, like Katamari Damacy or something, a bit of a niche taste.
Yeah.
But this is going to be massive.
Yeah.
They're not messing about with this game. It looks absolutely phenomenal. The trouble is, they're asking for people to join the Space Monkeys Club to help shape the game.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be like, I don't know, another 15 years away. That's the sad thing. I love it that we know that. I love it that it's concrete, but I'm sad that I think that something this wonderful is who knows how long away. I'm just hoping that it comes within this generation because they didn't say anything about release.
No, there was no. I mean, one interesting thing when they were doing a bit of a behind the scenes, you did see kind of gameplay being played behind.
Oh, did they? Oh, cool.
Yeah. So there was one where you could see the monkey kind of just in, and I guess the only kind of bad thing you've got, because this trailer is just incredible, that that the gameplay is not going to be as good.
No.
There's going to be like a little dip in quality when you kind of actually get to when it kind of goes into a proper cutscene. I'm hoping not, by the time it comes out maybe, but you have to.
Yeah, you've got to take that into account, haven't you? Yeah, we'll see. At least we've seen something. At least we know it's coming out. And
yes, exactly.
My goodness me, it's setting the bar high. So I'm really excited. It's my game of the show.
Yeah, no, my game of the show too. It was just like absolutely just incredible. It was, you didn't even get any gameplay, but yeah, it was just like I want to see so much more of this game, and I just want to play it.
Yeah, same game of the show. I haven't seen any gameplay. It's my game of the show. I don't care. Yeah, it's weird. It's that good, isn't it?
Exactly.
When you get a feeling. I think Ubisoft is my confidence for the show as well. Having Miyamoto at the start. The crew looked amazing. Quite like South Park. Skull and Bones was a complete surprise. Far Cry 5 I liked, but Beyond Good and Evil just elevated it.
Yeah.
I wish Microsoft would have sort of. I suppose it's Ubisoft's thing, though, isn't it? It's just, imagine if they'd have announced, along with the Xbox One X, if they'd have sort of pulled that out of the hat at the same time.
Oh my goodness!
Exclusive. Yeah. Oh man, that would have been amazing. But Ubisoft are never going to do that because they'd lose too much money off the other formats. But that was Ubisoft's conference.
That was it. That was Ubisoft sewn up. So then, Ubisoft was it was about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock UK time, and then 2 a.m. Was Sony. So wow. Sony kind of came out and they had their normal kind of the Sony theatre that they were showing stuff in. Before they kicked off, there was actually a kind of a pre-show where they were giving even more kind of like news and updates and release dates as well.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah. So we had the details that the PSX is coming to San Francisco again, and they gave a pre-warning and saying it was going to be the 9th and 10th of December. So 9th and 10th of December in San Francisco, the PSX, and they're basically just saying that the feedback from last year is that people didn't have enough time to book time off holiday or maybe save to go, so they basically just made that announcement.
Oh, okay.
And so the PSX is coming 9th and 10th. Super Hot is coming to VR. So Super Hot is coming to VR, to PlayStation VR in summer this year, summer 2017.
Cool.
Knack 2 is getting a September release.
Oh, wow. And to think I just said that Beyond Good and Evil was my game of the show.
And then the wonderful and very awesome, and the trailer that needs to be checked out, Ni no Kuni 2, is going to be November the 10th.
Oh, wow. I can't believe they didn't feature that in the show.
No, so these were all kind of on the pre-show.
Oh, wow. Well, it pays to watch the pre-show. Obviously, I'll have to learn my lesson next time.
So there you go. And then Sony kicked off. Over to you, sir.
Yes, they kicked off, and we got a little not as impressive as last year. We got a little musical ensemble playing some live music. It wasn't the whole concert orchestra that we got, I think, last year that played pretty much the entire soundtrack of the show, which was amazing. But we had some music that accompanied the first game, which was Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. Now, Anthony, I think you heard this better than me, but basically somebody at Sony cocked up the audio during this time, so I couldn't hear the actual audio. I could just see the visuals for Lost Legacy, and then what else was it? Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah, the Frozen Wild DLC, and even the first part of the Days Gone video. Wow. I think what happened is someone at Sony made an error, and it just messed up the sound. Wow. Or maybe Sony thought that the sound didn't matter as they'd sold 60 million consoles, and they could just they could just run roughshod over us all. So my sound didn't come back till Days Gone, but I saw the visuals of Lost Legacy. To be honest, there was nothing really that new that I noticed. You know, it's all very samey than I'd seen already. There was no big surprise. Looked good though.
It looked really good. I think the one thing that I would say was the dynamic between the two characters was absolutely fantastic. So in typical Uncharted, there was lots of kind of to and froing, lots of little quips that were being thrown between characters and things like that. So that was really cool, and it was just really good kind of voice work, and that I really liked that. So the Lost Legacy. This is coming in August, isn't it? So we're getting this in August, and it's a kind of standalone DLC, an expansion of the story, but standalone, so you don't need to own the original. Yeah,
that's right. Which is a trend I'm seeing more of, and I like it. To be honest, it's good because if you didn't own the original, you can get on board with the DLC. A bit like they're doing with the Dishonored 2 DLC as well. So
absolutely. So
it's no bad thing.
Exactly, it looked very cool. Like I say, the characters, both of the characters, they were really kind of pushing quips and comments and things backwards and forwards. So it just worked really well. So
then we got the Horizon Zero Dawn DLC, the Frozen Wild, and again I couldn't hear what was going on, but I could see it, and I thought it looked good. Horizon Zero Dawn looks amazing. Everything looks amazing. Looks interesting. When Aloy appeared, she got a big rousing cheer from the audience. She thought it was nice. You know, she's got a bit of a fan base.
You could hear that one then.
You could hear the crowd, but not the audio on the actual video, which was weird. It was as if you could just hear the sound of the auditorium. You couldn't hear the straight feed. It was weird. So that looked good. And then we got more of an insight into Days Gone, which is the zombie apocalypse biker game, which looks pretty cool. Loads of zombies on screen at once. A little bit influenced. It seems a bit inspired by The Last of Us in its mood.
Yeah.
But look pretty good. The main protagonist, I'm not sure of his name, he had to save his friend who had been kidnapped by a rival gang, and we saw him sort of travel through the open world for a while on his bike. He had to traverse some rough terrain, avoid some zombies. They were all concentrating on other things. He had to sneak, use some stealth to get round them. Maybe they can't smell or anything, these zombies, they could just see. When he found his friend, he was still alive. He was on sort of the top of the second level of a ramshackle building that had been fashioned by this gang, and he was thinking, well, what can I do here, because there was a lot of these members of the gang around. So he put an explosive on a fence that divided them and kept the zombies out. He hid, blew that up, and all of a sudden they were just swarmed with hundreds and hundreds of hungry zombies, which killed or chased away the gang members. But your guy was safe because the zombies didn't climb up to the second floor. So once they scurried away, luckily they didn't see him. He went up the ladder, and took care of business with the gang leader, I suppose, and his friend. And it was. I thought it was quite good, gripping, and looked really good, and nice bit of story that we saw.
Yeah. No, Deacon St. John is the main character. He's the character that you play. And, I thought what I loved was when you had those huge crowds of freakers, I think they call them, in the game, when you had the huge kind of horde of freakers, and you could use them and use the environment and just kind of be quite clever with them and the environment, like you say, and to maybe kind of chase down enemies and things like that, and they'd just say, right, okay, I'm going to change the dynamic of this landscape. That's going to mean that you're going to be inundated with freakers, and I just thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it was really cool. Looking strong. Did we get a release for that?
2018. That's all we got. Pretty much. A lot of Sony was 2018. Yeah. Sony are sitting out the holiday again. I think they're like, there's enough good stuff there for everybody. There's your Call of Duty, there's your Battlefield, there's your Assassin's Creed, there's all of this sort of stuff. There's Destiny. We don't need to give you anything for Christmas. Well, you've got all of those. We'll see you in the new year type thing. And I think that's probably a wise move. So yeah, this is 2018.
Cool. Okay, so that was Days Gone.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, Sean Layden came out. This was more about the games, this conference. There wasn't much chatter.
No.
But Sean came out. Again, he was a man of few words, but he just gave the traditional speech, really. Games are for the gamers, we all love games, etc. But the vibe I got was really, it was kind of like, yeah, I'm going to say my little bit, but essentially we're going to let the games speak for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then we carried on.
I thought it was quite good because he came out a few times, didn't he, throughout the whole conference, and it was just him. It wasn't kind of here's Adam Boyes. Well, Adam Boyes has left PlayStation now. Here's Shuhei Yoshida. Here's Gio Corsi. All these guys. It wasn't that. It was just like he was doing it and talking about the games, and I really liked that. Was it when there was one game where it was snowing inside? Maybe that was later on, where they were kind of setting the scene using kind of visual clues, maybe on the screen or something like that. But I thought it was really nice. I thought the screen looked fantastic.
Yeah, it did. They'd obviously made a lot of effort with it, so yeah, it was cool. And so next we've got Monster Hunter World, which is due early 2018.
Right.
I was surprised. A bit of a coup, I think, for a non-Nintendo format to get Monster Hunter.
Yeah, indeed.
Because I think, I bought. I don't know if it was the last Monster Hunter, but I bought a Monster Hunter on the Wii. I presume maybe we've had one on the Wii U since, and it came with that speak thing. There was a little chat thing that came with it. I don't know if you remember. I got excited about it and bought it. But it was a shame because it was at that time when 360 had been out for a while and playing a game of that ilk, it was all right for sort of the tennis and stuff, but playing a more serious game, I couldn't do with the fuzzy textures anymore. I'd sort of left that behind, and I just couldn't. I couldn't deal with it on the Wii. It was just, I don't know. It didn't give me a headache, but it felt like it could. It felt like I was trying to read a book that was blurry, because of the fuzzy, because it wasn't HD on the Wii U.
Yes.
And I don't think I had component cables at the time, so I didn't really play it much. But I bought it because I got roped into the hype, and I was like, wow, this sounds just so ideal for me. I bought it and ended up not playing it. So this is massive. And you know how you mentioned about Xbox going for sort of not an assault, but trying to appeal to Japan more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is, Sony are Japanese, maybe that's why they've got it. But Monster Hunter is massive in Japan. It's like the game that launched 1,000 Nintendo 3DSs or whatever it is that the game's on. So that's really good. That should shift some consoles, I'd imagine. If people in Japan haven't got a PS4 yet, there'll be Monster Hunter fans that would buy it for this, I think. Unless they just make a clamour and ask for it to be on Nintendo. Maybe it's going to come to Nintendo as well, but it wasn't mentioned.
No, it wasn't mentioned in the Nintendo Treehouse. I was just looking over my notes for in a minute, and no, it wasn't mentioned at all. So it's definitely at the moment, Sony have got that Microsoft console exclusive with Monster Hunter. But I guess a game like that would work really well on the Switch, like on the go.
Oh, it would. Oh, it so would. It looks really good as well.
Yeah, it looked really cool. I like the bit where they kind of showed you kind of like spit roasting something like a piece of meat. That they kind of did that a couple of times.
Was that just because of Zelda? It just took you back to Zelda, didn't it?
It really did. I was like, I want to play Zelda again. But yeah, it looked really cool, and I'm sure there was kind of lots of people going absolutely bonkers about it.
Yeah, I really liked it. I liked the size of the dinosaurs. I liked that the graphical fidelity looked really good. Because Monster Hunter, I think the one I know was on the Wii, so obviously that was okay for its day, but nothing like we get today. And then I think we've had handheld versions. So seeing this, I was pretty impressed. I think I sort of made an allowance for it. It was no Horizon Zero Dawn, but I sort of once I knew it was Monster Hunter, I was kind of like, this is good for Monster Hunter. And the battle just looked really good. The dinosaur was really tenacious in its pursuit of the hero. Like wherever he ran, it was there, and he sort of climbed on its back a little bit like Shadow of the Colossus. I was like, oh wow, that's really good. So yeah, I quite like this, and I'm looking forward to seeing more. And if I end up buying it this time, I promise to play it. I don't know why. It's perfect. It's a game that I'd love. It's kind of RPG, but just fighting monsters. So I think that's the premise. That's all you do. You chill in your village, and there's usually a really, really terrible monster that's the end monster that you're trying to get to, and you just grind through the entire game by. That doesn't sound very entertaining, but you just fight bigger monsters, and then you get their bones or materials from them to make better weapons, and then you can fight bigger monsters, and you can like explore and adventure through the world, and it just sounds like a lot of games, but I think Monster Hunter just does it really well. So, and the sword looked really cool. Like it had loads of teeth on it.
Yes,
and it clobbered the dinosaur. Poof! I just thought, yeah, it looks good. So I was impressed with that.
Excellent stuff. And then I guess kind of this was almost the part of the Sony conference that Microsoft also had as well, which was kind of like a very Japanese centric part of their conference, wasn't it? Because, and I'm going to allow you to do the next one because I'm sure that you were jumping up and down when you saw Japan Studios and Blue Point come up on the screen.
Oh mate, so yeah, I was really impressed. Shadow of the Colossus remake.
A complete remake, not a remaster, not an upgrade to 1080p and all that malarkey. This is a ground-up remake, isn't it?
Yeah, part of me was like, how many times am I going to be resold Shadow of the Colossus? Because you can get it on, I think you play the original version, of the PS3 version on PS Now, and I had it on PS2, and then I bought it on PS3. Haven't got PS Now for it, just because I thought, I don't like the cost of the monthly subscription. But yeah, I was kind of like, oh wow, and yeah, it's bad because I'll say I don't agree with being resold stuff, and maybe
but it's Shadow of the Colossus, and it looked really good. It looked kind of Ico-ish, didn't it? Sorry, not Ico. What was it? Last Guardian. Sorry, looked Last Guardian-ish. And it was, which obviously because it's from the same studio, but it looked really good. And I enjoyed Shadow of the Colossus. It was a great game. So it's just like, I don't know. I might jump back into this one. It wasn't up there with Final Fantasy VII, but at the same time, I was like, wow, that looks incredible. I thought it was going to be like Shadow of the Colossus 2 or something like that. But it looked really cool, and it got a 2018 release date, didn't it? Yeah. That was the thing. I thought at the start of the video that maybe we were going to get a sequel or something like that, or something more. Yes,
rather than just the same again. But yeah, it looked really amazing. For me, it was I think it's one of my favourite games of all time. If I'm really honest, I absolutely love it. So I'll probably have to get it. I always want it. I always want to be able to play it, and there's been nights when I've missed it because I've wanted to sort of just go through that spectacle of surmounting that Colossus. And there's certain ones with the orchestral score as you start climbing them. I think one of them that I really love is called The Open Path, and oh my goodness me, it's just such a stirring piece of music, and the Colossus is shaking its head, and you're trying to hang on for dear life as your energy's ticking down before you lose your grip and fall down and have to start again, and the music swells up, and it's just so good. And this is the thing, because on PS2 it was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I remember just thinking, wow. I mean, yeah, it had frame rate issues and all the rest of it, but my goodness, the spectacle, the scale. I think that was, it was the scale of it. A scale that I'd never seen until God of War well, maybe God of War series did scale, but certainly God of War 2, they sort of up to the scale. So yeah, that was brilliant. They better not be charging £40 though.
No, well, I don't know. It could, because it's a full title. They're redoing it from the ground up. I mean, they said 2018, which is quite interesting, because I was expecting it to be like 2028 or something. You know, it was like, we're going to take 10 years to do this. But yeah, no, they didn't give a price point or anything like that. But it could be. Will it be retail? Do you think they would retail that, or would that be digital only?
I'd hope they'd retail it too. And yeah, I'd say they'd do both. I think they might do that one for $29.99.
Right.
You know, sort of a rise price point.
Yep. That's a good price for that, I think, because like you say, a lot of people are just kind of reliving. A lot of people may just kind of take on the first Colossus and go, oh my god, that was amazing, and never play any more of it, just so they can say that they played it. But it's definitely one that's on my list.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to riding about on my horse. The only trouble with the game, and I suppose they won't fix it, is the actual open world is just unbelievably barren and empty and sparse.
Yeah.
But I think that's just part of the melancholy of the game. Well, you say that, you just say that as an excuse, don't you? If you can't do something in a game, you say that. Well, that's part of the tone. That's part of the tone.
Exactly. That's all part of the. It's very hard to do that, so we're just going to say that. And then so that was Shadow of the Colossus. Next up was Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. So we got a big trailer for that, showing all of the characters and stuff, and kind of really showing a story. Showed Thanos and showed the kind of story mode, which all led into the fact that a demo is now available on, and that was the kind of their only kind of available today moment. So we have a story demo available on both Xbox One and also PS4 for Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, and I've downloaded it. I've had a play, and it's absolutely fantastic. I'm absolutely loving it.
It's really good, isn't it? They've sort of injusticed it up, haven't they?
They really have, and you know, I've been playing Injustice, I've been playing Tekken recently, the new Tekken 7. We'll get to that next week. But this was actually my favourite out of all three of those games. It was just, there was something about it. I really enjoyed the Street Fighter controls. I really enjoyed really enjoyed the characters as well. You know, I was at one point, I'm Captain America, then you kind of like double tap on the L2 R2 buttons, and your Rocket comes in. You know, Rocket Raccoon, and I was just really enjoying it. And there was something about the obviously Infinite is just absolutely gorgeous, and I keep kind of going back to that. Tekken was fantastic, but there's something about the Street Fighter mechanics of this game that I just really love. Cool.
Yeah, because it is sort of true to those kind of original controls, isn't it? Yeah. I couldn't believe, because I played the demo too, and I was just loving the Capcom characters as well as the comic book ones.
Yeah.
But I mean, they've been in the series for years, but just seeing them in this style and looking so great was amazing. Seeing Strider, he's a favourite of mine, and Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins and Ghosts and Ghouls was really cool.
Well, it was very funny, wasn't it, as well? Because like the Iron Man was kind of giving him there was a bit of smack talk between Arthur and Iron Man in the story mode as well, which I thought was really cool.
Oh, that's right, because Arthur's got his lance, hasn't he? It's a bit oversized. And Iron Man says, are you trying to overcompensate for something, or trying to compensate for something?
And he called him Sir Lance a little, which really made me chuckle. And it was really cool, because you had the opening cinematic to the game, and I was like, oh, I really love these graphics. It's such a shame that it's going to go into the playable graphics, and it's going to change, and it'll be 2D. And then when it actually went into the playable graphics, it's the same graphics as the cutscenes. So I had actually, in my head, I downgraded the graphics of Marvel vs. Capcom, and it's actually better than I thought. So I was politely and pleasantly surprised. So I was really liking it.
Yeah, at one point I actually thought that when it switched to the cutscene, I thought it looked lower quality than the gameplay. It didn't look as sharp. Yeah. And I was like, wow, this is a real reversal from the glory days. But I thought played through the demo completely. I thought it was a really generous helping of the demo.
Yes.
And it ended, because I found myself getting really into the story. And the way it ended, it was like an extended trailer for a film that you played, and it left on a cliffhanger, and you're like, it was done very well to make you want to go, I'm gonna get this.
How can I buy this now? Pre-order right now. But
very exciting at the end.
It's very cool. It's such a great game, and I'm just it's definitely one that I'm just trying to now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just download it on the Xbox One as well, and I'm going to then decide which controller is the better controller, because at the moment I'm really enjoying. I had Injustice on both PS4 and Xbox One, and I was enjoying the Xbox a little bit better, especially with my Elite controller, because you could change the controls and the D-pad, so that was helping quite a lot. So I'm going to do this for Marvel vs. Capcom as well, and see which one is better for my playstyle.
Wow, the comparison, the chessing comparison.
I'll be like, yep, no, that's it. Because it might just be the PS4 controller is better, or it may be that because I can switch the D-pad out on the Elite, that actually might be a nicer one for fireballs.
That's the thing, isn't it? That's where I sometimes wonder how Street Fighter feels on the Switch. Because fireballs with those 4 buttons must be a bit difficult.
Yes. Yeah, I guess you just have to use the sticks, don't you?
Ooh. Anyway.
So, yeah. What was next?
Give me the heebie-jeebies with that. COD. Call of Duty World War 2.
COD.
Cod and chips.
Yep. That was really good. Did you like it? I thought it was quite cool. I thought it was like a really good kind of taste of what the battle, what the moment-to-moment gameplay is going to be like, and I thought it was quite cool.
Yeah, I thought it looked good. The thing is, it's weird. There's a bit of a theme here for me, I think, that I feel, and it's like this E3 had maybe less surprises than usual, but what it did have, or in my opinion anyway, is a lot of sequels. Not necessarily expected sequels. For me personally, sequels to games that I didn't think would get sequels. Sequels to games that maybe had passed me by and have now made me interested, like the Ori sequel, like Beyond Good and Evil, I suppose, like State of Decay 2, like the Metro sequel. All these games, there's like sequels that are looking stellar for games that I always sort of, for the originals that I sort of had as average, or they passed me by, or I didn't notice them, and that was a bit of a theme for me. And or like that I'd had enough of them. I think that's another thing. I sort of couldn't be bothered anymore. Like Assassin's Creed, I've sort of given up on it. But now I've been reignited with Origins. I'm sort of ready. And I think that's the same with Call of Duty World War 2. It's like, hadn't played one for a while. Oh, yeah, I played Infinite. I went through the story on Infinite, which was okay. It was good, actually. It wasn't just okay. I enjoyed it. But I'm ready to go back to the World War setting. I really am. And it just feels like the time is right, and it looks really good. And I'm in the mood for a more. I mean, putting Call of Duty and Serious together is a bit strange, but I'm ready for a more of a serious tone Call of Duty. I'm ready for a World War II Call of Duty. Even if it was exactly the same as Call of Duty 2, but done in that engine, I'd be happy, and I'd be ready for it to enjoy it. It's but for me, I think I'm the same as you. It's all about enjoying that single player. And that's what drew me into Call of Duty from the start. And obviously the multiplayer just took off so massively. But I've never really been that into it. I mean, me and you had a bit of fun with zombies, didn't we? But
we did. I really enjoyed that. It was a great night.
It was good, and you can see the attraction, can't you?
Yes, indeed. I prefer the zombie mode rather than the kind of like player versus player, the PvP mode. You know, I prefer that where there's just I really like that. I really like the zombies does get a little bit convoluted. You know, it does get a little bit complicated where you've got to try and figure out what to do at the same time as you're being kind of hunted down. But I think, you know, if you had 4 people on that would just be a doddle and a laugh.
Yeah, and it takes itself a little less seriously, doesn't it? The sort of super hardcore standard multiplayer. But Call of Duty World War 2 looked really good, you know, as you would expect. And yeah, I'm excited to play that. I didn't get a date down for that, so I'm not sure. Did they say one?
Yeah, I think we've already had a date for that. I think it's normally around my nephew Will. It's normally around his birthday. So it's normally around kind of like November 12th, November 14th kind of time. So I will just have a look. WW2. Because I didn't get one down either.
November the 3rd.
There you go. See, it's always kind of around that time.
Yeah, you're right. So that's this year, November the 3rd. Should be fun on the coming up to Christmas. November the 3rd, yeah. So, interesting. Wonder why they didn't just. I suppose because it's not Microsoft. I was going to say, why not just delay it to be a launch title?
Yes, it's quite interesting. I don't know about you, but for me, I've kind of where the PS4 Pro last year, I played Infinite on. I played Call of Duty on the PlayStation because they did HDR. They were up-resing the graphics. They were making a big thing. But this year, I think I might flop back over to Xbox One X and play the cross-platform games like Battlefront and Call of Duty and those sort of things over on Xbox One X now.
Yeah, why not? Why not, indeed? It's quite good because, I used to play Xbox 360 for everything and only the exclusives on the PS3, which is strange because, the PS3 was more powerful, but it didn't seem to get as many good games. And because of the Emotion engine, I think ports were difficult. So even when a game came out, it was a bit more shoddy on the PS3. And then it sort of swapped over for me a little bit, and I've been playing more on the PS4. And not so much on the 360, but I think I could be flopping back as well, back to the old days on the Xbox One X, because that will be, hopefully, if everything goes well, that would be the place to play everything. That'd be the best place to play everything, apart from the exclusives.
Indeed, I'll be interested to see what the third party do with this, because now they have the base units for the PS4 and also for Xbox One, but then they also have a PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X. So is it now the PlayStation 4 Pro that will be holding back the Xbox One X? So will they just say, oh, well, we'll put checkerboarding in, and then the Xbox One X has a checkerboarded version rather than a full 4K version?
The old held back for parity thing, But it might be that. It also might be that the Xbox One X can't do full 4K. I've been reading a few reports that when you look into the small print of what Microsoft is selling the 4K as, but they've got their true 4K, in the black square, that their badge, their stamp of 4K approval. If you look at the sort of asterisk of what that includes...
Oh no, there's an asterisk.
There kind of is, and it says it includes 2160 native, it includes checkerboarding, and it includes dynamic HD.
Right, so that's
dynamic
exactly
4K.
That.
So it's the same as that's the same as the PS4 Pro. But obviously the Xbox One X is going to have the power to be able to deliver native to more games that require more power because it's more powerful. But it looks like we're getting that clause in there that it's not going to be as simple as just seeing it on the box. We're going to probably have to wait to either, if it's not on the back of the box, wait for a Digital Foundry article on it, and find out what exactly is going on with it. But I think they're doing that to give the developers some leeway.
Yeah, absolutely, and that probably means exactly that for Activision, for Call of Duty. They'll just say, okay, we'll enable you to run on Xbox One, Xbox One X, and PS4 Pro. We'll do checkerboarding, and then your first party titles over on Xbox will be running at 4K because they mentioned in the conference, as we've just been talking about, that Gears and Forza and such like all getting a 4K patch. So it looks like the first party titles will then go 4K, but everything else will just do the checkerboarding or something.
Yeah, I'd expect like Minecraft will be native.
Yeah, Minecraft is native 4K.
Oh, is
so
it?
is
Right.
Gears, and so is Forza. It was that group, that you were talking about. There was a group of them that were all native 4K.
So Gears is going to be native?
Yes.
Wow, because I'd have expected that would be, out of the three there, that would be the biggest challenge, and I imagine Forza Horizon would be a challenge as well.
So they're all going to be native, and that's what I was saying earlier, where that's why I don't want to play Gears right now, because I'd rather wait until I can play a native 4K version. Yeah,
but even if it's not native, even if it is checkerboard, there's an argument that you can't actually discern checkerboard against 4K when you're sat, away from your, a distance from your TV that you're going to be sat anyway, unless you actually did analysis. Apparently, it's very hard to spot checkerboarding when pictures are moving. When video's moving, it's easier to see it when it's still, but when it's moving, the human eye can barely detect it. In which case, if it really is that minor of a difference, but say it saves, I don't know, say 30% power, it's kind of like you might not mind. And if the game looks amazing, it doesn't matter. If you get to that thing where it's like, well, it's made 4K on mine, and it's like, well, yours is rubbish because it's checkerboard. But actually, if you put them side by side, maybe there's not that much difference. I don't know.
There you go. We'll get you into the peace talks of the fanboy war.
You will get a new T-shirt line going.
It's all there's a T-shirt you need to be made. Checkerboarding is the same as 4K. And then next up we have there was a whole PlayStation VR section. So they kind of had a whole montage of PS VR titles, which kind of gave you a little bit of hope that PS4 PS VR is kind of getting support. There wasn't as many as I wanted, but we still had some. It started with the mighty Skyrim. So as we were talking before, Skyrim. So Bethesda are doing Fallout. They're doing Doom and also Skyrim as well. So all of those three titles are getting VR support, but obviously only Skyrim is PSVR supported. So we've got Skyrim on PlayStation VR, which was good. You know, we were already talking about whether we'd jump back in on the Switch for Skyrim, and now there's another way to play it with a VR version.
It's like how many sets of 100 hours have you got? It's like, I'll play it on the Switch on the go. I'll play it on. Have you still got your copy
of Skyrim? I always played it on Xbox.
Oh, okay.
Which was good because I think Skyrim on PlayStation 3, 4 was terrible, wasn't it?
It was. Well, yeah, as we were talking to about a minute ago, actually. Yeah, you're right. So I'm wondering if you own it already on PlayStation, if you get the VR update sort of for free or for just a little bit of extra money.
Yeah, like they remastered, because they brought out the remastered one, didn't they? Because that's what Nicola's playing. So yeah, maybe there's an update to that, and it kind of gives you VR rather than buying it yet again.
Yet again. Let's just keep selling it us. Just every time we got a new resolution, just do a texture update and then resell it to us. So you said you were happy, but not as happy as you hoped with the amount of PSVR stuff on offer.
Absolutely. So we had Skyrim. I'm not sure if I've got Supermassive Impatience, but was there a game in between both of those?
Let's have a look. Starchild from Playful.
That was it, yes.
And that looks like a third-person adventure on a colourful planet. Mm-hmm. So another, it looks a little bit like the No Man's Sky palette. It looked quite fun.
Yep. And then next up was the Impatience. That looked quite scary. It was a really good graphics. I don't know how they'll transfer over to the PSVR, but it kind of showed almost like a mad doctor in a insane asylum, and it looked very cool. And I was just like, yeah, no, I quite like the idea of this. To be scared yet again with PlayStation VR.
Yeah, I think that's VR's strong point. Scaring the willies out of you. It's just something about it. And for those that don't know, which probably I'm sure everybody listening to this pod would, but Supermassive have got pedigree in the horror department because they're behind Until Dawn. So they've already cut their chops making that game, and I thought that was fantastic. So yeah, this looks really good. This looks really good. I don't know if I dare try it.
It did look quite scary, but it was quite cool. I mean, just jumping one just for a second, because there was another Supermassive game that came on later in that montage, and that was Bravo Team, which was a gun game. So all those people, I guess, that have bought Farpoint VR, there was another kind of gun game for you to play as well. So this was Bravo Team. Yeah,
and that looked cool. And by all accounts, I hear that Farpoint is a good game to play. I don't think it got rated that marvellously from the critics, but people that I've spoke to that have played it really love it. So I don't know, it's just a bit of a price thing. And if you have bought that with the old gun, whatever, I forget what that's called now, it's got a special name, then you're going to want something else to use it for, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was another Supermassive game, so that was quite cool. So they kind of had two showings. And then if we just kind of roll back slightly, Final Fantasy 15 finally got more details of their VR experience.
Wow. What more do you want in
fishing.
Final Fantasy than fishing? I think it could work really well.
Right.
You're not impressed, are you?
No, I get a complete eye roll at this. I was like, come on. No, I don't want to fish. I must admit, though, I am incredibly tempted to pick up Final Fantasy 15. I don't know if, while there's a bit of a lull, to maybe just kind of pick up Final Fantasy 15 again, and then kind of jump into it. Because I was enjoying it, but then other stuff came out, and now that I've got kind of a little bit of a break, I was thinking about kind of it was either that or Horizon Zero Dawn, maybe kind of just getting that finished as well, especially with the DLC that's coming out.
You're lucky. I'm in a slump too. I don't know what to do now. I'm sort of today. I was looking through Boomerang. There's not one game that I want, and there's nothing coming out until August. So I'm a bit stuck.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting Bulletstorm. You know, Bulletstorm did a remaster. I was thinking about, I was doing the same. I was looking through Boomerang because I've just sent back Tekken 7. And I was looking through and I was like, well, Bulletstorm. I really enjoyed that. And there's a remaster, so it looks even better. Maybe I might get that, you know, and I'll just, because I've got nothing in my queue until Splatoon 2.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Splatoon 2. But yeah, my queue's empty. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking, Ori and the Blind Forest.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. So, but Boomerang don't have a copy of that.
Oh, right. Oh, no, they don't have a digital copy. I mean, like a retail copy of that.
No, they don't have a physical, so I might have to buy it.
No. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, it's a fantastic game. You'll probably love it. So we've got Final Fantasy 15, Fishing, Monsters of the Deep. This DLC, this VR experience is called.
I thought it looked okay. At least it's a game. At least it isn't just looking around some of the scenes from the game.
Yes.
Just going, like, here's this palace, go and have a wander. At least there's some content. And I enjoyed Sega Bass Fishing back in the day on the Dreamcast. It was good fun. So and that we had a little rod with it. It was really cool. So I imagine it could work quite well.
Yeah.
I don't mind a fishing game, I must admit, as long as the price is right. It's no $49.99 a game. So if they price it nicely, then that could be fun. And it'd be good, I don't know, and they didn't show that, but if that could have some kind of multiplayer aspect, and you could all be sat around the lake together, fishing together, and sort of comparing your fish, I think that could be pretty good fishing and social experience.
Yes, right. No, I think you could be right. I think I'm definitely not kind of jumping into that one, but I'm not into that though. Definitely not kind of fishing and social experience. But next up, the last one in the VR kind of showcase was Moss. So it was Moss, which when it first started and when they were showing the kind of intro to it, I actually thought it was Mouse Guard because Gary Whitta, the writer of Rogue One, he's writing or has finished writing Mouse Guard, a movie adaptation of Mouse Guard, a really amazing graphic novel. And because there was a mouse with a little cape, I was like, oh my god, it's Mouse Guard! They're going to make a Mouse Guard game, and I got quite excited. But it turned out it was Moss, which was an adorable kind of little mouse game. I'm not quite sure how the VR is going to kind of fit into it because it does seem to be kind of a side-scrolling kind of adventure, doesn't it? Adventure game. But just to be immersed in that and then play and maybe move the mouse around, it was just really cool. I thought it was a really kind of... I want to know more about this game.
I think it's going to work. Like that Star Child looked a bit like that as well, that it was a third-person thing.
Yes.
And Moss the same, where you got this third person. I think you'll have full control in the way that you did have with Lucky's Tale. Now with Lucky's Tale, you see the character, but you have a fixed camera point. The camera just sort of moves slowly with the character. There's no motion sickness really, but you have full autonomy over it with the pad.
Right.
So I think it will just work like that. And I tell you what, I mean, I've only played Lucky's Tale. I haven't played these others, obviously. It works surprisingly well.
Oh, superb. Excellent.
And it's really enjoyable. And it's amazing because when you look up at the sky, you're there in the world with them. It's like you're looking down, like a benevolent, like some kind of benevolent god just for them. So you're in full control, but you're looking down. If you want to get closer, you can like move your face really close to them and have a good look at this or any of the graphics in the game. Look behind your shoulder, and it's the game world. But you'll find that it positions it just sort of where you've centered it, so that you can see the main action, and then you're just moving the character around, jumping, and it works really well. So I would expect that it works like that. And if they have either got the same kind of systems in place and camera system as Lucky's Tale, or if they've improved on that, either way, you wouldn't be disappointed in the control. It works really nicely, so that could be really good.
Yeah, and it looked stunning, didn't it? As well, it looked really cool. Like I say, the little mouse, it kind of really did. It just piqued my interest, and I just really did want to see more. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to see if there's a release date for it. It's probably 2018. Everything in Sony was 2018.
That's the thing. Yeah, everything was 2018, wasn't it? It was sort of, they should have just put a sign up at the start.
All the games are playing in that will be coming out in 2018. Yeah, no, I can't see. They don't seem to have a release date for that. But that looked really cool. That was definitely kind of one that's piqued my interest and will keep me kind of clinging on to my PSVR.
Apparently, it's available holiday 2017.
Oh, there you go. Awesome. Well done. Good find.
And the little brave female mouse is named Quill.
Oh.
It does look good. I like it that it's really nice graphics, but obviously a little bit more simple textures. So I think it should translate nicely into PSVR. But yeah, looks really cute and nice. I look forward to hopefully hearing a report from you about that on your PSVR rig.
Indeed. And so the next game was another kind of cute and friendly game.
Yeah. You can't get much cuter than Kratos. So yeah, God of War. Just God of War now, isn't it? It's just God of War, reimagining, rebooting it. So we've got maybe a slightly more sensitive Kratos as he's got his son in tow.
Yep.
All the time. It's kind of everything's got to have your son in tow these days. You've got to have that friend, haven't you? You've got to have that friend that you're looking after. You've got to have that weaker party that you've got to be careful of in a lot of these games. Since The Last of Us, it's just kind of like, we want to get this story, we want emotional engagement, we'll add a weak character that you've got to look after. But as long as it's done well, as long as it doesn't turn into a nightmare escort mission for the entire game, because escort missions can be occasionally good, but in the main they're an eye roll and a half. So yeah, we've got God of War with the new kind of Viking Norse Kratos, sporting hearty beard and axe.
Yes.
Yeah, he looks good. It looks amazing. I've always been a fan of the God of War series. God of War 2 is my favourite. And I always think very fondly of that when I think of games over the years that I've loved.
Right.
But yeah, in this one, it started off and he was in a little boat, wasn't he, on a lake or a river. It was quite a turbulent river with his child, his little boy that we presume after the first reveal last year that we saw, he's taken him on some sort of adventure that I'm sure we'll find out about. And he was talking to his son. His son said, I want to know the truth. And Kratos is like, the truth. And then we get like sort of a transition, don't we, to lots of fighting with the axes and massive monsters with like sort of one of them wielding a red hot piece of metal, like a massive like hot iron, wasn't it? And Kratos is doing his usual dodging around, showing us some of the combat tricks that they're going to have. It looked really fluid, looked really good. At the same time, it looked like God of War. Which is no bad thing. I quite enjoy the combat in God of War. It looks like the systems is going to be quite similar to what you're used to if you've been playing the God of War games. I don't think there's any massive revolution here. More of an evolutionary tweak amongst the stunning graphics. But I'm glad that it didn't end with God of War 3 because I've always enjoyed a God of War game, and they take so long to make. By the time the next one comes out, I'm usually ready to dabble.
Yes.
What did you think? Did you like the look of it? Is it because I don't think you've played the God of War games, have you?
No, I've never got into them. I think I've tried. I think they've been available on PS Plus, but maybe kind of on the Vita or the PSP. But I've never really kind of got into them. But this one again, kind of similar to Moss. This has definitely piqued my interest. I loved it where he just kind of tossed his axe into the river, and then later on in the trailer, you just have this ginormous serpent that just kind of spat the axe back out. It was almost like he can't get rid of it. And there was also when he's kind of walking through the villages and things like that. The villages were very kind of densely populated, like Horizon Zero Dawn, and there was like little, I noticed like vases, but they had like Kratos on them, so it just showed that they're like kind of a nod back to the earlier games and the legends that he was and things like that. And I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. And his son, do you think at some point you'll switch over gameplay from Kratos to his son?
You do. It showed it in the trailer actually.
Did they?
Yeah, because it showed the child sort of scampering about on a hill and using his bow and running away from stuff.
That was it. Yeah, because he kept going, "Come here!" Yeah, no, he did. Yeah, so that could be good. That could be like kind of a switch up in pace, and suddenly you go from this someone who's kind of just all powerful to a kind of weaker, more stealthier kind of game. So no, I'm definitely interested in this. The release date for this is early 2018.
Oh, fantastic! that they're gonna have this bit, and I'm gonna love this because I'm a sucker for it. You're gonna be the child. You're gonna be, all defenseless and stuff, and you're gonna do your best all the way through. And you're doing really well, but they'll have this set piece where really it's impossible for him, and he's running and running and running. And this massive monster's just about to catch him, and then sort of you jump off the cliff, Kratos catches you or whatever, and then you switch characters to Kratos and start pounding the monsters, and the music's going to swell up. Hey, that's all it takes for me.
So you're ready for this game then?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And to play a God of War, I mean, they've always been a bit of a spectacle, the God of War games.
Yeah.
Since the first one, so there was always sort of a point to prove. You looked forward to a God of War game because that was going to be a bit like Uncharted games, really, before Uncharted came along. And so, yeah, and the thought of playing God of War on, on a PS4 Pro is just, and looking at the footage, it looks, even though it's a little bit, you could argue that it's going to be quite samey to the others, but it's a new story with characters I enjoy finding out about, and I suppose, and this is kind of a new character, isn't it? Even though it's Kratos, it's a whole new world that we're going to be in, and it looks good. And I like the fact that when they were in that boat, like you say near the end, that massive sort of sea serpent reared its head, and he's sort of like and spat out the axe that they'd thrown. And the child seems to be able to understand the language of monsters, doesn't he? Because he kind of went, and the kid goes, "I think he wants to help." Yeah. So you might get some like monster allies in it, and that'd be a nice switch up if you
that'd be quite cool. Yeah,
got some monster allies. Maybe they took a bit of inspiration from Shadow of Mordor or something like that, and they thought, we could get some monsters on their side, and in the midst of a big battle, Kratos is about to sort of come a cropper, but all of a sudden a dragon that he's befriended, flies into the monster and just gets it out of the way for a minute, saves Kratos, and then the battle resumes. That'd be a nice little touch. It'd still be the same in that it will be a QTE, but I kind of find it exciting.
Yeah, they're absolutely but gorgeous, stunning QTEs with lots of. I mean, that's it. That's what you mean. Kind of with the PS4 Pro, with the jumping kind of technology that we have now, it would just show those battles in just kind of more intense battles, kind of more fantastical creatures as well. And I just think this could be a good God of War to jump in on.
Yeah, me too. Really looking forward to it. Can't wait till early 2018.
Superb.
So after that, we got the new game from David Cage and Quantic Dream, Detroit Become Human, which I thought looked really good in the last times we've seen it. And we got a lot more this time, didn't we? We got more of the actual gameplay, showing us the sort of core story, really, didn't we? It looks like you play a character who is leading a resistance. He looks like he's an android, and he's leading a fight to free the androids from the servitude of being sold in the shops to do jobs for the people that buy them. So it's arguing that the androids have reached a stage where they've got enough of an artificial intelligence that I suppose it's maybe no longer artificial, so they should be seen as citizens, and this guy and his band of other androids, I presume. Maybe there's some humans with them, I'm not sure. I've decided to fight that fight and liberate them. And you can tell if someone's an android, except on him, because they've got like a little circle, like a neon circle, didn't they, on the temple?
Yes.
But he didn't have one, I don't think.
Oh, really? I thought he did, but okay.
Oh, he might have done.
But that's really cool, and because like when they kind of all charged up, you just kind of see that kind of come on, and I was like, that was a really cool kind of gameplay kind of aesthetic, and I really like that. But I think where this really kind of got me kind of sitting up, and bear in mind this was probably about 3:30 in the morning at this point, but where this got me really kind of sitting up is where a scene had played out. So the police came, and then you were given options at that point, weren't you? And you could almost rewind and fast forward time, and you could either just stand and fight, or you could, I think they had that you could pretend to kind of just like be a couple and start kissing, so the police just went straight past you. And I just really liked that. I thought it was the way that it was displayed, way that was shown in kind of almost blue shadows on the street, and then there was your kind of Walking Dead, your Telltale kind of choice there that you had, and I really liked that. I thought it was really really impressive.
Yeah, I did too, and this is what David Cage has been all about with all these other games, isn't it? He loves to explore the differences in choice in his games, along with as cinematic graphical experience as he can give you.
Yes.
And it's been a bit hit and miss in the past. They've always looked amazing, and you can see that he's got this vision, but I don't think the technology's been there in the past for him to give you everything that he wanted. So it's been a bit hit and miss. I personally didn't mind Heavy Rain. and I've only played a bit of Beyond Two Souls, but I liked it, what I played. But I've heard that it gets a bit silly later on, but I didn't play it long enough to find that out. I'm hoping that this is the David Cage game that the true game that he's wanted to deliver, one that's not just a great graphical experience, one that gives us an emotional story that isn't reduced to just a bit of a laughing stock because of its ineptitude of script or delivery. But what I saw looked really good. I thought it looked good.
Yeah, I thought it was stunning. Yeah,
I just hope it's a bit of a controversial issue to sort of put into a game. I know it's androids, but we're talking about slavery, so it's quite. I think it's quite a brave thing to tackle. That's probably littered with risks of getting shot down in flames. If you did it wrong, but I'm hoping that it's handled in the right way. Gives us a really good story, and I just think the premise of when a machine gets to a certain level of intelligence, is it no longer a thing? I just think that's a really interesting thought.
Yes.
It's kind of like, whoa, man, let's sit and talk about that. So I quite like it, and the graphics look amazing. I love the fact that it's all about what if. But what if you hold on, game over. But what if you did this? What if you did this? And I suppose it'll depend on how many choices you're given and how those branches work, and whether they weave back into a central, into a straight line, or if it's possible, it could actually branch and branch and branch. I think that might be too much. I don't think we're at a stage where that could happen. That would be ridiculous. It'd probably take as long as Beyond Good and Evil 2 to make it. It's like that. But I'm quite interested. I'm quite interested to see this game. And they're usually a graphical showcase, these games, anyway, from Quantic Dream. So that alone makes me interested.
Yeah, no, I was very kind of again the Sony exclusives that you had on this showcase were all just like, yep, gotta have that. I want to play that. There was time and time again. So even though there were a few kind of things missing from it, it still was a very solid showcase, I think.
Yeah, it was solid. It was safe, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. No real risks taken. No groundbreaking stuff. It was just sort of like due diligence, really, wasn't it? It was like, yeah, we'll just go along. We'll give them this. No real swear. It's good. It's solid. It was very adequate. It was fine. It was all right.
Well, we still got to get to the highlight of the show for me, which is kind of a little bit on. But we had Destiny 2, not the highlight. There's one other. We had Destiny 2, and they basically just showed some Destiny, which looked really good. They showed one of the new enemies in the game in the story mode, which was really cool. They also announced that they're going to have exclusive weapons, gear, maps, and strikes for PlayStation 4.
Yeah, so PS4 is sort of the heart of Destiny, I suppose.
Yeah,
and it was before, wasn't it?
Yeah,
they sort of got most of the coups on PS4 for Destiny 1.
Absolutely,
so they've obviously retained that.
Indeed, there were strikes for kind of Destiny Year 1 or Destiny 1 that were only available on PS4. They didn't go as far as do any of the raids, but they did do strikes.
Okay, and Destiny looks good, doesn't it? I mean, we've already had the big reveal, so again, this was something that it wasn't a surprise. It was nice to see, nice to get that reaffirmation and to hear about the I suppose the exclusivity side for PlayStation 4 Destiny fans. Does that mean you were on Xbox on Destiny, weren't you, or were you on both?
No, I was Xbox.
Okay, so what are you going to do this time?
Xbox, because it's Nicola and I really enjoy playing Destiny, so we've got two Xboxes. We haven't got two PS4s. Come on, man, that's just exorbitant. so we play on Xbox.
Brilliant. I never know with you, mate. I
think the only thing that Nicola plays on PS4 is Ratchet and Clank. so
fair enough.
So it's an expensive Ratchet and Clank box.
And when's Destiny out again?
Destiny is out September the 6th.
This year?
Yes.
Hooray. So, Destiny, it's good that they showed it, and it's good to see something that's coming this year.
Yeah, indeed, and that's so. Like I say, and they got exclusivity, and then finally they finished the show. They finished the show with a big one for me. I was hoping that this was going to be there. It may have been one of my predictions, and that was Spider-Man. So they did a thing which was really cool because the screens, there was kind of a screen that they were showing all of the trailers on, and then another screen kind of came out in front, which made it kind of look like a multi-level New York. So it was absolutely fantastic. And then they kind of showed I think it was probably about 8 minutes of gameplay for Spider-Man, and oh my god, this game looks amazing. I was, at this point, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, I was just sitting on the edge of my seat, and I was just looking at this game, and I was just thinking, this just looks fantastic. It's almost, they kind of showed the kind of minute-to-minute gameplay, and it was so slick. You know, there's the bit, it reminded me a bit of Arkham. So it was a bit like Arkham Knight, it was a bit like Assassin's Creed, it was a bit like kind of all those games, but there was a bit where Spider-Man's just kind of sitting up on a bar, and there was these masked vigilantes kind of down at the bottom, and then they were all kind of walking in different ways, and he just jumped down and he grabbed one, and you just saw him just kind of keep webbing and pulling the guy up. So really like a spider, he was really kind of like webbing this guy.
Yeah, he cocooned him, didn't he?
Yeah, and he just hung him from the rafters. And then there was another guy that he kind of took out, and that made a guard kind of be alerted in almost a Metal Gear Solid style. And so he fired something onto a container, and as the guy came past, it triggered it, and it just grabbed him and just stuck him to the side of this container. And at that point, I was like, I just want to do that for the entire game. And it was just absolutely superb. I really enjoyed this. I mean, it just looked, and we keep saying it, but this looked stunning, didn't it?
Yeah, I know, it's like, we're like a broken record, aren't we? But yeah, it looked absolutely amazing. And I love that dynamic combat, or contextual combat, it seemed. That there's just so many different things that he was webbing. And the different ways in which he was, like you say, wrapping them up in a bit of web, using the environment to webbing a piece of this or that, and then bashing it in or into a baddie, or using it to sort of, he did fire a web at like a wall and then attach it to a bad guy, and it'd pull him back and just freeze him to the wall and stuff like that. It was just plentiful ways to dispose of the villains of I don't know, the town. It's not Metropolis, is it? I'm going to get in trouble with you. It's
just New York.
Oh, is it just New York for Spider?
Yeah, Marvel is New York, San Francisco, and then it's DC is the made up names.
Cool. Cheers, mate. But yeah, it looked amazing. So we saw quite a lot of fighting. I think he was fighting in one of Fisk's skyscrapers, wasn't he?
Yes.
And this skyscraper was actually under development, and we got a bit of a clue later on in a conversation that he had on his mobile phone to Fisk, because he was dispatching these bad guys. That these bad guys were actually attacking Fisk's bad guys and stopping the development of the building. And Spidey was like, crikey, I never thought I'd be dispatching bad guys for bad guys before. But he's doing it because Fisk knows some information about a certain guy that Spidey's after, doesn't he? And then, after getting to the top of the building, he takes on a boss fellow, which he just sort of rips apart his web. He's too strong for the web, so Spider-Man has to think of different ways to do it. And that was really impressive. That was right at the top of the skyscraper, wasn't it, when he got to the top?
Yes.
But then we got it. Just, you thought that was good, and it just elevated into the next scene, didn't it? When Spidey he dispatched the boss, and then the end of level boss. I don't know, the guy that Spidey was after. Descended down in a helicopter, didn't he?
Mr. Negative, that was.
You should carry on, mate. You know all the stuff.
No, keep going.
So Mr. Negative turns up in a helicopter. Spider-Man's after him. He's like, I'm going to get you. Spider-Man tried to web the helicopter, but Mr. Negative just used this power that he's got, that the boss he just fought had as well. Is it negative energy then, or something? He sort of just this black laser. And just blasted Spider-Man sort of out of the way. Really powerful. Spider-Man doesn't know what to do, so all of a sudden he thinks, I'll slow that helicopter down. Web to the helicopter, and then web to, I think, like a forklift truck or something that's on the top of the building, attaching it to the helicopter and weighing it down. But instead of stopping it, the pilot just carries on flying, and it turns the helicopter into a portable wrecking ball that proceeds to fly around New York City with the vehicle below just swaying like a pendulum, smashing the city apart. I mean, that's where all the destruction from Crackdown went. It's been put into New York City for Spidey.
I was really perturbed when they took out the water towers, because I have a bit of an affection for New York City water towers. It's weird, and it's my thing, and it's like, and I like right now, on the desk I'm sitting at, the background to my Mac is a picture of water towers that I took at sunset, and the glass I'm drinking from as a water tower. So when they took that one out, I was just like, oh my god, it just exploded. That truck went through it, and it just exploded. It was just amazing.
You're like, no!
I was like, no, not the water towers.
Oh, well, it's your thing, and it's a special thing.
It is indeed, yes. I'm special. But yeah, well, they just kept going, and then the helicopter broke, didn't it? The tail of the helicopter broke.
Yeah.
And then Spider-Man is just then trying to capture. And I mean, I imagine if this is moment-to-moment gameplay, that a lot of this is going to be quick time events, kind of maybe similar to God of War. There was a lot of kind of button prompts, wasn't there, appearing on screen, and this was like L1, R1, L1, R1 to just kind of keep webbing and capture the helicopter before it kind of hits the streets. But there was even one bit where the back of the helicopter was just falling, so Spider-Man just stuck it to the side of a building, and I was just like, I need to. What I was quietly, because it was 3:00 in the morning, but what I was chanting was, please be out this year, please be out this year, please be out this year, because this is just like, this is a superhero game that I can't wait to play.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I just loved that chase. I mean, it was reminiscent of a big chase in a film, you know.
Absolutely.
It was so good. And like bits of the helicopter, like you said, the tail fell off and that's falling towards the people, and then you get this view of the people going, and sort of shrinking. I think they're going to get hit by it, and then you've got to save them, and you say it was using QTEs, but I think QTEs have got their place. And if a QTE in a game, if there's something that you can't really allow the player to play, but you can put a scene in that is amazing and give that QTE, which gives you. I always feel like it gives me that feeling that I'm actually doing it. You know, because you fail if you don't get it in time. I think it's fine, and I loved that. And there was a lot of those bits of like, basically, you know, you can see that the people are going to just get hit by this massive piece of hurtling metal, and then Spidey's just like firing all these webs out and stopping it. You know, and there's all the other bits, like the rotors are falling off, and he's got to stop them at the same time, and he's like sticking bits of metal to all the skyscrapers and the buildings all around. Yeah, man, it was a good way to end it.
It really was. It was such an amazing way to end that conference, because it really was like, yeah, I've had enough now. You've given me everything I need. You know, that was it. That was just like, that was the game that I really wanted to see. I wanted to see what the gameplay was like, and I'm all in. And you're completely right. You know, QTEs, they do have their place, because with that, it's kind of make you feel like a real badass, you know, and you can just like, you feel like Spider-Man. It's like Batman, you know, when you do those executions, or when you drop from a gargoyle, you know, you press one button, but he goes down, swoops them up, and just that always kind of makes you feel like you're Batman, and this is going to make you feel like you're Spider-Man, and I can't wait. So it's unfortunately we do have to wait for it, because it's a 2018.
Yeah, this is an exclusive, I'm presuming, because I haven't seen any mention of it for
completely.
Microsoft.
Yeah, it's Insomniac Games, who obviously did do a bit of a flip-flop, because they did Sunset Overdrive on Xbox, but this is back to a PlayStation exclusive. I think Sony own the rights to Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. And who wouldn't want to make a Spider-Man game, if given the opportunity?
Yeah, indeed. You know, and this, it just, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to play this. So I thought maybe that it would come out in time for maybe the DVD, because in a couple of weeks' time, I've already booked my tickets. We've got Spider-Man Homecoming with Tom Holland as the new Spider-Man. So obviously it's too soon for that to come out for that. But I was thinking that maybe it would rattle round when we got the Blu-ray. It would kind of be released when we got the Blu-ray, but it's not. It's just 2018, so we've got to wait a little bit more. I'm guessing at the PSX and the 9th and 10th of December, we'll probably get a solid release date for it.
Yeah, and, you know, take comfort in having to wait means it's going to be better.
Yes, absolutely. Give me a great story, give me great mechanics. I just don't care. I will happily wait for this game.
They should almost, you know, this is just deviating a little bit, they should bring out more games like this Spider-Man one, more superhero games as good as this, but all in the same style, and then bring them all together. You know, like what they're doing with the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh right, yeah.
So you'd have like a stellar Spider-Man game, then you get a stellar, I don't know, another superhero game. You're better at thinking of them.
Iron Man, Thor, Hulk. Yeah.
So all of them have their own individual game. With maybe the tiny cameos, and then they bring out a game that's got them all in. That'd be awesome.
That would be really cool. What I would love to do, because it's the thing that is happening now in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I've always wanted, is the fact that we are getting those crossover events. You know, the fact that in Civil War, there was no background story, there was no build-up. Suddenly, Spider-Man was there. You know, Tony Stark got Spider-Man from Queens, and then they all had a big fight. You know, and it was that I absolutely loved, because that's the sort of stuff that happens in the comics. You know, like Daredevil would be sitting on the rooftop, and suddenly Spider-Man will just drop down beside him, and they'll just have a chat about how their night's going. You know, that's kind of what I absolutely love, and that's what we're getting in the Netflix Marvel universe as well. So we're getting the Defenders, which is Jessica Jones and Daredevil and Iron Fist and Luke Cage. You know, we're getting those guys together, and that there's something about when you have this crossover, just because that's what happens in the comic books all the time, and I've been reading comic books for years. Just to see that on screen, I just absolutely love it. And if there was, even in game as well, that you just got Wolverine appeared or something like that, it would just blow me away. It's only a little thing that's needed, but it really does just kind of go a long way. Yeah,
I think it could be really nice if you had sort of consistent quality and a consistent sort of style to a series like that. Because, like, you know, if the licensing was all owned by, say, Sony or something, or whoever, you know, if they got Marvel in on it, I just think it could be really good. Like you say, just little bits. You're playing the whole game, but you just get like this little tiny sort of Easter egg where another guy comes from another game, and you have a little chat. It'd be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you imagine doing that where you've got Spider-Man's kind of in New York, and then they use the same map, but you have the Punisher, you know, who's got his own missions that would be very kind of stealthy sniper missions, but it's in the same map. You know, that would be quite cool. It's almost like so you end up playing with another character, but in the same environment.
Yeah, and like you could, like an event that was happening with the other character could have an impact on your adventure.
Yes.
Yeah, and stuff. But anyway.
Yeah. So cool. Good idea.
Yeah, I'll send it off.
So that was it. So that was Sony wrapped up on Spider-Man. I guess it was like, as we kind of already alluded to, it was a solid conference. It was good. There were some good things. It left me on an absolute high, which I was very happy about. The only thing that I was slightly disappointed about, no mention of Final Fantasy VII.
No, interesting.
No mention of Shenmue.
No, I know. It's kind of almost an admission. I mean, let's see what happens at PlayStation Experience and things like that. But it's almost an admission that they had nothing last year, so they just like brought out these arbitrary titles that they knew everyone would whoop for, and then they'll just forget about it. So yeah, it's a bit concerning, but we'll see what happens.
I was at
Shenmue's already been delayed, hasn't it? Shenmue's been delayed already. Yeah,
Shenmue's already been delayed. And I think we were talking about it on the pod last week, where we were talking about kind of predictions, where I thought maybe we'd get an HD collection, you know, where they're like,
that's right, yeah,
farmed it out to another studio to just do a HD collection while we wait for Shenmue. But I was surprised that we didn't get an update or anything on Final Fantasy VII. But as you say, you know, the Final Fantasy VII maybe is not for that crowd. Maybe that's for the PSX crowd, and we'll get some more in December. Maybe we'll get and episode 1 is out now in December.
December 2017. That's when it's coming out.
Yeah, there you go. But it's an anniversary, isn't it, of Final Fantasy or Final Fantasy VII? It's like 25 years or something like that.
Yeah. It's something like that, 20th or 25th anniversary. So they should be, and they've broken it into episodes. They'll probably break episode 1 into episodes, so they can get something out.
It'll be Final Fantasy
0.1.
Yeah, it'll be Final Fantasy 7 1.1, and there'll be 1.2, 1.3, and then you'll get 2 about 8 years later. So that was Sony. Sony wrapped up, like I say, stellar. It wasn't that long. You know, compared to Microsoft's 90 minutes, this was just an hour, wasn't it?
It was just an hour, yeah. Standouts for me, I think, God of War, Detroit Become Human. But surprises, Spider-Man, I think, looks really amazing. I think that was probably the best sort of surprise that we hadn't seen anything of before. Well, we'd seen a little bit, but I don't think we'd seen gameplay before. And it was nice to see the fairly strong PSVR commitment. So yeah, it was a good show. It was a good show.
They didn't really do any indies, because after Spider-Man, I was like, we haven't had the indie showcase yet. That must be coming after Spider-Man. And then we've got another big announcement. I was expecting that 90 minutes, but then that was it. That was like, I think Sean Layden even did say, "Guy, thanks very much, and here's the final one." But I was expecting maybe more. And I know they've kind of had extra announcements that have been out on the PlayStation blog, but they didn't have an indie showcase this year.
Yeah, it was surprising. Maybe they're saving that for another event. But I'm the same as you. It doesn't matter how much they say this is the final thing or this is just one more thing. I'm always expecting one more thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
You just never leave a conference now, do you? It's like when you go to the movies, you don't leave until the lights are up, because you always expect like an after credit scene.
Yeah. Until the journalists are moving, I'm not moving.
Yeah, exactly. Until the person sweeping up comes on, I'm not going anywhere.
Until the sun rises the next day and they physically kick you out.
You're still there watching a live stream on Twitch of Sony. It's like,
something might happen.
Final Fantasy VII's going to be out. And then the last one, but by no means least, obviously, it was Nintendo. So Nintendo had their Treehouse on the Tuesday, 5 p.m. For GMT. It was quite a nice time. Kind of wrapped up work early, and managed to kind of sit and watch the Treehouse, which was quite cool.
Yeah, it was a lovely time, 5 p.m. for us guys in Britain, UK, and Europe. And it was a succinct show. I mean, it was down for 30 minutes, I think, but they got it all in 25. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good show. It was a great show, but they didn't pad it out, did they? It was I tell you, man, I had to nip out the room and I missed some stuff.
Wow,
because it was just bang, 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 bang.
It really was. The bang-in started with Xenoblade Chronicles 2 by Monolith. So that's coming to Switch.
It is indeed. I thought that looked really great, but I'm a Brit and I'm a proud UK citizen with the rest of them, but I didn't really enjoy the regional accent voiceover. I didn't think it suited it. I was just more ready. I don't know. I got so used to the cheesy American accents, or even just Japanese, and it was kind of like, "Yeah, we're going to fight that monster." I was like, "Oh, it doesn't sound right to me." I don't know. It doesn't sound right. I admire them for doing it though, but. For inclusive purposes, but I just thought, I don't know if I can get along with this for the entirety of an RPG. Maybe that's just me. What did you think? I wasn't into it.
No, I was kind of I was kind of half and half, because I think I'm kind of similar to you when you were playing Persona. When they released the kind of localization and you just had subtitles. There's something about that just kind of just ticks all of my boxes. Just kind of hearing kind of like that localization, hearing that actual vocals, the original vocals, and just kind of having
the voices as they were intended, if you like.
Exactly. So yeah, though it was an interesting one.
It was strange. It was
indeed. And then after Xenoblade Chronicles, they had Kirby. So they had Kirby for Nintendo Switch. And I could hear James whooping all the way from LA at a new Kirby game. And this looked quite cool. This looked cute. I can imagine playing this on the Switch on the train. But again, the running theme was 2018.
Yeah, I suppose Kirby is Kirby. I was watching Kirby. I thought, yeah, like you, it was cool. It looked like it had a new mechanic, didn't it? Where, what could you do? Could you make them do things for you or something like that?
Yes, it was almost like you were taking on their traits, wasn't it? So
yeah, but Kirby's always done that. But it looked to me, he doesn't play very much anymore. But Sam used to play the old Kirby games on the what system was it on? Like an old system. I'm not sure. N64 it might have been.
Right.
It might have even been SNES system. He used to like it, and it was funny because it's only been a year or so since I've seen Kirby in these old games, and you could really see its heritage. It's kind of like I could almost just put my old console on and play it, but I'm sure there's probably more innovation than it showed. But it's something to say about the timelessness of Kirby. I don't know, but it looked fun. It looked cute. I don't think I've ever played a full Kirby game, but I really like the idea of it. Did you know he was named after a Nintendo lawyer?
No, I didn't. Wow.
Yeah. Back in the early days of Nintendo, there was a court case, and I forget what the court case was for, but it was one of their very early games, and they had to fight a court case, and the lawyer that they used was, I think his surname was Kirby, and then he won the suit for them, and they were developing Kirby at the time, and they named the character Kirby.
Oh, well, that's really cool.
In honour of the lawyer. Full story on Wiki to see how much of that I got wrong. But I'm pretty sure that's right. So Kirby looked fun. Yeah, I quite liked it. So what do we have next? Because your notes seem different to mine here, so I'm worried about the order. I'm worried about the order that I've written my notes in.
So next up I had Pokemon on Switch.
Oh, okay. It's the same order as mine, but I had some stuff before. I had ARMS, Rocket League, FIFA, Splatoon 2.
Yeah, that was just a montage that started that kind of settled everybody. That just kind of, because they came, Rocket League, they kind of announced a bit later on. So that was just kind of settling everyone. And then they went into Xenoblade, then Kirby, then Pokemon on Switch. Did they do Pokken Tournament at the same time?
Yeah, after Kirby, what they did is they did Pokken DX, didn't they?
Yes. So are you excited about this? Because we were talking about this last week when you weren't on the pod.
Yeah,
Are you excited about this?
Yeah, it's a good game, you know.
Yeah, I know that's what it said. Because I remember you reporting before that you really enjoyed it. I really
did. So yeah, I really like Pokken Tournament, and so Pokken DX is essentially it's going to be a port of the Wii U. I think they're doing it to most Wii U games because a lot of people didn't get the opportunity to play them, so they're going to DX a lot of them and bring them over to Switch. Pokken is a solid game.
Yeah.
If you like Pokemon, it's not just for Pokemon fans though. It's a good fighting game, and it's got some good tactics in there, some good gameplay mechanics, and it'll be great on Switch because you can like it showed in the little trailer they showed. Take it anywhere. You can have 2-player.
Yeah. Which
I thought was that's just the awesome thing about the Switch, isn't it? And then you can link up to 2 Switches as well, or just play it at home. It looks great. It looked great on the Wii U, so it'll either look the same or a little bit better on Switch. Great array of Pokemon to choose from. I think they're adding a few extra exclusives for this version. So yeah, it's a good game. Is there online play? I think there's online play.
Yeah, I think there is. I think when they did the reveal, which was a couple of days before, it was one of the games that they were talking about for online play.
So yeah, I mean it's not as in depth as something like Tekken. Which is strange because it's kind of that's why it is like Tekken. That's why it's called Pokken. But yeah, it's good. I liked it, and it's sort of like these days I sort of can't be bothered learning 30-move combos anymore. But I enjoyed myself on Pokken Tournament, and I can see myself enjoying myself on Pokken DX. If I don't buy it, I'll certainly be boomeranging it and having a bit of a dabble.
Yes,
so that's good. And then they made the announcement, which I thought was really interesting, but it's a little bit sort of vague, that there is a mainline Pokemon game on the way for Switch, and I thought that was really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was a bit surprised and maybe a bit disappointed that it's not sort of out imminently because you'd have thought that they'd had that team working on it in readiness for the Switch. But the guy said, how did he phrase it? He said, it might not be this year, it might not be next year, it might even be the year after, but I just thought you'd be excited to look forward to it with me. And I thought, don't tell me that. You should have waited. I don't want to be excited to look forward to it 2 years from now.
He said it may not release for more than a year, I think is kind of what he said, didn't he? He was like, that's what I've got on my notes. May not release for more than a year, but it's coming. We're thinking about it.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow.
But soon. So Pokemon's coming on Switch. And then they kind of kept going with this kind of 2018 when they had Metroid Prime 4 was next, and all we had was actually a logo, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? You see the logo, and it's like, wow, Metroid 4, Demon, and you're waiting for the logo it goes black
to disappear. Yeah,
you're waiting for the video that never came, and you're like, oh, it's just a logo. It's like anyone could do that. Yeah. I suppose Sony did it. Did it last year, didn't they? It's like Beyond. I'm going to just quickly draw myself a quick logo for Beyond Good and Evil 3, and then I'm just going to show it. And then they go back to me, and I'll say, please understand, we're thinking about this game.
And that's all we're doing. We're just thinking about it. And then they kept going with another one, which was Yoshi. So Yoshi 2018, again, Yoshi coming 2018. They showed a bit of the gameplay. I thought it kind of, and this was really interesting actually, because it was almost kind of like Yoshi front and back. I don't know what the full title of the game was, inside and out or front and back, because you were basically playing a level, and then you could then switch perspective and almost go behind. And it really really looked a bit like Little Big Planet. It looked like Little Big Planet had made the levels for Yoshi to live in, and I really liked it. It was all kind of made out of real world stuff, like cardboard houses, like I say, that you could then go inside and then just continue walking through the kind of inside of the house. And I just really liked this kind of multi-perspective 2D game, but it was really cool.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of Nintendo. What they haven't got in power, they make up with just innovation in the style of the games, don't they? And you look at a game like that and you just think, wow, why haven't we seen that before? And how amazing to think of something new in an arena these days that you think every idea has been taken, and Nintendo just hit you with something that's new and fresh, and you just think, you got to hand it to him. That looks really fun. Yeah, it looked great. I love the way, like you say, you got in and out, and the way that the levels are sort of folded in upon themselves, and it was very much like Little Big Planet, but with you can imagine that the controls are not going to be quite as floaty as that. So, yeah, it looked good. I wonder, though, with you saying that, I wonder if it'd like have an editor in it or something like that.
Yeah, what, like your own level editor?
Yeah, like Yoshi Maker. Well, that'd probably be its own game.
See, that was another thing I was expecting. I was like, "Where's Mario Maker for like the Switch?" Or it was like you have obviously as we were doing last week with our predictions, you have all these things that you want, and I'm glad that we get stuff we didn't even know was happening, such as Kirby, Yoshi, and all of those. But but you're right. Yeah, could you make your own world? Could you actually place all those items there? Boggles, mind boggles. So after that was Fire Emblem Warriors. That's all I've got in my notes for Fire Emblem Warriors.
I've got a little bit extra.
Okay.
This autumn.
Right.
It's coming out this autumn. So this is an RPG, isn't it? It looked pretty good. I think the thing about it is, which RPG do you go for? There's so many of them around. Fire Emblem Warriors. I think Fire Emblem's got a bit of a following.
It's got a huge following. Absolutely.
Oh, there you go then. What is it? Sort of a Japanese following, or is it a worldwide thing?
No, I think it's a worldwide thing. I think there's a whole big Fire Emblem because they've had it out on 3DS and the 3DS XL, and then they brought out the iOS game as well, didn't they?
Oh, okay, yeah, of course they did. That was Fire Emblem Heroes, wasn't it?
Yeah, and people were going bonkers for that as well. So yeah, Fire Emblem I think is quite, and also they keep having Fire Emblem characters in Smash Bros and stuff like that. So they definitely are a beloved. It is definitely a beloved franchise for Nintendo.
Okay, is it a bit like Dynasty Warriors then?
I'm not sure.
It's a hack and slash video game. So I think
maybe Destiny Warriors kind of
the little
RPG elements as well.
Yeah, it's a Dynasty Warriors type game. It's because it's a Koei Tecmo game. It's a collaboration between them and the Fire Emblem guys. So this is going to be a Fire Emblem character Dynasty Warriors game,
right? Which
that has got a massive following. As much as the Dynasty Warriors games are kind of repetitive and a bit trite, they've got a massive following. And I enjoy them occasionally.
Right.
I remember getting Dynasty Warriors with my PS2.
Right.
And enjoying it I enjoyed it quite a lot. But I just can't believe how many sequels there's been to it and it's still going. Because there's another Nintendo Dynasty Warriors mashup, isn't there?
Hyrule Heroes, is that
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that should come out on Switch.
Yes. And that's what I was thinking when I was looking at Fire Emblem Warriors. I was thinking, yeah, this is okay. This game looks okay. But I was thinking, but I could play it on the Switch. I could play it on my commute. I could play it on holiday. And then I was suddenly thinking that there's probably a lot of games that you go, do you know what? I'll give that a try because I want something new for my Switch. And I kind of, but looking through the whole of the Nintendo lineup again, it was a solid lineup as all of the conferences was. But it kind of did say, you've got this, you've got this, you've got this. So depending on when Kirby and Metroid and Yoshi are coming out in 2018, you could have just a constant stream of games coming out because just those first party titles, because we've got ARMS, and then when ARMS settle down we've got Splatoon 2, so there is a constant kind of here's something new for us to keep advertising on TV and stuff.
Yeah, there definitely is, and I think the thing with the Switch as well is it adds an extra. The games on the Switch, they've got an extra spice, they've got an extra dimension, exactly as you say, because a game that that say, I don't know, let's say Fire Emblem Warriors, for instance. You might, if the Switch didn't exist and that had just been advertised on Sony's conference, you'd probably think, yeah, I'll give that a miss. But just the fact that you can take that anywhere you go with you and play it on the train, play it on a holiday, etc.
Yeah,
it gives it that extra dimension, and you kind of, I don't know, you might not agree with me, but for me, I kind of think I've never experienced playing a game like that anywhere. Mm-hmm. So just because I've never been able to do that before, it makes it more interesting straight away. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I could have this game and I could play that anywhere. Whereas if it came out on PS4, I'd be like, oh, well, it's at home. I'm not bothered. It's locked to my home. But just because it's unlocked to go wherever I go, I'd be more inclined to give a few different games a chance just because they're portable.
Indeed. I mean, for me, I have like 10-hour commute a week. I have about 10 hours, and some of that time is taken up working. But I could say I have a good 6 hours of game time, which obviously I could be reading a book, I could be watching a movie, but I have so that I could then give that 6 hours to a game that I wouldn't want to sit in front of my TV, because when I sit in front of my TV in November, there's a million games I want to play. But when I go out and go to work and do my commute, I've then got time that I could play a game like Fire Emblem Warriors, that I could play a game like Persona 5 if it was on the Switch, where I don't feel like I'm sitting there going, well, I really want to play this when I'm at home. But when I'm on the go and I've got time to feel, then I can play a game that I'll ultimately turn out to kind of really enjoy, probably.
Yeah, it gives you the opportunity to, because of that you're unlocking that time, and you could find some genres that you didn't know you loved, but you did. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? So that looked okay. It looked okay. It looked to me just like another Dynasty Warriors game. Then we got, if I concur with you, Breath of the Wild DLC.
We did indeed.
Phew. So we got quite a long look at the Trial of the Sword.
Yes, that looks really good. It kind of reminds me of Eventide Island, which I've now completed, by the way.
That's fun, isn't it?
It really is. It's really good. But it did remind me of Eventide, where you kind of start with nothing and then you've got to work your way up.
Yeah, it reminded me of Eventide too, and I love Eventide Island, though it made me shout quite a lot. It's so annoying because it put you right back to the beginning.
I hated that so much, and that happened to me 4 times.
Is that all?
Yeah,
to me loads of times, flipping it. But I only had 4 hearts.
Well, right, no wonder.
Yeah, it was like millions of times, man. But because I'd found the island, I had to do it. So yeah, this looks really good, and because the challenge, that really is a challenge, isn't it? So it looks like it could be really good fun. And in honour of that, they're bringing out some new amiibos, aren't they? One for each of the champions.
Well, that's coming out a bit later, because that's coming out with the Pack 2 of the DLC. So you've got Zelda DLC Pack 1, which is Trial of the Sword, which gives you that. It gives you lots of new masks and armour, included the Korok armour, or as I always call it, Koroko armour. Koroko mask, which wiggles and jiggles when you're near a Korok. So which Nicola is like, I want that, because she's currently up to about 750, and it's becoming harder and harder to find that last 150 Korok seeds. So she's like, I want that right now. And it also added a master mode, didn't it? Another level of difficulty where all of the Babomkins and everything else will just kind of level up. They will get more powerful.
Yeah, so all the sort of green ones are blue and all the blue ones are red or whatever.
Exactly. The white ones are more often. And so that's coming out on the 30th of June. So we're not far. We're kind of only 2 weeks away from that DLC. So for Zelda, which would be really cool to jump back into Zelda, even though I've only just stopped playing it. But it would be cool to jump back into Zelda. So that's the Trial by the Sword. And then the other DLC pack, which is coming out later this year, is the Champions Ballad. And that's the one where you're going to, later this year, that's when you're going to get amiibos. Amiibo of all of the champions.
So what did you make of the Champions Ballad then?
I think it's going to be, because obviously I think it's going to be it's all about kind of before the castle was overrun by the mighty Gammon, and I think you'll kind of you'll be playing as all of the 4 different champions.
Okay, now there's rumours that because Princess Zelda is featured quite prominently in the artwork for it, that she's going to be playable.
Oh, that would be a first, I guess. For
first, and then that would be amazing, wouldn't it? I mean, that would sell the DLC. Now, I might have missed this, but can you buy the DLC separate, or have you got to get them both as part of the season pass?
I think you buy this. I don't know. I think you just buy the season pass.
I think you might have to buy the season pass, don't you? Because I'm sure there was a little caveat, and it said, I don't know if it said absolutely not, but it sort of said you can't get everything unless you get the season pass.
Right.
So it says something along those lines, but I'm not sure. But yeah, imagine that if you could play as Princess Zelda, wield her princess sword or whatever it is she has. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, the rumours started because there's a picture and she's in the foreground with the champions all around her.
Yes.
And so it sort of started. It sort of started from that. So I don't know. It may well not be true, but it's a nice thought.
Yeah, because I think on the Nintendo eShop right now, it's just $17.99 in the UK, $19.99 in the US for the digital bundle for both of those.
That's really good, and because I've managed to delay completing it so long. That's good. That's good because it means now I can complete it, and there's something else to add to it.
Yes,
to elongate it. Because I'm sort of scared of completing it. I don't want to complete it because it's so good. So I'm trying never to, in a way. It's bizarre.
That's what Nicola said. I mean, like I say, she has 750 Korok seeds at the moment, and there's 900 of them, and she has 115 shrines, I think, in the last count, and there's 120 shrines. So
wow.
she's got all the champions. She could just now head to the castle, but she wants to get all of those before she goes, and all of the memories as well.
Good girl, I think. But with the DLC as well, she's going to get that thing that's going to show where she's been.
Yes, exactly. Up to 200 hours, because she's already about 120 hours into it already. So she's only got another 80 hours before that stops showing you your path.
I love her dedication. So she's still playing this, still enjoying it, yeah?
She's absolutely loving it. Whenever she gets a spare moment, she is just on the big TV playing Zelda.
Oh, brilliant. And you know, there's a lot worse things to glance up at on the TV than that. It's just so pretty.
Absolutely. I mean, I went back and did the castle again because I unlocked all of the memories, because I think I mentioned on the pod a couple of weeks ago that you get a different ending if you unlock all the memories. So I went back, did all the memories, and then went back and then did the final battle again, which was great fun. And so I did that. Now being even more powered up, it was even easier, you know. And it was good fun to do that and get that different ending. So it's definitely worthwhile getting the all of the memories, because you just get a little bit more.
Was it good? Was it worth it?
It was indeed. It was really worth it. It was worth it just to go back in, and just play it again. You know, I really enjoyed it. And
relive.
And also, an FYI, there is a Korok right at the top of the castle, on the very, very top of the castle, on the tallest spire, on the tallest tower. There is a Korok right up there.
That's it. You spoiled the whole game for me now.
Well, no, because you'll be
sending it back.
You'll be like 899, and you're like, "Where is that last one? I have no idea where it is." So yeah, so that was very cool. So that was Zelda, and then next up, one of my predictions from last week, and the only one that I'm very proud of, it was Rocket League is coming out on the Nintendo Switch.
Hey, yeah, it is, and it's a good place for it. And James was he wasn't sure whether they could do it, wasn't he? So it's nice to see that they can squeeze it in there. Well, is it going to run at 60 frames, or are they going to cut it down to 30?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I think we'll find out a bit more coming in the coming months. I don't think there was a release date for it, was there?
No, I don't think so. It's sort of a badge of honour now. You've got to have Rocket League on your system. You know, and was it crossplay with other systems? It's
crossplay on Xbox One, Windows 10, Steam, and Switch, and it's PlayStation 4 who have basically locked the doors.
Oh, they're in a stump again, just like Minecraft. Yeah, well, they've got to look after their audience. I mean, their own interests. I mean, their audience.
Well, they did say something that we want our audience to be safe, and I think Phil Spencer has retorted to that, to basically say that, you know, the safest places like on PlayStation. But this is coming out, on Xbox. Phil wouldn't say PlayStation, and this is coming out holiday 2017, and we don't have a price for it yet.
No, but you know, we all know what Rocket League is. It's good, it's fun, and you can take it with you. You know, play it at lunch at work. That's pretty good.
That is really cool. I quite like that to it. And then we had the final game of the E3 conferences, really.
Oh yeah, Pilot Wings 3. I mean, sorry, it wasn't that, was it? Super Mario Odyssey.
I was going to do a Mario impression, but I'm not going to do that. No. That was good. But that was really cool. This game is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I love it. It's sort of... They're saying it's kind of a spiritual successor to... Super Mario 64. Right. And a little bit. It reminds me as well of Super Mario Sunshine as well. It puts me in mind of that. And they referenced Sunshine quite a lot when I was watching an interview with the creators, who are just so humble and so sweet as they talked about it. But what do you think? I think it looks really, really promising. And my first impressions, I wasn't too happy, but having seen more, I'm on board with it.
Yeah, because I think after the Treehouse, they went instantly live to a gameplay walkthrough, didn't they? They were playing some. They were taking on New Dog City, and it was just, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. The fact that it opened up with a T-Rex with a moustache, so with Mario's hat, his Cappy hat, but whatever you throw it at, it becomes Mario. You become that, and you know that you've taken over that animal or car or dinosaur because they're wearing the hat, and they also have a moustache. So there was a T-Rex with a Mario moustache, and I was just like, you mad gorgeous geniuses. So like a lot of the fun's just going to be in exploring and throwing your hat at everything and seeing what happens. And from the sound of it, they are just filling this game with a wealth of different actions and reactions to throwing Cappy at all the different environmental structures, I suppose. I love that you can throw it at a Bullet Bill to traverse difficult platforms, or even if you couldn't make the jump, you throw your hat at a Bullet Bill that's going past, and then you take over the Bullet Bill. A little bit like Kirby, I suppose, in a little way. Yeah. And then off you go, you fly along, steer the Bullet Bill. But my favourite bit was that they've got this fantastic dynamic where there's walls with like lovely sort of nostalgic pictures of the old Mario. So you'll be exploring the 3D environment, and you'll see a castle wall, say, big brick wall, and it'll look like it's got a pipe, and it's got like a platform, and it looks just like Mario, the original Mario, Mario World, Mario Land, Mario Super Mario game. But there's also a pipe that's sort of coming out of the wall, and the guy walked Mario into the pipe, and then he went in the pipe and then appeared as a picture on the wall, and all of a sudden you were playing like the original Super Mario in 2D on the wall, while surrounded though with the 3D environment. And I just thought that was beautiful. And he sort of walks along, jumps up a few platforms on the 2D wall, and then when he gets to the top, he jumped out of that sort of that area, which took him to the top of the wall, and then he popped out from 2D and popped into 3D, landed on the top of the wall, back in 3D, and carried on. And I was like, oh man, that's beautiful. Yeah, and they did it on a circular building as well. Yes, and it reminded me of Nebulous from back in the old days on the Amiga by Hewson. And I was like, this is because it was going as he ran. The building was obviously sort of rotating as he ran around it, and he was like jumping up. And I was like, oh wow, it's just like Nebulous. No one has heard of Nebulous. No. But I was like, oh, that's so good. I used to really enjoy Nebulous. And I believe that Hewson Software put a little comment. They said, no worries, Nintendo or something. Oh, superb. Next to, I don't know, some Nebulous thing. But yeah, if you haven't heard of Nebulous, you should look it up. It's a good old game from the 8-bit days. But yeah, I loved that feature. I really did. It was really cool. And I loved that. I mean, that kind of dynamic was also used in Zelda as well, wasn't it? In one of the last Zelda games on the DS, where you could then go 2D on a wall to kind of like go around a maze and things like that. But it looked. I totally agree. It looks absolutely stunning. And one of the things I did like as well was the amount of different outfits that Mario had. And Kotaku put up an article about how it's all kind of throwback to old Mario. So you had Mario in an outfit from Picross 2 from 1996. Mario Cross Quicks was the mariachi one, and then obviously Mario Golf, you saw him in a golfing outfit, and then there was Yoshi's Cookies as well, which was the kind of chef's outfit. So I just love the fact that it's almost like this game is in canon, that it's actually all makes sense now. This is going to wrap up the Mario universe, pulling all those strands together. Indeed. So finally we understand what's going on. I am so excited for this. And then obviously the great thing about this was they finished 27th of October. Yeah. 27th of October, so not 2018, 27th of October. So does this mean that this is the date? So the 26th of October is the date that you have to finish Zelda?
Yeah. It does. Yeah,
because then you've got Mario to then give you something on your Switch.
Because I'll be happy. Well, I've got Mario Kart now. I'll talk about that next week. But it's not the same. It's brilliant, but it's not an adventure, is it?
No.
It's an adventure in pain, says Anthony. if I had the courage to play you. We'll talk about that next week.
Yes.
But it looks like it's another one of them games, man, that is looking like... I'm thinking this is going to be another one that's going to get straight 10s across the critical board.
Indeed.
I really think it is. I was just watching it, what they were showing, and I was thinking, this looks good. More innovation. It's looking really slick. And I was thinking, this is just going to be another Breath of the Wild. It's just going to be like 10.
Yeah.
And then Jim Sterling will give it 6. But that just proves that it's good. So yeah, it looks really good. And they're bringing out some amiibos for this as well, aren't they? Did you see those?
No.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, after they finished doing that little playthrough that they did after the conference, they said, we've got one more thing to show you just before we go, because that's all we can show you for now of the actual game. It was like, And they said, but look at this. And they had 3 amiibos. They got Mario, Peach, and Bowser.
Right.
All dressed in like white, like as if they're attending a wedding.
Oh,
so
wow.
Peach is in like a white... I don't know if it's quite a wedding dress, but it's a really nice dress. Mario's in top and tails, and Bowser's in top and tails, and it's not just white, but it's pearlescent.
Right.
And they couldn't show it that well on the camera, but they were really gushing about it, and you could just see that sort of rainbow effect on the whiteness of their suits and dress, and they looked really cool. I'm not sure if they said if it did anything in game, and if they did, I can't remember. But they did. They just featured them, and they looked really cool, and they showed us some real close-ups and said, "Look at the workmanship," and they looked like good amiibos. They looked really nice. But yeah, the game looks good. The game looks good, and it's they were doing a little playthrough, and they were showing the different ways of getting to different areas. And this guy he said, I don't know how to get to this area. And he's like, but I've worked out this way. And he said to the creator, and the creator goes, that isn't exactly the way that I would have gone. He said, there is a right way, which I'll show you. And he says, but it just goes to show that the players just make up their own ways to sort of find the way and negotiate the environments. And I was thinking, oh, wow, that looks really good. And the changing of clothes was cool. I loved it because there was a bit where he changed clothes into the mariachi outfit. And then when he went into the pipe to go into the 2D section on the wall, it retained the costume.
Yes.
And that was nice. So just loads of touches. And they showed quite a lot of nice stuff, like using the main thing was probably using the hat, the pixelization when you go into the wall, adventuring around the different places, the fact that there was 2 kinds of coins. There's sort of like world coins or say game coins that can be used anywhere in the game, and individual world coins that can only be used in the individual worlds. So that's quite interesting. I'm not sure what that's going to be for. But what was I going to say? Yeah, that's it. So they showed quite a lot of stuff you can do there, enough to get excited about, definitely. But then they said there's so much more, but that's for another time. And it was kind of like, oh wow. And you know that they're not trying to fake you with Nintendo. So I get the feeling that these 2 guys that have been working on it, it's their mission. They sort of got it across that they kind of just want to just cram it full of surprises. So the fun's going to be in finding the surprises. And it made me think about Zelda, because a lot of the fun in Zelda is just exploring. They made it such a beautiful game, isn't it? Just what's over that hill. Some games you're not bothered what's over that hill, and I can't really explain what it is about Zelda that makes it so pleasurable to go over that hill to find out what's there. It's probably because there's always something there and it's always fun. And it made me think that Zelda's a more serious game than Mario, but can you imagine that pleasure of exploration within the Mad Cat world of Mario? And it's just, something to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. And just scaling the buildings as well, looking for coins, because they were saying, I think in the playthrough, that they were saying that the coins are up high in New Donk City. So New Donk City is not just barren. There's coins, there's like you say, there's hidden things to find. And that would just be, you just want to kind of go up to every building and look around because you're scared of missing something. So it's I can't wait. It's October.
And you can traverse by the electric cables as well.
Yeah, you can throw your cappy at the electric cables and then you just got to pulse through it like electricity. And I just thought that even if it was those things, I was like, this is fantastic. But it does just looks bonkers, but amazing.
Yeah, it looks fun, and I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a hit. I think it's a bit of a, me saying that is nice. It doesn't make me a genius, does it? It's like it's a foregone conclusion. But nice of them to show us some decent gameplay on it, and even better, it's not far away.
Yes, indeed. So that was Nintendo. What was your standout? Probably Mario.
You're just running through what they showed us. Yeah, Mario definitely.
Yeah, I think for me it was Mario, Zelda DLC, and the potential of getting Yoshi as well, like next year. So I was quite excited. I thought it was quite good. It was a nice, solid event.
It was a solid event. What was great about it, I mean, how many bullet points have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 12. I think they covered like 12 things. Maybe a few more, maybe a few less. But that was all done. It was 25 minutes. Wasn't it? So it was no nonsense. It was still done in a really sort of friendly and fun way.
Yeah.
But it like I say, it's just like dish dish dish, bang bang bang. They just got all the announcement out there. 25 minutes, like crikey, you blinked and you missed something. But it was pretty solid. And because I for one was doubting about what the Switch lineup would be like, and this is good. They've got something every few months. They seem to have something.
Yes.
And it's good, And because it's good, it'll sell more Switches. Loads of Switches are sold, so they can work on more stuff, and they'll work on more stuff, which makes the Switch more popular, which means more people are going to make games for it. So it's they've made it with this one.
Yeah, they really have. Nintendo are fully back. And the fact that we do have, like, there's some games that are coming out in 2018. So 2017's already kind of full. We've got, ARMS, Splatoon, more Zelda, Mario. That's it. That's fine. There's probably going to be, there's a whole load of indies or nindies that are also coming out. That, there's going to be loads of those. And then 2018, we've got some more stuff that, we've got a Kirby, we've got a Yoshi, we've got more games that are coming out in the next year. So we don't have to worry about our purchase, because we know that, unlike the PlayStation VR, that this thing's going to be supported for another year.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like more original stuff, because it'd be great, because if they can put that Nintendo slant on some new IPs. But they've got such a large back catalogue. I mentioned Pilot Wings before as a laugh, but I mean, that would be great if they brought a Pilot Wings game out.
Yeah, I'm desperate for an Animal Crossing.
Oh man, that would be so good.
That'd be so cool. So that's it. E3 2017, and this is our extravaganza. So I think we should probably wrap up now, shouldn't we? Let people get their ears back.
Yeah, and let us get our ears back. I think this is the longest pod we've ever done. It's about 5.5 hours.
Wow. Well, excellent stuff. If you're still here, big thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed reliving the conferences from E3. So that is it from our third E3 extravaganza. Don't forget, you can keep up with us at gamerslotspark.com. You can also find us on Facebook, on Twitter, we're at Lost Spark Pod. You can find us on YouTube, and also the Gamers of Lost Spark PS4 community and Xbox One Club. Daz, where can people find you online?
Yeah, you can get me as Whiteomator on PS4, Xbox One and Twitch, Daz a Gamer on YouTube, and at Daz Whittam on Twitter.
Excellent stuff. For me, I'm Chessman on Xbox Live and Nintendo Switch, PS-Chessman on the PlayStation Network, and Chessman UK on Twitter. Don't forget, if you have any feedback, please send it to our email address. That's feedback@gamersoflostspark.com. Also, if you're feeling generous, please give us a review on iTunes. That's about it. I'm done.
Yeah. I'm done.
Roll on next year. More E3.
Yay. Maybe we'll go a bit lighter on EA and Bethesda next year.
So, excellent stuff. Catch you next week, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.